Douluo, my Sharingan isn't very proper. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 126, Fulfilling the Marriage Contract. The dim moonlight spilled into the large pit where Yichu lay. Douluo, clutching a quilt, slowly approached him, her tear tracks long since wiped away, leaving only a faint blush on her face. Since her grandfather had already made things this way, leaving the meal half-cooked, she didn't want to wait or suffer any longer. She desperately wanted to know how Yichu would handle their relationship. In the pit, Yichu, seemingly asleep, was actually quite awake. The approaching footsteps made him open his eyes. Looking up, his striking green eyes surprisingly showed no anger, but rather a hint of tension, worry, and shyness. Long, purplish-green hair cascaded down her shoulders and back, although some strands were messy, covering her slightly flushed and haggard face. It only made her look more beautiful, with a touch of brokenness. She walked towards Yichu with unhurried steps. Miss Douluo, Yichu had just sat up and called out to her, but Douluo didn't answer. Instead, she accelerated and rushed straight towards Yichu, crashing into his arms and knocking him down. Yichu gasped in surprise and lay back down in the pit. However, unlike before when he was alone, the pit was now completely cool. He was now in the arms of a beautiful, delicate body pressed against him, and the blanket that Douluo had taken out fluttered down, covering them both. Gusts of hot air brushed against Yichu's face, making it feel hot, and he could smell a sweet fragrance. Miss Douluo, are you alright? Yichu struggled slightly, but felt a row of silver teeth on his shoulder, ready to pounce. This scene was exactly the same as when he was drugged. Douluo was on top of him, and the touch and warmth on her chest made Yichu unsure of what to do with his hands. Hiss, Yichu gasped. Facing him, Douluo, pressed close to him, shifted her body slightly, placing her hands on his shoulders. Do you think I'll be alright? Her voice was relatively calm as she whispered in Yichu's ear. Then, supporting herself on Yichu's shoulders, she slightly raised her upper body, her beautiful eyes staring directly at him. Yichu gritted his teeth. Her soft, voluptuous body made it difficult for him to suppress his inner fire with every movement. Am I making things difficult for you? Her eyes were shy and timid as she looked down at Yichu, her previously calm voice suddenly trembling. Panic and a flush appeared on her face, her hands seemed to be losing strength, and she almost collapsed onto Yichu's face, forcing herself to stay upright. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of the I love a piece of firewood drug, or perhaps the stimulation she had given was too great, but she felt Yichu's temperature again, frighteningly hot. Faced with the shimmering tears in her eyes, Yichu's heart pounded uncontrollably. He silently turned his head away, his Sharingan flickering in and out of his eyes, wishing he could escape immediately and dispel the burning heat within him. Douluo's long hair cascaded down, brushing against Yichu's cheek, tickling him slightly. She remained silent, waiting for his reply. In just a moment, Yichu adjusted his position. Yichu exhaled a breath of hot air, the bloodlust in his eyes vanishing completely, and he turned to face her directly. His hands slowly encircled her waist. Perhaps due to her snake-type martial soul, Douluo's waist was slender and supple. Douluo's gaze was also firmly locked on him. Feeling the large hands around her waist, her pupils trembled slightly, and her body went weak. Holding her close, Yichu spoke slowly. Actually, it's quite difficult. Hearing Yichu's voice, Douluo, who had initially felt a surge of joy, trembled, and her face quickly paled. Before Yichu could finish speaking, she couldn't help but question him. So, Yichu, what do you want to do to me? Like before when you saw through me, wait for me to forgive you. Then, a self-deprecating expression appeared on her face, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she gave a bitter smile. No, it seems you don't need to forgive me this time either. This wasn't your fault in the first place. Before she could finish speaking, tears welled up in her eyes, dripping down her long eyelashes onto Yichu's face. How could that be? I will definitely take responsibility for you. Seeing her suddenly burst into tears, Yichu immediately panicked, and his words became somewhat incoherent. He had clearly already intimately embraced her slender waist. Wasn't the meaning obvious? And, at least let me finish what I had to say. He hurriedly released his grip on her slender waist, reached out, and wiped away her tears, still trying to explain. You misunderstood. The reason I was hesitant was because I was wondering if you would accept a fickle scoundrel like me. I was thinking, if you don't want to, how can I get you to agree? Yichu cupped Douguyan's cheeks, his thumb tracing the corner of her moist eye. His voice was trembling, and he was also a little nervous. Then, Miss Dougu, I want to fulfill that marriage agreement with you. Are you willing? Douguyan finally calmed down. Hearing Yichu's question and seeing his flushed face, she suddenly felt a little shy and lowered her eyes, not daring to look directly at Yichu. Didn't you hear what Grandpa said before? Yichu was stunned. That disrespectful old man did seem to have said that she had feelings for him, but he wasn't quite sure what those feelings were. So, do you agree? Faced with Yichu's still uncertain tone, Douguyan bit her lip and gave him a charmingly glaring look. She quickly slapped away Yichu's hands that were cupping her face, her cheeks flushed crimson, and slowly lowered her head. Pop. Yichu's pupils dilated, feeling breathless from the pressure of her soft breasts. He stared at the beautiful face so close to his, and suddenly felt a cool, soft sensation on his face. Douguyan was wiping away the tears that had just fallen onto Yichu's cheeks, her body unconsciously pressing closer to him, her arms already wrapped around his neck. The sparks of passion grew stronger and stronger. Finally, their lips met, and Yichu's hands, which had been suspended in the air, slowly lowered, landing on her waist and back. He tilted his head slightly, silently responding. Outside, the originally dim moonlight gradually brightened. Coincidentally, the mist above the pit dispersed, and a soft beam of light shone on the young man and woman in the pit, illuminating the silver-red thread of fate between them. After a long while, their lips parted. Douguyan's ears were practically bleeding. Noticing her slightly damp lips, she pursed them. Is that clear enough now? Enough. Yichu was almost out of breath, feeling a little dazed. PFFT, seeing Yichu's disoriented state, Douguyan laughed. Are you alright, Miss Dougu? I can't breathe. Yichu reached out to push Douguyan away a little, but pressed the wrong spot. This caused Douguyan to let out a soft cry, her face flushed as she got off Yichu. Huff. Yichu lay sprawled out, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Douguyan threw aside the blanket and sat on the ground next to Yichu, her face flushed, her body slightly damp. It was quite hot being so close. Group number 831,821,005. One more chapter will be updated during the day. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 127 Husband. Around the yin-yang well of ice and fire, some rare and exotic herbs still emitted a faint glow. Douguyan's gaze also turned towards that direction, landing on the two ice coffins within the icy spring. After a moment of silence, Douguyan took Yichu's hand, trying to pull him up. Yichu, come with me. Where to? Yichu got up and walked with Douguyan towards the half of the milky white icy spring. Miss Dougu, don't get too close. When they got a little closer, Yichu pulled her back. Douguyan stopped, looking at her sleeping parents, lost in thought. Yichu, actually, the marriage agreement Grandpa mentioned is very likely a lie, although Yichu might know this, Douguyan still wanted to clarify it now. I know, but, so what? Whether it's true or false doesn't matter anymore, Yichu smiled, tightening his grip on her hand slightly. Yes. You're right, Douguyan nodded, looking at Yichu, wanting to say something more. Even though the air was chilly, her face remained flushed. After a moment's hesitation, she leaned close to Yichu's ear, her lips parting slightly. What? A wedding ceremony? Upon hearing her words, Yichu was shocked, staring at Douguyan in disbelief. He hadn't expected her to make such a request. Is it not allowed? Douguyan leaned forward, grabbing his arm and looking at him nervously. Of course not, it's just, this is too fast. And Senior Dougu isn't even here, what are you thinking? This has nothing to do with Grandpa. I just wanted to tell my parents this good news. Don't think you can get rid of me with such a simple ceremony, Douguyan glared at Yichu, explaining. I see. All right then, Yichu breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and smiled slightly, extending his hand to Douguyan. Douguyan smiled back, placing her soft hand in Yichu's. Both of them were novices in this kind of thing, Calling it a wedding ceremony was a stretch. They only knew the 3 bows. The whole process was rather informal. There were no veils, red flowers, or other such items. The first 2 bows were simply the 2 holding hands, paying their respects to the ice coffin in the cold spring. During the final bow between husband and wife, the 2 stood facing each other, and looking at the girl opposite them. Yichu felt a strange sensation in his heart. Duguyan also looked radiant, even in the dim light. Her beauty could not be concealed. Yichu slowly bent down, and the 2 bowed to each other. As they stood up, a beautiful figure couldn't resist rushing towards him. Duguyan stood on tiptoe, hugged Yichu's neck, and leaned against his shoulder. Husband, her breath was sweet, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness, shyness, and joy, making Yichu's bones melt. He stood there, stunned. Duguyan smiled shyly, pulled Yichu a little further away, spread the quilt she had brought out on the ground, and pulled Yichu to sit on it. She nestled into Yichu's arms, placing his hands on her stomach and resting against his chest, her soft voice reaching his ears. Husband, how about we finish what we haven't finished tonight? Miss Douluo, isn't this too fast? I'm so young. Hearing this, Yichu couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps rising all over his body and his body temperature soaring. Duguyan raised her flushed face, realizing she had been too hasty, and her words became somewhat incoherent. I don't care. Anyway, we almost did that. If you dare to abandon me, I'll poison you. As she spoke, she held up her index finger in front of Yichu, a faint purple wisp of poison emanating from the tip. Miss Douluo, how could I abandon you? Yichu grasped her hand, hugging her tightly, and responded earnestly. The 2 sat quietly on the quilt. He was still a little unaccustomed to using the word husband, so he could only let her change her address. Okay, then what should you call me, Douluo? Yichu paused halfway through his sentence. HMPH. Yichu. From now on, call me Yan just like we did on our first meeting. I'll never call you a lecher again. Duguyan snorted coldly, her voice gradually softening, and she gave Yichu a sweet kiss after speaking. Okay. I know, Yan, how about we lie down? Sure. Night slowly passed, and the 2 didn't go back to their room, but instead made a makeshift bed on the floor outside. Duguyan didn't close her eyes all night, lying in Yichu's arms, quietly watching Yichu, whose breathing had become steady. He was already asleep, and he was indeed quite tired. Controlling the soul beast sacrifice had consumed a lot of his mental energy, and when he circulated his soul power to impact the mini ice and fire yin-yang eye in his heart, his meridians and internal organs were slightly injured, and some cold energy remained. Night had passed, and the first rays of the sun had risen in the sky, the warm sunlight shining down and dispelling some of the chill. Half asleep, Yichu noticed a dampness at the corner of his mouth, still carrying the sweet scent of a young girl. Yichu, I'm a little hungry. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Duguyan, who seemed to have tidied herself up, wearing a black fitted outfit, lying beside him, gazing at him with affection. Miss Douluo, Yichu? Duguyan's smile vanished, glaring at him. What did you call me? Yan gurgle. Her shout jolted Yichu awake, and he quickly corrected himself, his stomach rumbling in protest. Duguyan's previously resentful gaze suddenly narrowed, and she looked at Yichu with a smile again. Looks like you're hungry too. Yeah, Yichu nodded. Last night, they barely ate anything before going to bed, almost leading to a passionate encounter. Seeing Yichu sit up, Duguyan seized the opportunity to lean in and snuggle into his arms. How about we have some pastries first? I'll wash up and then take you to the academy. Yichu took out an exquisite brocade box from his divine space. Inside were rows of pastries. Okay. Here Duguyan picked up a piece and held it to Yichu's mouth, her movements seemingly very natural. Come to think of it, they seemed to have been feeding each other like this for the past 6 months. It seemed he wasn't indifferent to her after all, their concern for each other had almost become a habit. Yichu also picked up a piece and held it to Duguyan's lips. She felt the same way. Originally, she thought Yichu would fulfill that fabricated marriage agreement, and that her eagerness to consummate the marriage was only due to his so-called sense of responsibility. But, after a night, she thought a lot. She realized Yichu definitely liked her too. He knew what she liked and disliked, it was just that she wasn't sure. His usual concern for her couldn't be faked. Where did this come from? When Duguyan picked up another pastry, she suddenly noticed that each pastry had the character, Chu, on it and the character, wrong, on the back. Oh, wrong made this. Yichu was stunned for a moment, then immediately answered. Ning wrong, Du Yan asked in disbelief. The rumored little witch could actually make this? And make it so exquisitely and deliciously. Yet, who else could it be but her? Seeing Yichu's happy expression, Du Yan's face turned cold. HMPH, what's so great about it? I can make it too in the future. Yichu chuckled dryly, realizing he had really brought up the wrong thing. Alright, stop eating and go wash up. Watching Yichu's back, Du Yan looked at the pastry in her hand and sneered. She still remembered Ning Rongrong not letting Xiaolan come back to keep her company, and sending Yichu back with that dirty thing to deliberately provoke her. HMPH, Ning Rongrong, you just wait. She almost consummated her marriage with Yichu, even calling him her husband. At Ning Rongrong's age, she's definitely already far ahead. Next time they meet, I'll make her pay. Chapter 128 Zhu King comes to find us. Sunset Forest, the yin-yang well of ice and fire. The rising sun, romance unwavering to the end, the rising and falling moon, gentle sweetness. Mist swirls and swirls. Yichu sits cross-legged beside the yin-yang well of ice and fire, a beautiful snake coiled around him. Yichu, why are you up so early again? Won't you sleep a little longer with me? Du Yan's still sleepy voice drifted out. Since confirming their relationship, Du Yan had moved into Yichu's room. Since Xiaolan's body pillow was unreliable, Yichu was just as good, they smelled similar, and Yichu was far more interesting than Xiaolan. At this moment, she was in a state of martial spirit possession, her two long legs transformed into slippery snake tails. Like prey coiled around her, they entwined around Yichu's waist. A patch of green scales adorned her forehead, and even her eyes, now transformed into emotionless vertical pupils, would still ripple when she looked at Yichu. Holding Yichu's head in her hands and placing it in front of her, she gently rested her chin on the top of his head, feeling the warmth of his breath, her pretty face flushed. Since they were already practically strangers, she didn't have much to hide, and Yichu was usually quite honest. Yan, I just got up to cultivate. Yichu's voice was muffled, pressed against that imposing body, the pressure emanating from him making it hard to breathe. After the drugging incident with Douluo, his gains weren't limited to this beautiful snake woman, Yan. He discovered that the power of the ice and fire yin-yang eye within him could also be channeled. Lately, after each cultivation session of the purple demon eye, he would try to see if he could channel this power without harming himself. Feeling Du Yan's teasing, Yichu's expression wasn't good either, and he struggled to tilt his head back. Yan, stop teasing me so early in the morning. Finally managing to peek out, Du Yan again cupped his cheeks. Yichu looked up, helplessly watching her. Two smiling red flowers bloomed on Du Yan's fair face, and without any hesitation, she pressed her lips to his. Their red lips and white teeth met, and Yichu's hand, unsure what to do, landed on the snake's tail at his waist, making Du Yan tremble. Her face became even more radiant, and as she moved her red lips away, her green eyes were filled with tender affection. This is my daily good morning kiss. Good morning. A smile appeared on her face as she used her index finger to wipe away the remaining moisture from the corner of Yichu's mouth. Good morning. Yan Yichu gave a wry smile, his heart still pounding. Seeing Yichu's expression, Du Yan slightly narrowed, sleepy eyes brightened. Since that night, she had found another thing that interested her, being close to Yichu, blushing and her heart pounding together. Come and have breakfast. Du Yan untied his restraints, twisting her waist and dragging the snake's tail as she moved towards the wooden shed, having already dispelled her martial spirit possession. HMPH, idiot, why are you grabbing so hard? Du Yan thought to herself, feeling the burning sensation on her thigh. She gently touched her cheek, which was also burning hot. I know, Yichu, who was still standing there, responded and lay down on the ground, but he was too embarrassed to lie flat, so he could only lie on his side for a while. After the heat had subsided, Yichu got up and walked towards Du Yan. I wonder when Senior Du will return. Du Yan and Yichu sat together at the low table, and she was serving him porridge. Yichu was thinking about Dugubo's whereabouts. He had been hiding for more than half a month since he went out to avoid trouble, and he still hadn't returned. Whatever he's doing, with his cultivation level, what danger could he possibly be in? Du Yan now hoped that her grandfather could go out more often. She handed the porridge to Yichu. Are you still angry with him? HMPH. Aren't you angry? Yan snorted coldly. Although the outcome was good, Bo's presumptuous action still made her very angry. Yichu tasted the food in his bowl, chuckled dryly, and hesitated, still a little angry. What's wrong? Do you need to see him? Not for now, but I should be able to break through level 30 in less than 2 months. I wanted to say hello to him in advance, so that I won't be unable to find him when I hunt souls. Don't worry, if he dares to miss it, I'll pluck all his beards. Seeing Yan clenching her fists, Yichu couldn't help but chuckle. She was indeed very filial. I'm serious. Seeing that Yichu seemed a little unconvinced, Yan emphasized again. I know, Yichu nodded. By the way, I should go to the 7 treasure glazed tile school later. Is it time already? Yan frowned, somewhat unhappy. Every time Yichu returned, he would have traces left by Ningrongrong on him, which annoyed her greatly. Sometimes, she would ask Yichu to take some with him. Yes, it's an agreement, we'll meet every 3 days. Yichu could only offer a wry smile. He remembered how Ningrongrong had reacted as if she wanted to devour him when he confessed, calling him a stinking woman and a bastard repeatedly. Fortunately, she seemed to have anticipated this day and didn't make a huge scene, only requesting to see Yan. However, they had set the date for a month later. So, during this period, Yichu's body was like a battlefield between the two women. Even though Yichu had learned his lesson and carefully checked himself every time he returned or met her, he always found traces left by one of them in unexpected places. With only a few days left until their agreed meeting, Yichu suddenly worried. What if he couldn't control the situation? Alright, then come back early. I'll be waiting for you at the academy. Okay, if you've eaten, I can take you there first. What do you mean? Are you in such a hurry to see her? Yan glared at Yichu, her eyes gleaming. I didn't, Yichu quickly explained. Although women's hearts are unfathomable, he still understood the taboo of thinking about another woman in front of another woman. HMPH. You better be. Smack. After a few forceful kisses, Yan finally let Yichu go, satisfied. HMPH, let's go. Her face flushed, she grabbed Yichu's arm. If they kept playing around, they'd be late. Okay, Yichu also breathed a sigh of relief. If this continued, he'd be too embarrassed to straighten up again. After forming hand seals and leaving the secret realm, Yichu activated his Sharingan and sent Yan to the grove of trees. Sounds came from afar, indicating that training had begun. Goodbye, Yan. Seeing this, Yichu didn't linger and immediately used his divine power to leave. Yan looked at the spot where he disappeared, a cold smile appearing on her lips. Ningrongrong, we'll be meeting soon, so I won't be giving you anything this time. Then, she headed towards the training ground. Yichu had learned his lesson now. He didn't go directly to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, but first took a bath in his divine power space. He also used the life-giving healing technique on his entire body to prevent Yan from planting hickeys on him while he slept. Finally, he even contacted Xiao through the sprouting seed of life and learned that Ningrongrong was still sleeping in bed before activating his divine power and heading to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. At the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ningrongrong's loud shout suddenly rang out. Yichu! You stinky guy, don't move! In the open space of the small courtyard, Yichu had just appeared there and hadn't even had time to see what was in front of him when Ningrongrong's shout came from behind him. Yichu gave a wry smile and could only stand motionless. He was used to it. Every time he came, he had to give him a full body checkup. Wrong, weren't you still sleeping? Can't I just wake up? Ningrongrong hugged him from behind, sniffing him intently. Very good, you don't smell like that stinky woman. Then she walked up to Yichu. She was wearing the familiar style of pajamas, a perfectly fitting sundress, showing off her 2 fair, straight, and slender legs. Her arms were on her hips as she looked Yichu up and down. Brother! Xiao also ran up to Yichu from behind, looking at him with schadenfreude. Xiao, what's going on? Did you sell your brother again? Yichu's lips curled into a bitter smile. No, it's not. It's just that Xiao wanted to see her brother too much and got up too quickly. Waking up Sister Rongrong. Xiao wrinkled her nose, looking at Yichu with a wrong expression. Yichu understood, then looked at Ningrongrong, who was fiddling with her head, examining her neck and collarbone. Rongrong, is that enough? HMPH. Not yet. Ningrongrong rolled her eyes at him, blushing as she pulled up his shirt and began to explore Yichu's abs. Hey! Ning Rongrong, that's my underwear. Don't go too far. Seeing Ning Rongrong's eager expression, Yichu quickly reminded her. HMPH. You passed this time. You didn't bring any dirty stuff. Ning Rongrong leaned against Yichu, her pink lips lightly touching his cheek. Xiaolan, go and have someone bring breakfast over. I'm going to wash up now, okay? Sister Rongrong. Xiaolan responded and skipped away. Yichu, how long are you going to stay this time? She straightened his disheveled collar, smoothed the wrinkles in his clothes, and gently hugged him. Seeing him once every 3 days wasn't enough. She should have taken the opportunity to ask for an exorbitant price, making Yichu spend more time with her. This time, let's stay until dusk. The whole day is yours. Yichu returned the hug, the thin nightgown allowing him to feel her smooth skin. Okay. You said it yourself. Ning Rongrong jumped up happily, wrapping her arms around Yichu's neck and tiptoeing to whisper in his ear. Yichu, I want you to carry me inside, okay? He of course, no problem. Yichu chuckled and carried Ning Rongrong in a princess carry. Not long after Yichu arrived, someone received the news. At the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, where Ning Fengzi was. He was handling sect affairs when a disciple rushed over and bowed respectfully. Sect Master, young Master Yichu has arrived. Oh? He's quite punctual. Ning Fengzi put down what he was doing. Yichu had come so often that he had figured out his pattern. He glanced at the sky outside. In that case, quickly send someone to inform King. Yes, the disciple replied and got up to leave. That kid, I don't know where he goes every day. It's gotten to the point where King can't even find him to chat with. Haha, Ning Fengzi shook his head. Fengzi, aren't you going to go see him? This time, Sword Douluo was with him. Bone Douluo had gone to inspect the sect. No need. King has said several times that he wants to talk to Yichu alone. Let the young people get to know each other this time. Ning Fengzi stretched and continued dealing with sect affairs. I'm quite curious to see how far that kid's cultivation has progressed. Sword Douluo crossed his arms. He still thought highly of Yichu, but this kid was trying to steal his little princess, which made him a little unhappy. In the small courtyard, Yichu had already been chased out by Ning Rongrong, who was changing clothes. He was sitting in the pavilion with Xiaolan. At this moment, Xiaolan was seriously taking out dishes one by one from the sole tool on her finger, muttering to herself. Sweet and sour pork ribs, savory sweet and sour pork, stir-fried shrimp, stir-fried seasonal vegetables. These are all Xiaolan's favorites. Yichu also watched with interest as this foodie who was about to grow up. She was almost up to Yichu's shoulder, no longer the small girl she used to be. The plumpness on her face was gone, but she had 2 pretty dimples when she smiled. Her long blue hair was tied up in a high ponytail so she could better enjoy the food. Strangely, she looked quite different from the Big Blue who appeared during the Ice and Fire Dragon Soul sacrifice. Brother kiss. After finishing counting the delicacies on the table, she immediately pounced into Yichu's arms, sitting on his lap as usual, and didn't forget to curl her cherry lips and kiss Yichu's lips. Xiaolan wasn't here just now, so Sister Rongrong must have kissed brother a lot. Xiaolan has to make up for it. Feeling the warm touch on her face, Yichu couldn't help but roll her eyes. It seemed that she had only grown physically, but her mind hadn't changed at all. Alright, if this keeps up, I'll have to wash my face again. Yichu pushed her little face away, stopping her from fooling around any longer. Xiaolan, why are you sitting in my seat? Ning Rongrong came out of the room, wearing a white dress, her long brown hair casually draped behind her, her eyebrows furrowed. Nonsense. This is clearly Xiaolan's seat. Before Sister Rongrong and brother got together, Xiaolan always sat here. And this time it's Xiaolan's turn. Xiaolan hugged Yichu tightly, responding to Ning Rongrong without backing down. Sister Rongrong, don't be too greedy. I've already given you half. HMPH. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. Where was half? That stinky woman had clearly taken another portion. But this time it really was her turn, and Ning Rongrong had no choice but to sit down next to Yichu, pouting. Haha, Yichu laughed, looking at Ning Rongrong glaring at him, and took her hand. Alright, I'll go shopping with you guys later, okay? Oh, great. Little Blue in his arms happily gave Yichu a kiss. HMPH. You said it. Ning Rongrong also put away her unhappy look, looking at Little Blue's actions, and moved her stool closer to Yichu, gently leaning on his shoulder. Yes, I said it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichu picked up his chopsticks and began to lovingly feed her. This breakfast was eaten very slowly, so slowly that Zhu King had already arrived at the 7 treasure glazed tile skull from the heavenly Dao Imperial City before the 2 women had just finished eating. Afterwards, they tidied up properly. Now, the 3 of them were ready to go shopping. Ningrongrong and Little Blue, each holding one of Yichu's arms, had already reached the entrance of the courtyard. At the same time, Zhu King was also heading towards them. Seeing Yichu, Zhu King's eyes lit up, a hint of displeasure lurking beneath the surface. Who knew how difficult it was to see Yichu? From a distance, Zhu King called out to him, "Brother Yichu?" Yichu, who was dealing with the 2 women pulling at him, looked up at the newcomer. "Brother Zhu, eh? Senior Brother King, what brings you here?" Ningrongrong also saw him. "Of course, I've come to see your little lover." Zhu King smiled lightly. "Brother Yichu, you're really lucky with the ladies. It's not easy to see you." HMPH, Ningrongrong blushed and snorted, unsure how to retort. "Come see me." Yichu looked up at the sky in surprise. Usually, his interactions with Zhu King were at dinners arranged by Ning Fengzi, and it didn't seem to be mealtime yet. "Yes. I came here specifically to see you. How about we go to my residence and talk privately?" Zhu King walked up to the group and gestured for Yichu to join them. "No way. Big brother, we're going shopping now." Before Yichu could even speak, Xiao Lan had already refused on his behalf, 2 chapters combined. A long chapter of over 4,700 words. Stable daily updates of 2 chapters, over 2,000 words each, or 1 chapter, over 4,000 words. Extra chapters will be added if there are drafts, but not currently. Wishing everyone a happy life. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Dragon Essence and Tiger First Skill? Hearing that Zhu King actually wanted to pull Yichu away, how could that be? Ningrongrong's words were anything but polite. She forcefully grabbed Yichu's arm. "Xiao Lan is right. If Yichu goes with you, won't he have less time to spend with me? Senior Brother King, why don't you wait until we get back from shopping?" Zhu King felt a sense of unease, but still smiled nonchalantly and turned to look at Yichu. "Brother Yichu, is that what you mean too?" Although Yichu was also curious about what Zhu King wanted to talk to him about, he couldn't just leave the 2 women behind. He could only smile apologetically and say, "Hey Brother Zhu. I'm sorry, maybe next time." Zhu King's eyes twitched, and his laughter became somewhat unnatural, his fist clenched tightly under his sleeve. Anger was hidden beneath his calm expression. This bastard. Does he even know how he's been these past few days? Every time she received news that Yichu had appeared at the Heaven Dao Royal Academy, she would rush over, but he was like an eel, always leaving her empty-handed. She had abandoned her official duties to find him, and he was so ungrateful, going off to be with women with 1 on each arm. This guy was a real etcher, blinded by lust. Seeing Yichu about to leave with the 2 women, Zhu King's mind raced, and she decided to be more direct. Instantly, a faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation of soul power emanated from her body. Actually, this is easy to handle. It won't take me long to find Brother Yichu. Why don't you all come to my residence for lunch or afternoon tea? As she expected, Yichu's Sharingan flashed uncontrollably, and his surprised gaze met Zhu King's. She understood something. Is this guy going to talk to me about spirit resonance? Thinking this, Yichu didn't want to refuse anymore. He grabbed Ningrongrong's small hand, signaling her to be quiet. Since Brother Zhu has invited me repeatedly, how could I refuse? Yichu will come to bother me at noon. Hearing Yichu's reply, Zhu King breathed a sigh of relief. He had waited long enough. HMPH, what a joke, Ningrongrong grumbled unhappily beside him. She had promised to have the daytime all to herself. Alright, anyway, we'll need to find a place to eat after we're done shopping, so let's just go to a restaurant. Seeing her still complaining, Yichu could only try to comfort her. Upon hearing this, Zhu King's forehead creased with a few black lines. He suddenly wondered if he had been too lenient. This man was truly lawless, daring to use the Crown Prince's residence as a restaurant. He gritted his teeth. Although he was unhappy, His upbringing wouldn't allow him to tear Yichu's mouth apart right now. On the surface, he still had to force a smile and agree. Brother Yichu is right. If junior sister Rongrong gets tired from shopping beforehand, she can come earlier. Your Highness the Crown Prince's residence welcomes you anytime. Then, big brother, can Xiaolan order food? Hearing that there would be another banquet, Xiaolan's eyes lit up, and she raised her little hand, looking innocent and carefree. Order food. Zhu King was stunned for a moment, and smiled bitterly to himself. Did they really think his Crown Prince's residence was a restaurant? However, looking at the petite and cute Xiaolan in front of him, he couldn't help but think of his younger sister Zhu Kei. So he didn't dwell on it and nodded with a light smile. Of course you can. If there's anything you like to eat, you can tell me first. That's great. Big brother, here you go. Xiaolan cheered, and the soul tool on her finger flashed. She took out a piece of paper full of dishes, ran over, and happily stuffed it into Zhu King's hand. Looking at the dense characters on it, Zhu King was stunned for a moment. Xiaolan cried out in pain. The smile on her face hadn't lasted long before Yichu brought it back to normal. Brother, clenching her head in pain, Ningrongrong blinked her teary eyes, looking at Yichu who was staring at her in confusion. PFFT, haha, seeing Xiaolan's actions, Ningrongrong couldn't help but laugh. Haha, brother Yichu, it's alright. Since I'm treating you to dinner, it's only right that I cook something you like. Even Zhu King, seeing this scene, had his previous displeasure dissipate. That's really troublesome, brother Zhu. Yichu smiled apologetically. Well, in that case, I won't disturb you any longer. I should also go and pay my respects to my teacher. With that, Zhu King headed towards Ning Fengzi's office. Yichu, then we won't ride horses, you can just take us there. After Zhu King's figure disappeared from sight, Ningrongrong looked at the sky, her expression somewhat disappointed, abandoning her original plan to ride horses with Yichu. Okay, then that's settled. Yichu nodded, then noticed Xiaolan's still bitter face and couldn't help but pinch her puffed-up cheeks. Alright, don't be sad. Remember to add your brother's favorite foods next time. PFFT, brother Somin. Her eyes, which had been brimming with tears, immediately brightened into smiles. Haha, mine too, Ningrongrong chimed in from the side. Yichu chuckled twice, took their hands, activated his divine power, and vanished from the spot along with their laughter. Entering the city, they arrived at the streets of Yongdao City. Yichu had thought that accompanying them shopping would be a painful experience, but to his surprise, Ningrongrong and Xiaolan dragged him to try on clothes as soon as they entered the city. Since there was a banquet later, Xiaolan didn't buy much, only some snacks along the way. While shopping, Yichu realized just how extravagant Ningrongrong was. She basically bought everything that fit. When Yichu finally emerged from the fitting room, he was wearing a fitted white brocade robe, making him look much more capable. The robe was embroidered with silver flowing clouds, edged with gold threads. He had shoulder-length, layered blue hair, striking, sword-like eyebrows, and clear, unadulterated azure eyes. When expressionless, he appeared remarkably cold and aloof, exuding an air of nobility. But when he smiled faintly, he radiated a gentle and elegant aura. Wow! Look, what a handsome young master! I wonder which family's young master he is. All eyes were drawn to Yichu, and some even tried to strike up a conversation. Yichu walked up to Ningrongrong, who was standing there, stunned. Rongrong. How is it, brother looks even more handsome. Xiaolan, who was eating candied hawthorns, ran over and circled Yichu twice. Of course. This was specially made for Yichu. Ningrongrong looked at her masterpiece, her cheeks flushing slightly. Seeing the restless, unapproachable women around her, Ningrongrong snorted coldly, grabbed Yichu's arm, and prepared to leave. Xiaolan, let's go. Okay, Sister Rongrong. Xiaolan quickly followed, taking Yichu's hand. Ningrongrong, clinging to her possessively, glared at them, giving off a rather domineering girlfriend vibe. After walking for a while, the three arrived at a large restaurant. The main hall alone was the size of 2 football fields. Soon, Ningrongrong led Yichu into a luxurious private room, where the three sat on a leather sofa. Rongrong, what are we doing here? Yichu asked, puzzled. Hadn't they agreed to dine at the Crown Prince's residence? HMPH. This is the most expensive restaurant in Yongdao Imperial City. In 3 days, I'll be here to give that wretched woman a good thrashing. I'm showing you around first. Ningrongrong rolled her eyes at him, her eyes gleaming with determination. "Oh, okay, then I'll use Kamui to make a mark first." Yichu smiled wryly. It seemed his day wouldn't be easy. Sister Rongrong. Before Yichu could finish his operation, he felt a weight on his lap. Ning Rongrong had already straddled his legs, looking at him resentfully. "Yichu, why were you smiling at them just now? Don't I have enough opponents already?" "No. I was smiling at you." Yichu hugged her slender waist, pulling her closer. "HMPH. What's so funny about me?" She rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. I suddenly realized that sometimes you're even cuter than Xiao-lan." He stretched out his index finger and gently pinched her nose. Ning Rongrong blushed and hadn't reacted yet, while Xiao-lan, who was already unhappy, became even more so. "Ah. Brothers talking nonsense, Xiao-lan is the cutest." "Ah, Sister Rongrong. You too, you're making Xiao-lan so angry." Xiao-lan glared angrily at the two people in front of her, who were already sprawled on the sofa, kissing each other. Her pouting lips could have been soaked with soy sauce. She quickly went over to pull Ning Rongrong off Yichu. Ning Rongrong grabbed Yichu's collar, slowly immersing herself in his embrace, and Yichu gently wrapped his arms around her back. After a while, Ning Rongrong was out of breath and collapsed weakly into Yichu's arms, her forehead and neck flushed red. Yichu was also a little annoyed, but his lung capacity was stronger, so he gently helped Ning Rongrong up and let her lean against him. "Brother, I'm going to tell Sister Yan Yan." While they were resting, Xiao-lan's voice rang out, carrying a hint of resentment. "Cough cough, Xiao-lan. Stop it." Yichu almost choked on his saliva. "Where did this girl learn this?" "HMPH. Tell her then, I'd love for her to know." Ning Rongrong's face flushed red, and she rolled her eyes dismissively. "Ah. I don't care, Xiao-lan wants some too." Threatening her didn't work. Xiao-lan frantically scratched her hair and threw herself into Yichu's arms. They played around in the private room for a while before leaving. Luckily, Xiao-lan now possessed ice attributes, otherwise the redness on the three of their faces wouldn't have faded for a while. "Alright, it's time to go to the Crown Prince's residence." Okay. Xiao-lan is already hungry." Yichu glanced at her helplessly, pinched his slightly sore lips, and led the two, who had calmed down and were now like obedient girls, towards the Crown Prince's residence. The Crown Prince's residence. Yichu hadn't gotten very close when he was discovered by the people arranged by Zhu King. One person ran quickly towards the Crown Prince's residence, while another walked towards Yichu and his companions. "Young Master Yichu, His Highness the Crown Prince instructed me to wait for you here. If he sees you, he should send someone back to report so that His Highness can prepare the banquet in time. I will lead the way for you now." "Then I will trouble you. I dare not accept such praise. Young Master Yichu, please." Looking at the servant leading the way, Yichu was surprised that Zhu King could go to such lengths. Following him into the Crown Prince's residence, they were led directly to the Crown Prince's reception hall. Along the way, it was not particularly luxurious, and there were not many people. It seemed that Jinrinksu had put in a lot of effort to prepare for the role of the Crown Prince. "Brother Yichu?" Upon seeing Yichu, Zhu King was also stunned for a moment. His appearance had indeed improved a lot. Fortunately, he quickly recovered. "Brother Yichu, you have finally arrived. Little sister and junior sister Rongrong, please take your seats." Wow, seeing the table full of her favorite delicacies, she glanced cautiously at Yichu. Seeing that he only smiled at her, she immediately abandoned him and ran over. HMPH. This glutton. Ning Rongrong took Yichu's hand and sat down with him. At crucial moments, Ning Rongrong knew some manners. Haha, Zhu King simply laughed it off. "Brother Zhu, please excuse my rudeness, it's alright. If it weren't for Princess Zuke going to Yuxun to study today, I would have liked to have her come and meet this little guy." Zhu King also picked up his chopsticks and added some food for Xiao-lan. "Thank you, big brother." "Brother, you eat too." Xiao-lan looked up and thanked him with her greasy mouth. She also didn't forget to put some food on Yichu's plate. Haha, Zhu King's hearty laughter carried far. "Yichu and junior sister Rongrong, let's start eating." "Okay." Yichu nodded helplessly. Ning Rongrong glared at Xiao-lan, inwardly condemning the heartless fellow. Then she began feeding Yichu, occasionally putting some of his favorite food on his plate. Zhu King watched quietly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He knew Ning Rongrong quite well, and he hadn't expected the former little devil to be so caring. However, he wasn't one for gossip and didn't want to pry into such matters. I wonder what level Brother Yichu's cultivation has reached. I just recently broke through to level 29 by sheer luck. Brother Yichu is too modest. There's no such thing as luck in breaking through. Speaking of which, I haven't seen you much in the past 6 months. What have you been busy with? If you have any trouble, feel free to contact me anytime. Faced with Zhu Qing's probing questions about his whereabouts, Yichu of the ice and fire yin-yang I would certainly not reveal anything. He assumed Zhu Qing only knew his general location, so he simply said he spent most of his time in the Sunset Forest, training with soul beasts. Halfway through the meal, Zhu Qing only knew that Yichu had broken through to level 29. Seeing that Yichu had almost finished eating, he stopped probing. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of this meal. Junior sister wrong, I'll borrow your little sweetheart for a while. HMPH, just hurry up. Ning Rongrong blushed slightly at Zhu Qing's teasing. Don't worry, I'll be right back. I'll continue to keep you company this afternoon. After instructing her to take good care of Xiao, Yichu followed Zhu Qing. As soon as he entered Zhu Qing's study, Yichu keenly sensed the change in his demeanor. With his hands behind his back and his posture ramrod straight, he had transformed from his original refined and easygoing nature into a much more arrogant and domineering one. Is this guy going to reveal his true colors to me? Yichu frowned, and just as he was about to scan his surroundings with his Sharingan, he activated his soul power, which caused Zhu Qing to react as well. It seems that this guy's martial soul has a very high compatibility with mine. Feeling his own martial soul becoming more active, Zhu Qing turned to look at Yichu. Actually, you don't need to be nervous. I have a gift for you. A gift? Yichu looked at her curiously. The gift? It's right there. Zhu Qing casually pointed to a book on the table. Yichu stepped forward, but before picking it up, he looked at Zhu Qing strangely. The title of this book seemed rather indecent. But seeing his confident demeanor, Yichu couldn't help but flip through a few pages, his gaze even more peculiar. What kind of look is that? Zhu Qing also frowned. This technique was a treasure in his martial soul hall. A masterpiece that several elders had painstakingly unearthed. Are you sure this is for me? Dragon Essence Tiger Fierce Technique. Seeing Yichu's incredulous expression, Zhu Qing immediately regained his confidence. Of course, but upon hearing Yichu's last sentence, his face instantly flushed crimson, his voice filled with panic. What? How could it be this lewd stuff? 2 chapters combined. Over 4,500 words. Requesting votes, wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 130. You dare say I'm disgusting? Thinking of the illustrations inside, Zhu Qing became even more agitated. Looking at the Dragon Essence Tiger Fierce skill manual in Yichu's hand, and feeling utterly humiliated and indignant under his gaze, Zhu Qing immediately snatched the manual from Yichu and hurriedly stuffed it into a drawer. Yichu stared at her blankly, his eyes filled with even more strangeness. The sight of a young nobleman displaying the behavior of a young girl was indeed astonishing. Zhu Qing hurriedly rummaged through the books, then found another one on the table and handed it to Yichu. This one is the right one, you bastard. Don't look at me like that, slap. Seeing Yichu still looking at her like that, Zhu Qing's face flushed again. She threw the book into his arms and turned her back. Damn it. It's all those old lectures' fault. Even if I wanted to cultivate a martial soul fusion technique, why did they give me something like this? I'm so angry. Suddenly hearing Yichu's light chuckle, Zhu Qing's fists clenched involuntarily. She turned her head and gave him a cold glare, her teeth clenched. Focus on your book, okay? Nodding, Yichu suppressed his strange smile and began to read the slightly old-fashioned book in his hands. 4 large characters were clearly written on the cover, the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. It recorded a method for male and female soul masters to cultivate their martial souls simultaneously. During meditation, through certain physical contact, the practitioners could merge their soul power into one, continuously circulating it within their bodies. This condensed soul power accelerated cultivation speed, and enhanced their tacit understanding. Ultimately, it could even achieve perfect telepathy, maximizing the power of martial soul fusion techniques. The content wasn't much, but strangely, it seemed like some content was missing at the end. Aren't a few pages missing at the end? Yichu looked at Zhu Qing's back with a puzzled expression. Nonsense. That's exactly what I got. Zhu Qing didn't turn around, still with his hands behind his back, a slight blush creeping up his ears. Is that so? HMPH. Of course, Zhu Qing snorted coldly. not wanting to talk about anything else. Quickly adjusting his state, he turned to look at Yichu, the blush on his face mostly gone. Yichu, I won't beat around the bush, I think you can feel it too, right? Our two martial souls will resonate strongly. Seeing Yichu nod slightly, Zhu King continued to ask. Then do you know what this means? A martial soul fusion skill. Yichu helplessly spread his hands. You've already shown me the book, why are you still asking? Zhu King didn't care about his attitude, and nodded lightly. That's right. It's a martial soul fusion skill. So what? Yichu looked at him curiously. Zhu King smiled mysteriously, then his expression suddenly turned serious, and his voice rose sharply. So, Yichu, I need you to help me cultivate, swish, X2. As Zhu King finished speaking, two figures dressed in black robes suddenly appeared beside Yichu, glaring at him menacingly. Yichu frowned, there really were people hiding in this room. He naturally knew who these two were, Jinrixu's two titled Douluo bodyguards, Porcupine and Serpent Spear. He dared not be careless in the slightest, his eternal kaleidoscope eyes blazing, ready to unleash their divine might and escape at any moment. The two stood on either side of Yichu, scrutinizing him as if he were still there. Young master. This kid is indeed not even 12 years old, a level 29 great soul master under 12 years old. His martial soul must be extraordinary, he certainly has the qualifications. The two spoke one after the other, completely disregarding Yichu. Your Highness. What do you mean by this? Although the two didn't seem to harbor any murderous intent, being stared at by two titled Douluos still made Yichu feel extremely uncomfortable. Don't be nervous, we mean you no harm. It's just that this method has a higher requirement for the compatibility of martial souls, so I want to test it first. Testing compatibility doesn't necessarily require this kind of setup, does it? These are two titled Douluos, kid, you have good eyesight. Snake Spear glanced at Yichu in surprise. Your composure is also good, Porcupine nodded, knowing that the two of them were titled Douluos and still remaining so calm. It was indeed very courageous. All right. Porcupine, Snake Spear, you two are in charge of guarding. Zhu King waved his hand, not letting the two say any more. Then the two of them stood on either side of the door, their eyes still fixed on Yichu. Looking at the relatively calm Yichu, Zhu King's face radiated a confident smile. Yichu, aren't you curious where these two titled Douluos of mine came from? Yichu fell silent. In order to avoid any complications, he could only pretend to be ignorant for now, looking at Zhu King with a blank expression. Yichu, I suppose you roughly understand why a titled Douluo had to intervene, right? For the sake of my secret, this is the only way. If you meet the requirements, I will naturally explain later. If you don't, then I'll have no choice but to kill you to silence you. Zhu King's voice changed from calm to cold, a chilling glint in his eyes. His true identity absolutely could not be exposed to someone useless to him. However, you can rest assured, in my opinion, the possibility of meeting the compatibility requirement is extremely high. Smiling, Zhu King deeply understood this point. Just being near Yichu required him to expend some effort to suppress his restless martial soul. Yichu hadn't expected Jinrixu to actually have the intention to kill him to silence him. No wonder she was a werewolf who could infiltrate for so many years, she was truly ruthless. Speaking of which, you should know that my martial soul possesses special attributes, right? Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Run away? Where can you run to? Don't you care about the likes of Du Guyan, Ningrongrong, and your Lingling? Zhu King looked at him mockingly, his face full of smugness, seemingly having him completely under her thumb. All right. Give me your answer, are you willing or not? Zhu King had lost his patience, he wanted Yichu to answer now. Yichu smiled wryly, his weakness did indeed seem quite obvious. But it didn't matter much, he hadn't intended to run away anyway, otherwise he wouldn't have followed. Besides, if they really fought, at such close range, not to mention the porcupine fish and the snake spear, he could easily use Amaterasu, at least severely injuring Zhu King. But the consequences would be extremely serious. After a moment's thought, Yichu agreed. Cooperating with your cultivation is no problem, but if the compatibility level is high enough, I need you to agree to a few conditions. Yichu had already read the Two Elements Heart Sutra, and its effects were indeed powerful. Since the seed sprouted, Yichu's cultivation speed had slowed down considerably, so he naturally wouldn't refuse a method to increase it. Besides, he was currently lacking some things, and since the spirit hall was so powerful, he might as well take advantage of it. As for the so-called spirit compatibility level, Yichu and Zuking agreed that reaching the required level was a certainty. HMPH. As long as your spirit compatibility level with mine satisfies me, I will naturally try my best to meet your conditions, Zuking snorted lightly. For him now, apart from the mission of stealing the country, nothing was more important than cultivation. Alright. So what should I do? You just need to cooperate with my guidance, and I'll do it myself. Zuking signaled the two men with the serpent spear to be on their guard, then slowly walked up to Yichu and approached him. With each step, a holy light emanated from his body, and 6 golden wings unfurled behind him, revealing a golden, holy, and fiery 6-winged angel phantom hovering behind Zuking. 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, appeared beneath his feet. Yichu watched quietly, a look of surprise occasionally flashing in his eyes. It wasn't surprise at his martial spirit, but rather at his spirit power, which was already a level 55 Soul King. But thinking of his own innate level 20, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had wasted so much time. Surprised? If there's a chance, I'll tell you. Zuking's lips curled slightly, ignoring Yichu's curiosity, and continued to approach him until their bodies were almost touching. Are you sure you want to do this? Yichu frowned, feeling uneasy. At this moment, Zuking had reached him, embracing his cheek, their foreheads touching. Looking at the face before him, Yichu felt extremely uncomfortable. Don't speak. Don't resist. Zuking's heart was also unsettled. In her entire life, apart from family, this was the first time she had been so close to a man. Yichu murmured softly, his warm breath brushing against her face, scorching her like red maple leaves. Zuking slowly closed her eyes. The 6-winged angel behind her flickered, and Yichu immediately felt his martial soul responding to its call. As the 6-winged angel flickered again, the red-purple eternal kaleidoscope flashed briefly in Yichu's eyes, then began to flicker along with the 6-winged angel's martial soul. Eventually, the two became almost synchronized and slowly stabilized. A white light burst forth from between their foreheads without warning. Yichu was momentarily stunned. His consciousness seemed to detach from his body and enter the embrace of the 6-winged angel. The golden angelic phantom gained a new color, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Zuking also trembled. In his consciousness, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared, staring intently at him. A dazzling white light appeared, and Cipollino and Serpent Spear stared intently at Yichu and Zuking. The light emanating from their foreheads first turned white, then rapidly yellow, and without a moment's pause, transformed into purple. Great! The compatibility has reached the target. Young master, the time you lost can be made up for. Serpent Spear's eyes were filled with purple. His heart pounding with joy. No. It's not over yet. Red, it's red. Cipollino's voice trembled slightly. The light emanating from Yichu and Zuking's foreheads visibly changed from purple to black, and finally slowly transformed into red. Finally, to Cipollino and Serpent Spear's disbelief, it gradually turned gold. It actually exceeded the highest compatibility? How is this possible? However, before they could calm down, what happened to Yichu left them speechless with astonishment. How could this be? This kid, how is this possible? A mere great soul master, Porcupine. Am I seeing things? Am I seeing things too? The two stared intently at Yichu, as if they were seeing some monster. The light slowly faded, and Zuking and Yichu's consciousness returned to their bodies one after the other. As soon as Zuking opened his eyes, he was captivated by the pair of blood-red eyes before him, instantly becoming dazed, his face flushed. Young master, Porcupine and Serpent Spear hadn't recovered yet, staring blankly at his actions. Yichu's eyes widened, his lips were being bitten, and upon seeing the face in front of him, he immediately reached out and forcefully pushed him away. Thud. Zuking fell to the ground. Young master, Porcupine and Serpent Spear rushed forward to help him up. By this time, he had also regained his senses, recalling what he had just done, his face almost dripping blood, gritting his teeth as he looked at Yichu, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Tui, Yichu raised his arm, wiping his mouth repeatedly with his sleeve. Although he knew she was a girl, he still felt uncomfortable after she kissed him like this. Boy! What are you doing? Porcupine glared at Yichu, questioning him. I'm just a little disgusted. What? You dare say I'm disgusted? You're asking for death? Zuking's eyes widened. He hadn't even shown any disgust towards her, yet she was disgusted by him. That was his first kiss. Gritting his teeth, he could no longer suppress his killing intent. A black soul ring flashed beneath his feet, and a blazing holy sword appeared in his hand. He raised his hand to strike Yichu. Before Yichu could react, the serpent spear blocked his way. Young master. No, get out of the way, young master. Your two martial soul compatibility is gold. Zhu King paused, looking at him in confusion. What gold? Gold. Gold far surpassing red, Porcupine explained from the side. Golden. Zhu King's pupils trembled slightly as he muttered to himself, glaring hatefully at Yichu as the holy sword in his hand vanished. He let out a long breath, sheathing his martial spirit, clenching his fists, and turning his back. Speak. What are your conditions? Cough cough. Sorry about earlier, Yichu coughed twice, he had only misspoke. Enough. I don't want to hear about what happened earlier. State your conditions. Zhu King's voice was icy. He turned his head slightly, his gaze filled with killing intent as he looked at him. To prevent him from being greedy, he added, 3. You only have 3 conditions, alright. Yichu chuckled twice, 3 conditions were enough. He then honestly stated his conditions. My first condition is that I need a method to conceal the age of my soul rings. What do you need that for? Zhu King looked at him curiously. The two, including the porcupine, exchanged a glance. Finally confirming that everything that had just happened was real. It's a secret, Yichu didn't explain further. Since he couldn't find it at the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he had no choice but to try the spirit hall. Alright. No problem. Anything else? Frowning, Zhu King nodded in agreement. Second and third conditions, I need 2 soul bones. The minimum age requirement is no less than 70,000 years. What? You actually want soul bones? You bastard, do you know how precious soul bones are? More than 70,000 years. If you don't have them, you can exchange them for 6 that are more than 50,000 years old. Impossible. Zhu King couldn't hold back and turned around to angrily rebuke Yichu. I can wait. I suppose you can't make decisions about soul bones, can you? Yichu certainly knew how precious soul bones were, but he was deliberately making an exorbitant demand. In business, the key is to negotiate. You? Zhu King gritted her teeth, looking at this bastard with fury. Fine. I'll send your request back. When can we begin? She took another deep breath, suppressing her anger. Once my conditions are settled, we can begin cultivating the 2 elements Heart Sutra. Zhu King clenched her fist, looking at Yichu's smiling face, wanting nothing more than to smash it to pieces. Okay. The two agreed on a time to meet again and then left the study. Just as they returned to the reception room with Zhu King, Ningrongrong greeted them. Yichu, why did you take so long? We had a good chat, so we talked a bit longer. Yichu held her small hand. Why are you bleeding here? Ningrongrong curiously reached out and gently touched Yichu's lips, her fingertips stained with a little blood. I didn't see something clearly while walking and accidentally bumped into something. Bleeding? She hadn't even noticed. An embarrassed look appeared on Yichu's face, and Zhu King's face also turned red. Seeing Yichu constantly wiping his face with his sleeve, her fist unconsciously hardened again. That bastard, 2 chapters combined, 4,600 words. Wishing you all a happy life. Chapter 131. Don't be mean to him. He bumped into something. Ningrongrong looked at Yichu strangely. His martial soul was clearly all eyes, so how could he not see clearly? And why did this mark look like it was made by teeth? She then turned to look at Zhu King, her eyes filled with a dangerous, probing look. Zhu King, who had been harboring resentment, noticed Ningrongrong's gaze and immediately suppressed his anger, feeling a little panicked. Could it be that junior sister Rongrong guessed it was me who bit him? How could she think that? I'm a man now. He forced a smile, feigning composure, and stared directly at her, displaying superb acting skills. Junior sister Rongrong, why are you looking at me like that? It was indeed brother Yichu who accidentally bumped into something. Having received Zhu King's confirmation, Ningrongrong didn't say anything more, but she still reminded him. Senior brother King, you'd better not give Yichu anything indiscriminately, or I'll tell Dad. She knew that nobles would sometimes give women as gifts to win people over. Haha, what do you mean? Zhu King was a little embarrassed, only now understanding why she looked at him like that, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wrong, what are you saying? Yichu is stunned. What kind of gift could possibly alarm Ning Fengzi? HMPH. Nothing, just be careful next time. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Yichu, gently wiping away the bloodstains for him. Without explaining further, she took his arm, not wanting to stay any longer, and called to Xiaolan before leaving. Xiaolan. Have you finished eating? Burp. I'm finished. A burp drew Yichu and Zhu Qing's attention to the large dining table. The scene before them left Zhu Qing somewhat stunned, while Yichu's lips twitched slightly. The table was laden with delicious food, not a single scrap left. The pretty girl beside him could barely walk. Watching Xiaolan pass by, Zhu Qing stared intently at her belly. He hiccuped. Xiaolan smiled at him, and Zhu Qing could only manage a stiff smile in response. Brother, brother, let's go. With a satisfied smile, she took Yichu's hand. Okay. Then, Brother Zhu, we'll be leaving now. Yichu glanced helplessly at Ning Rongrong, who was still secretly laughing, and prepared to leave. Zhu Qing suppressed his astonishment and coughed twice. Cough. Well, since you're going to accompany junior sister Rongrong, I won't keep you any longer. I'll see you off. At the gate of the Crown Prince's residence, Xiaolan's clear voice rang out. Goodbye, big brother. She turned and waved to Zhu Qing as a farewell, holding Yichu's hand, her belly so swollen she could barely move. Brother, shall we take a walk first? Zhu Qing smiled, watching Yichu and the other two's retreating figures. Once they were completely out of sight, his expression immediately turned calm. He quickly returned to his study, grabbed his things, and entered a dark secret passage, arriving at a secret room. It contained only a few ordinary pieces of furniture and was where he usually cultivated. Standing beside a desk, he looked at the Dragon Essence Tiger Fierce Skill and several pages torn from the Two Elements Heart Sutra in the drawer, along with several open letters, each bearing the words to Zuir. He pursed his lips, a slight blush appearing on his face. Thump. He yanked the drawer out and threw it on the ground, scattering its contents everywhere. HMPH. That bastard. Next time, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. How dare he say I'm disgusting, young master? The voices of Sitten and Shemeo came from outside. Come in. Sitten and Shemeo entered the secret passage and came before Zhu Qing. Is there something you need? Zhu Qing sat down, frowning as he looked at the two who seemed hesitant to speak. We know why Yichu needs the method to conceal his spirit rings. This kid is far more outstanding than we thought, even a prodigy. Make it quick. Zhu Qing's cold voice interrupted Sitten's words. He didn't want to hear any more praise for Yichu right now. Young master, Yichu's first and second spirit rings are purple and black respectively. What? Bang! Hearing Snake Spear's words, Zhu Qing slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Are you sure? How is this possible? A 1,000-year first ring, a 10,000-year second ring. What exactly is he? Young master. It's absolutely true. Snake Spear and I saw it with our own eyes. We didn't dare to believe it at first, but the conditions Yichu proposed are irrefutable proof. How could this be? Zhu Qing seemed to lose all his strength, slumping back into his chair. A hint of panic appeared in his eyes. He couldn't imagine whether his grandfather would change his original plan after sending this information back. Originally, his strategy for dealing with Yichu, who could resonate with his martial soul, was to prepare for two scenarios. If he could make up for his lost cultivation progress with Yichu's help and eventually inherit the godhood, everything would be perfect. But if he failed to inherit the godhood, then Yichu would have to marry into the family, completely binding the martial soul that could resonate with the angel martial soul to the Jin family. If Grandpa knew about Yichu's inhuman soul ring configuration, would he change his mind? Would he make him? Damn it! Why am I thinking these things? Zhu Qing was startled and quickly shook his head, slicing Yichu's image in half in his mind. Grandpa would never do that to me. I can definitely succeed. That bastard, don't even think about it. The porcupine, watching him mutter to himself and looking flustered, couldn't help but ask, Young master? Are you alright? I'm fine. You two help me pick up the things on the ground. I need to write a letter back to explain the situation here. Zhu Qing composed himself, picked up his pen, and began to explain the situation on his side, the conditions Yichu had proposed, and other information. The sky was overcast, and it was already dusk. In the courtyard of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong was instructing Yichu. Yichu, remember to tell that stinky woman that you'll be there in 3 days. Don't worry, I'll come pick you two up then. After giving 2 long kisses, Yichu bid farewell to Ningrongrong and Xiaolan. Using his divine power, he quickly appeared in the woods outside the royal fighting team's training ground. Not seeing anyone, Yichu walked in with practiced ease. Inside the training ground, figures moved back and forth on the central arena. This time, it was a combined sparring session between the brothers Horus, Yu Feng, and Shimo. Below the arena, Qinming was holding paper and pen, recording their shortcomings. Having already completed her training, Duguyan gazed expectantly in the direction she had come from, waiting for the figure she had longed for day and night to appear. Yilingling, as always, stayed by her side. Looking at her best friend's infatuated expression, Yilingling felt a little unfamiliar with her. Meanwhile, Yu Xianheng sat alone on the ground, his face pale. Clearly, he had once again experienced the effects of the azure phosphorus serpent venom. His gaze kept drifting towards Duguyan, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. Yanzi, you're not waiting for your lover again, are you? Yilingling hooked her arm around Duguyan's, teasing her. Yes. Duguyan's face flushed slightly. Since it wasn't the first time, she might as well just admit it openly. That kid Yichu is so lucky. He actually managed to win the favor of my beauty, Yanzi. Lingling, don't move, Duguyan whispered, grabbing Yilingling's hand that was resting on her thigh. She gave her a shy, disdainful look, then smiled gently. Speaking of which, it should be my good luck, Yanzi, you're hopeless, Yilingling feigned surprise, rubbing her forehead, speechless, but her eyes gleamed with envy. I don't know, coming. Just as Yilingling was about to say something, Duguyan's joyful voice rang out, and she almost abandoned Yilingling to get up and greet her. HMPH, Yilingling pouted, looking ahead, her expression suddenly becoming somewhat dazed, her face beneath the veil slightly flushed. Compared to when he first saw him on the street, Yichu seemed to have become even more handsome. Yichu had just emerged from the grove of trees, and in the setting sun, he seemed to be draped in a rosy glow, his skin shimmering with golden light. Approaching him, Qinming didn't have time to pay him any attention, only nodding from a distance. Yichu naturally walked to Duguyan's side and sat down cross-legged. Miss Lingling, good evening. Good, Yilingling nodded slightly, releasing Duguyan's arm, her eyes lowered, not daring to look at him. Yichu, shouldn't you have asked me first? Duguyan laughed teasingly, grabbing his arm and pulling it forcefully into her embrace. Yan, you too, feeling the pressure, Yichu chuckled awkwardly, looking at her with pleading eyes, trying to free his arm. Don't move, Duguyan said softly, her face flushed, stopping him. She leaned gently on his shoulder. HMPH, I didn't expect her taste to be so good. Seeing his attire, Duguyan's eyes lit up. Yilingling also glanced at him curiously before quickly looking away. Yichu chuckled dryly, trying to avoid bringing up Ningrongrong and causing trouble, so he changed the subject. Yan, isn't today over yet? HMPH, it'll be over after Teacher Qinming finishes his summary. She rolled her eyes at Yichu. She knew his little scheme, but she didn't want to talk about it in public. She leaned quietly against Yichu, playing with her hair. Yichu keenly sensed the hostility coming from not far away. Looking towards the source of the hostility, he saw it was Yu Xianheng. What's wrong? Seeing Yichu frown, Duguyan asked with concern. Nothing. By the way, will Yu Xianheng come to bother you again? Should I teach him a lesson again? PFFT, no need, Duguyan giggled. Facing Yichu's confusion, Yilingling explained, he probably won't dare to come anymore. Yanzi has already dealt with him several times, yet, and Grandpa has already visited his family elders before. Kiss. As she spoke, Duguyan gently kissed Yichu on the cheek. Consider this a reward for you. She was still very happy that Yichu had this idea. Yanzi, I'm still here. Yilingling rolled her eyes and silently looked away. The stench of this romance made her a little uncomfortable. On the stage, the competition was nearing its end. Yu Feng, a flying soul master, plus the agility type Horus, could break through the defenses of the Shimo brothers and could only suffer a crushing defeat. Qinming's summary didn't take much time either. Overall, the teamwork between the royal fighting teams was still somewhat weak. Qinming wanted to train in the soul arena, but Duguyan had already surpassed him, breaking through to the soul master level long ago. He glanced at Yichu, his desire to recruit him growing stronger. Alright, that's enough training for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Goodbye. Teacher Qin Ming, with Qin Ming's summary, Yu Feng and the others said goodbye to Yichu and went their separate ways. After Du Guyan and Yi Lingling said their farewells, their figures disappeared from the spot. Yi Lingling smiled bitterly, reverting to her deathly cold demeanor, and silently walked out of the academy. The ice and fire yin-yang well secret realm. Yichu had just arrived here, carrying Du Guyan in a princess carry. He then saw a familiar figure sitting in the wooden shed outside the wooden house, sipping fragrant tea. Senior Dugu, Grandpa. Why are you back? Du Guyan cried out in alarm, quickly jumping down from Yichu's arms. Haha. Looks like Yan Yan doesn't want me back. She's forgotten her grandpa now that she has a lover. Phew, actually, seeing Yichu and Yan Yan's current state, Dugubo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If they hadn't officially started dating, his beard would probably be even thinner. Fortunately, his timing for returning was good. HMPH. Don't give me that. If you dared to do something like that, why did you run away? Du Guyan pulled Yichu to the table and sat down. Although she said she was still angry, she had missed him terribly after so long. Grandpa, I'm just giving you two a chance to be alone, Dugubo said with an embarrassed smile. He couldn't be arrogant in front of his beloved granddaughter, and besides, he had indeed been in the wrong before. Senior Dugu. I remember you said you were going to lay low for a while. Yichu looked at him resentfully. After the incident, he had actually abandoned her to take responsibility. Faced with Yichu's accusation, Dugubo wasn't intimidated. He might not be able to handle his granddaughter, but he could certainly handle his grandson-in-law. Hey! You brat, watch your place. I'm now. What do you mean, now? Why are you yelling at him? Before he could finish, Du Guyan interrupted him, her green eyes glaring at him. Yichu, standing beside him, was also taken aback for a moment, then looked at him teasingly. Oh, cough cough. Yan Yan? I'm your grandfather, HMPH. Anyway, you're not allowed to yell at him. You both need to speak properly, Du Guyan snorted coldly, grabbing Yichu's arm behind her back. Okay, Grandpa will speak properly. Dugubo smiled wryly and nodded in agreement. Anyway, this was a good thing. He was quite satisfied with Yichu, who was to his liking. Senior, you haven't gone to spar with someone again, have you? Noticing that Dugubo's robes were somewhat torn again, Yichu guessed. It was a bit boring wandering around outside, so I went to find that chrysanthemum to have some fun. Grandpa, don't always go out to spar with people. What if you get injured? And don't go out for too long in the next 2 months. Yichu is about to break through to level 30. Alright, Grandpa knows. I definitely won't delay him. Dugubo stroked his beard and agreed. Although a married woman is like water spilled from a cup, his granddaughter still hadn't forgotten to care about him as her grandfather. He was very pleased. Alright. Let's eat first. Dugubo waved his hand, and the food and his soul tool appeared on the table. Senior, I want to take Yan Yan to see Ning Rongrong in 3 days. At the dinner table, Yichu felt that he should also tell Dugubo about this. This is a matter for you young people. You can handle it yourselves. Just don't let my Yan Yan suffer any grievances. HMPH, Du Guyan snorted coldly. Now she was no longer sitting opposite Yichu, but sitting with him. She put some food on Yichu's plate and looked at him teasingly. I'm not afraid of that young lady at all. Just don't worry about me, Yichu. How? Yichu responded with a wry smile. Update tomorrow during the day. Wishing everyone a pleasant day. Chapter 132 Angel's Remnant Soul. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. His long-established biological clock meant Yichu woke up at sunrise. The sweet fragrance of a young girl lingered in his nostrils, and a warm, soft body pressed against him. Awake, a warm breeze brushed past his ear. Yan Yan? Why are you up so early today? Yichu turned his head, his eyes meeting hers in confusion. Du Guyan smiled, her soft, boneless fingers tracing lightly across Yichu's chest. I'm meeting your Rongrong today. I should prepare properly. Yan Yan, sorry. Ouch. She tilted her head back, nuzzling Yichu's neck, her lips parting slightly, breathing warm air, and bit down. Yichu stopped his soft words, gasped, and remembered the gesture she had taught him, slowly wrapping his arms around her slender, smooth waist. He could feel her moist, warm tongue twitching. When she moved it away, a red mark remained, like a strawberry covered in morning dew. Du Guyan, now shy and bashful, had a misty look in her green eyes, tinged with a hint of resentment, as she gently stroked Yichu's cheek with her slender hand. Don't worry, I know what you're worried about. I won't make things too difficult for you. Who told me to come later? Your place in my heart is no less. Yichu paused, then gently touched her forehead and hugged her tightly. PFFT, of course I know. I'm just annoyed that guy keeps deliberately provoking me. Douluo leaned against Yichu, a relieved smile on her face. Alright, you go cultivate first, I'll wash up, okay? Yichu responded softly, about to leave, but she stopped him. Did you forget something? Douluo pointed to her lips, her green robe rising and falling, highlighting her alluring figure. Yan, good morning. Yichu understood, their lips met, and he gave a light nod. Having spent so much time together, Yichu's behavior became much more natural when making intimate gestures. Yeah, good morning. Haha, Douluo responded in return, generously offering Yichu a treat early in the morning, giggling as she looked at his face, flushed from being suffocated. He felt a slight burning and tingling sensation in his own body. Click, what the hell? What is that? Yichu had just opened the door when a gossipy face appeared in his line of sight, startling him into swearing. Kid, what are you saying? Looking helplessly at the figure with dark green hair and beard before him, Yichu reached up to pat himself awake. I say, Senior, what are you doing standing at my door? Hey, Douluo didn't speak, only looking at Yichu with a meaningful smile, occasionally raising an eyebrow. Yichu looked at Douluo, who was grinning strangely, with a hint of comicality or even lewdness, and couldn't help but frown. Hey, Senior, why are you staring at me and laughing like that? Douluo chuckled, put his arm around Yichu's shoulder, and pulled him aside. Kid, tell me honestly, how far have things progressed with my Yan? Let me tell you, I'm quite knowledgeable about pharmacology. Do you need me to help you with some fertility-enhancing treatments? Damn it. You shameless old man, stop right there. We haven't even reached the final step yet. Seeing Douluo getting more and more excited, Yichu quickly interrupted him. HMPH. You're not kidding me, are you? Look at all this on you. Douluo grabbed Yichu's collar with disbelief, revealing several red hickeys that trailed down his neck. These were all Douluo's handiwork from last night. Putting aside his previous I love a piece of firewood plan, just looking at these things, you can tell the progress is definitely good. It's already like this. Why don't you hurry up and make a baby so I can hold my great-grandson soon? Hold a baby? Are you crazy? Yichu quickly shoved his hand away, looking at him in shock. How old am I? You already want to hold your great-grandson? You should go somewhere cool. I need to cultivate. Yichu glanced at him speechlessly, shook off his hand on his shoulder, ignored him, and leaped onto the roof to begin cultivating the purple demon eye. Hey. This bred is young, but he has quite the temper. Douluo looked at Yichu on the roof and chuckled twice. He was indeed a bit impatient. However, his original purpose was just to find out when Yichu and Yan could consummate their marriage. With his old age and shrewdness, how could he not see through this? Fine, even Yan isn't in a hurry. This potential star is probably going to make it. Hey, with a strange laugh, Douluo returned to his room and began studying the dark green poison pill he had spat out. The young couple were inseparable, and Douluo didn't want to be a nuisance, especially since he had more important matters to tend to, the better continuation of the Douluo family. A few days ago, Yichu had mentioned to him that he should study the formation of the poison pill within his body to completely eliminate the hidden danger of the snake venom being inherited. In Douluo's view, storing toxins with a poison pill was indeed better than a soul bone, not only for the soul master's personal safety but also for improving strength. Time slowly passed, and Yichu had only just finished cultivating. As he was feeding a herb to the jade-eyed cloud-winged tiger, Xiao Lan's voice echoed in his mind. Ningrongrong was almost finished preparing. Yichu twitched his lips, revealing a wry smile. Was it really necessary for everyone to get up so early? Looking at the tiger cub, which had grown considerably larger, Yichu grabbed its chubby face and gave it a few hard strokes. Roar, the tiger cub growled pitifully. Since returning from the last soul hunt, Yichu had placed it near the ice and fire yin-yang well, occasionally feeding it medicinal herbs. Its cultivation had already reached over 2,000 years. Just then, Douluo emerged from the room. A gentle voice called from behind. Yichu? Turning around, Yichu's eyes lit up. Douluo had changed into a tight-fitting green dress and high heels, her figure tall and curvaceous. Her long hair was simply tied back with a ribbon, strands fluttering in the breeze, the thin mist making her appear even more ethereal and alluring. "How is it?" Swaying her slender waist, Douluo walked to Yichu's side, took his arm, and breathed softly. "So beautiful," Yichu exclaimed sincerely, looking at the exquisite face before him, the luscious red lips, the full body, all exuding stunning charm. HMPH. Of course, Douluo chuckled lightly. To face Ning Rongrong, she had to present her best self. "By the way, Rongrong's preparations are complete. I'll take you there first, then pick her up, okay? I'm also looking forward to officially meeting her." Douluo gently kissed Yichu's lips, and then the two disappeared from the spot. After escorting her to the private room Ning Rongrong had reserved, Yichu vanished again. His figure reappearing in the courtyard of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. "Brother," as soon as he appeared, Xiaolan sensed him and rushed into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. "Xiaolan, where's Rongrong?" Looking at Xiaolan clinging to him, her legs wrapped around his waist, her face still sleepy, as if she hadn't woken up yet. "She's in the room, Wolf, coming." As soon as Xiaolan finished speaking, Ning Rongrong's clear voice came from inside the room. The door opened, and a figure in a light blue pleated dress ran towards Yichu. Holding the hem of her dress, she twirled around, releasing a fragrant breeze. Her pretty face, lightly made up, wore a gentle smile, and her long brown hair was adorned with delicate yet elegant hair accessories. There was no arrogance, only tranquility and elegance. Her smile was like a spring breeze, like an elegant princess. She fluttered like a butterfly, wanting to light in Yichu's arms. Xiaolan also wisely left, making room for her. He wondered what Ning Rongrong had used to win her over. Ning Rongrong stood on tiptoe, looking up at him. "Yichu, what do you think?" "Very pretty." Yichu put his arm around her waist, enjoying her demure and charming appearance. He could only hope that she wouldn't turn into a demon when the two women met, since she still had a bit of a little devilish side when facing others. Smack, a long, sweet morning kiss. The sensual greeting ended, and Ning Rongrong, her cheeks flushed, leaned against Yichu, her lips pursed, her brows furrowed. HMPH. "I can smell her," she glared at Yichu, her blue eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and malice. Yichu's dry laugh earned him a roll of his eyes from Ning Rongrong. "Alright, take me there." Just as Yichu was still worrying about the two women's relationship, far away in Wuhan City, intelligence about him had already been delivered to Douluo. The first rays of the morning sun fell upon the face of the angel statue in the center of Wuhan City, making it appear incredibly sacred, before slowly illuminating the entire city. At the mountain peak, the hall of worship stood, draped in golden light, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Inside, there was also a statue of the angel god, which, even indoors, emitted a faint golden, sacred glow. Directly below, a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s sat cross-legged. He was tall but not muscular, handsome with long, golden hair that exuded nobility, and his aura was very pleasant to behold. This man was none other than Douluo, one of the 3 peerless Douluo of this era. At this moment, he held the letter his granddaughter had sent back, his face devout like that of an ordinary believer. He seemed to be murmuring to himself, or perhaps asking someone. "Ancestor, is Yichu also one of the chosen ones of the gods?" The information in the letter left him uncertain. The entire hall was silent, no one answered him. After a long while, the golden light on the sacred angel sculpture seemed to be gathering at its brow. A wisp of golden thread flew out from its brow and fell downwards. Douluo's expression became even more devout. He put down the letter, cupping it in his hands as if offering a supreme divine object. The silk thread swirled in his hand for a moment, then burrowed into his brow. In his daze, a message appeared in his mind. The golden angel statue dimmed considerably. "Thank you, ancestor." Douluo's face showed reverence as he bowed his head deeply to the ground. Before his ancestor, he was the most devout believer. Since Zuir's birth, the angel statue had begun to emit a faint light, and he had heard his ancestor's call by chance. This filled him with overwhelming joy. From then on, he spent almost every day here, bathed in divine light. Time passed quietly, and a letter addressed to Zuir was sent from the hall of worship towards Yongdao City. In a private room of Yongdao's most luxurious restaurant, several leather sofas sat around a large table, and the food was almost ready. Yichu appeared with Ning Rongrong and Xiaolan. As soon as they appeared, Ning Rongrong's gaze locked onto Douluo, who had just gotten up from the sofa. Their eyes seemed to spark. Ningrongrong snorted coldly, while Douguyan ignored her and walked straight to Yichu's side. "Hello, Sister Yan Yan," Ziolan's voice rang out. Ziolan must be hungry, right? How about letting your brother cuddle with your sister for a while? Sister Yan Yan, why are you like this?" Before she could answer, Douguyan pulled her away, her face immediately showing a wronged expression. "Yichu, come sit here." Douguyan pulled Yichu and was about to walk to the left. "Why should I listen to you? Yichu should sit with me." Ningrongrong also pulled Yichu and pulled him to the right. "Yichu, what do you think?" X2 The two girls looked at Yichu with smiles in their eyes, waiting for his answer. Yichu's back was sweating. He hadn't expected the two girls to get into the mood so quickly. He cautiously pointed to the sofa in the middle, and the two girls simultaneously rolled their eyes at him. But they still did as he pointed. Time slowly passed, and from the moment Yichu sat down, this war without gunpowder officially began. The shouts and curses were incessant. "I was here first. You should call me sister, HMPH. So what? I've already gone through the wedding ceremony with Yichu, and we almost slept together. We've already been intimate, kiss-ah. You shameless woman, that was just you drugging me. You're not allowed to kiss me, kiss even so, it's still a fact. I'm older than you, and I'm faster than you, so you should call me sister." Seeing this strange atmosphere, Ziolan didn't dare to interfere and sat down alone at the table to fight back. She swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the two older sisters opposite her, who had been secretly competing since they first met. In her view, Yichu and the other two were sitting on the same sofa, Ningrongrong and Douguyan each on one side, their arms linked, neither giving way to the other. Yichu's cheeks were covered in countless lipstick marks, his face wet and exuding different fragrances. Swimming back and forth between the two women's arms, he had barely left Yan Yan's warm embrace when he leaned against a tablet. At the same time, Ningrongrong's frantic voice rang out. You stinky woman, so what if you have big breasts? I'll grow them too." Her eyes were fixed on Yichu's chest, as if she wanted to scrape them off with her gaze. Ever since Yichu arrived, this stinky woman had been using those things to seduce him. Douguyan's lips curled slightly, she straightened her body, and even took Yichu's hand and placed it on her chest. This is my ample asset as a woman. Let Yichu lean against me, you might bump into him, you shameless woman." Ningrongrong also took Yichu's hand, but didn't know where to put it. Douguyan took the opportunity to pull Yichu slightly towards her. Yan, wrong. Yichu was like a puppet on strings, being pulled around by the two women again. Seeing that he couldn't compete with Douguyan in terms of sex appeal and speed in getting to the bottom, he had barely opened his mouth when Ningrongrong interrupted him. "Yichu, don't speak, HMPH. You actually dared to use drugs to get Yichu. Is my sword grandpa's sword not sharp enough, or my bone grandpa's bones not strong enough? Believe me or not, I'll have them arrest your so-called grandfather and give him a good beating, HMPH. You only know how to bully others by relying on the prestige of your 7 treasure glazed tile school. Without that sect, you can't do anything. You're just a pretty face, nonsense. Yichu said that even if I leave the sect, I'm still a genius with innate soul power at level 9. The owner of the #1 auxiliary martial soul in the world, Ningrongrong angrily grabbed Yichu's arm and leaned on his shoulder. Douguyan rolled her eyes at Yichu, released him, took a sip of tea to moisten her throat, and looked at Ningrongrong with disdain and indifference. If you really left the sect, someone with your personality wouldn't have a good life for long, right? If I'm not mistaken, Yichu used to dislike you quite a bit, Yan. Yichu frowned, interrupting her. You're talking nonsense. Yichu doesn't dislike me that much, Ningrongrong panicked, gripping Yichu's arm tightly. Then why don't you go out and try it out? See who outside will tolerate you. 2 chapters combined, 4,700 words. Chapter 133 Fight Me. Try it then. You shameless bastard, Ningrongrong glared at Douguyan, about to unleash a torrent of abuse, but stopped herself when she saw Yichu's furrowed brows. Douguyan's words and Yichu's current expression seemed to remind her of the times when Yichu hadn't treated her well. Grabbing Yichu's hand, she stopped speaking, glancing cautiously at him with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Silently lowering her head, her voice tinged with grievance and stubbornness, she said, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Anyway, I'll prove you wrong. Humph, Ning Rongrong slipped one hand through Yichu's arm, slowly and deliberately picking up food for him, her entire demeanor a far cry from her previous self. Yichu, let's eat first. Rongrong, are you alright? Yichu could hear the discomfort in Ning Rongrong's voice. He wanted to look down at her, but she deliberately kept her head lowered. I'm fine, just a little hungry. As if to prove she was hungry, she shoveled a mouthful of rice into her mouth, but couldn't swallow it, a tightness in her chest. Yichu sat to the side, wondering why Ning Rongrong had suddenly stopped. Douluo was also stunned for a moment. She looked at the somewhat aggrieved Miss Ning in front of her, her head bowed, her lips pouting, yet still obediently serving food to Yichu. A bitter smile appeared on her lips as she gave Yichu a deep look. Only now did she realize that her worries seemed unnecessary. Ning Rongrong's attachment to Yichu was much deeper than she had imagined. She had already given up simply because she was afraid Yichu would dislike her. It seemed that getting along with her wouldn't be too difficult, especially when she was around Yichu. This guy is really lucky. Looking at Yichu, Douluo couldn't help but sigh. The young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, so deeply poisoned. She let out a long sigh. There was no need for her to stay any longer. Yichu, it's getting late. I'm going to the academy for training. Okay, I'll see you off. Yichu stood up, but Ning Rongrong grabbed his sleeve. PFFT, no need, it's so close, I'll just walk. Douluo chuckled, giving Ning Rongrong, who was acting like an ostrich, a strange look. It seemed she was still angry. Smack, she leaned over and gently kissed Yichu. Remember to pick me up this afternoon. Okay, I know. Yichu nodded apologetically, not daring to shake off the little hand on his sleeve. After Douluo left, the room suddenly became quiet. Xiaolan stared blankly at Yichu and Ning Rongrong, not understanding why the 2 older sisters, who were just bickering, had parted ways so abruptly. Brother, what happened to Sister Rongrong? Xiaolan looked curiously at Ning Rongrong, who was still looking down. You eat yours. We'll leave after you're full. Yichu rolled his eyes at her, signaling her to be quiet. Oh, Xiaolan nodded dejectedly, her azure eyes darting around. I've let my brother out for so long today, I wonder how much good food Sister Rongrong will give me. I really want a kiss too. Yichu sat down again, and before he could even make a move, Ning Rongrong threw herself into his arms. She was looking up at Yichu, her eyes slightly red. Rongrong, are you alright? Yan was just saying that in anger. How could you be a useless vase? Faced with Yichu's concerned voice, Ning Rongrong sniffed. I don't care about that, then why? Yichu looked at her in confusion, gently tucking a strand of hair that had fallen behind her ear. Silly girl, I care about you. I'm afraid you'll be angry. Yichu won't allow you to hate me anymore. Okay. Ning Rongrong buried her head in Yichu's chest, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. Feeling the dampness in his clothes, Yichu finally understood why Ning Rongrong had suddenly fallen silent. A warm feeling washed over him. He slowly tightened his grip, pulling Ning Rongrong into his arms, his voice becoming incredibly gentle as he nuzzled her cheek. How could I hate you? Not now, and definitely not in the future. Yichu patted her back. Then you promise? Even if I act a little unreasonable in the future, you can't hate me, you can't abandon me. Ning Rongrong looked up at him stubbornly. Perhaps, if Yichu had simply shaken his head, he could have saved himself a lot of trouble. But Yichu still nodded in agreement. Okay. I promise. Remember last time? Actually, you're quite cute when you throw a little tantrum. So, you don't have to always give in to me. You are Ning Rongrong, the future sect leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Yichu wiped away the tears on her face, smiling as he continued. Besides, it was all my fault. I should thank you for not being angry with me. Hearing Yichu's words, Ning Rongrong's eyes slowly brightened, a long-lost slyness appearing in them. HMPH. You said it yourself. This time, I'll let Douluo off the hook. Ning Rongrong grabbed Yichu's collar and bit his cheek. Also, since it's your fault, you have to make it up to me. You have to stay with me today, okay? Today we won't bring Xiaolan, just the 2 of us. I'll take you out for a walk to clear your head. Yichu hugged Ning Rongrong's cheek and gently kissed her. Brother, how could you leave Xiaolan behind? Xiaolan, who was watching from the side, immediately changed her expression, came to Ning Rongrong's side with a bitter face, took her hand, and pulled at it. Sister Rongrong, I don't want your things anymore, please take me with you, okay? Please, no. Ningrongrong clung tightly to Yichu. She hadn't had any alone time with him in so long, and this was a rare opportunity. She didn't want anyone to be a third wheel. Ah. How could you do this? I'll cry for you. Seeing Xiaolan's shiny face and the corners of her mouth twitching down, Ningrongrong couldn't help but laugh. Alright, we'll just go out for the morning, and we'll come back to be with you in the afternoon. In the end, Yichu changed his plan to spend the whole day with Ningrongrong. But Xiaolan was still persistent. I don't want to. Obviously, Xiaolan's protest was ineffective. Outside Xiandao City, on a mountain peak, a man and a woman appeared. Yichu carried Ningrongrong on his back, standing on the mountain top, the cold wind blowing, watching the clouds roll and unroll below, both of them with relaxed smiles on their faces. He gently set her down, holding her close, facing the undulating mountains and surging sea of clouds below. Yichu, what's wrong? Ningrongrong turned around, wrapping her arms around Yichu's neck, her blue eyes radiating tender love as she slowly leaned close to his ear. Actually, I wanted to say, I wasn't just accommodating you, I just really love you. Her lips parted slightly, leaving a tooth mark and a touch of moisture on Yichu's earlobe. But I still feel very uncomfortable, so in the future, when I argue with him, you have to love me properly too. Don't be biased. Yichu smiled indulgently, even though arguing would be troublesome. But this was the Ningrongrong who should be herself. Not constantly suppressing herself, always being so cautious, it was too tiring. It would be suffocating. I will, Before Yichu could finish his reply, Ningrongrong had already received it. Their tongues swirled, exchanging affection. After a long while, Ningrongrong looked at Yichu, who was somewhat dizzy like herself, and smiled sweetly. I know. So, even if you're biased, I've already decided on you. She pounced on Yichu, knocking him to the ground, and they started kissing again. The meeting between the two women didn't seem as bad as Yichu had imagined. Although there was a bit of tension, they were both quite restrained. In the evening, when Yichu brought Douluo back to the ice and fire yin-yang well, Douluo didn't cause much trouble. Instead, she was concerned about Ningrongrong's situation. Yichu relayed Ningrongrong's words to her truthfully. I will definitely prove to you. I'm not just a pretty face. Douluo just smiled indifferently. It was just something she said to annoy her. However, if she could really grow up quickly, Douluo would be happy to see it. After all, they were future sisters. That night, at the Crown Prince's residence, Zhu King had already received the urgent letter. In the study, looking at the information above, Zhu King breathed a sigh of relief. The method for dealing with Yichu in the letter remained largely unchanged. All he could do now was try to recruit him. This guy actually has such a big secret. Seeing his grandfather's explanation of Yichu's super-limited spirit ring in the letter, Zhu King couldn't help but feel curious. Thinking of Yichu, he recalled the scene of his own lapse of judgment. Zhu King snorted heavily, took out paper and pen, and scribbled on a piece of white paper. Then he called out to a corner of the room. Porcupine, young master. What are your orders? A figure dressed in black robes appeared in the corner, his expression respectful. Have you had any information about Yichu in the past few days? Yichu seems to have hosted both Douluo and Ningrongrong at our restaurant today. They naturally paid attention to Yichu. As long as he appeared in the Heavendao Imperial City, Porcupine and the others would receive the news. All he does is spend his days with women. I wonder how strong he is. Zhu King pondered for a moment, then added a few more strokes to the paper. Tomorrow. Arrange for someone to deliver a letter to Douluo. Have her pass it on to Yichu. The day after tomorrow, meet me in the dense forest 10 miles east of Heavendao Imperial City. With that, Zhu King tossed the letter to the porcupine. Yes, the porcupine caught the letter and disappeared back into the corner of the room. Zhu King then turned a switch on the wall, opening a hidden door, and stepped into the secret chamber. In the corner of his cultivation chamber, there was also a hidden door, accessible only to him. Yichu. You dare call me disgusting? We'll see how I deal with you the day after tomorrow. Muttering to himself, he slowly entered. Over the past few days, Yichu had been quietly spending time with the girls. He played with Ningrongrong and Xiaolan at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, accompanying them in their cultivation and laughter. In the training grounds of the Heavenly Dao Royal Academy, Yichu served as Douluo's personal backrest, occasionally enjoying the comfort of her lap. At this moment, Yichu was doing the role of the backrest. Douluo snuggled into his arms, leaning against his shoulder, playing with her dark green nails, and occasionally pressing her lips to Yichu's face. Yilingling and the others nearby all looked at the two of them with disgust. The training ground, usually so pleasant, was now filled with a sour, pungent smell. Yichu, is it alright that the crown prince hasn't responded for so long? Should I go with you? Douluo asked worriedly. It's fine, it hasn't taken long. Compared to his affairs, you two are more important. Yichu held the delicate body in his arms. The meeting between the two women seemed to have no major problems, but it was inevitable that some lingering resentment would remain. Therefore, Yichu made sure to spend more time with them these past few days. However, it really is time to see him today. Yichu looked up at the sky. It was almost time for their meeting. Okay. Be careful then, don't worry. It'll be fine. After giving his Yan a goodbye kiss, Yichu got up and walked outside. His figure disappeared into the forest, and when he reappeared, he was already outside the Heavendao Imperial City. Everything was arranged, and a carriage was already waiting for him there. Boy, get in the carriage. The one driving Yichu was the serpent spear Douluo. Okay. Thank you, senior. The two didn't exchange many words along the way, and soon arrived at their destination. Outside the dense forest, a simple pavilion had already been set up. Another titled Douluo, the porcupine Douluo, was guarding Zhu King closely. Hearing the sound of the carriage, Zhu King turned around, his eyes fixed on Yichu who had just gotten out of the carriage. Yichu, you really are a womanizer. This prince has invited you 3 times, and you've been unmoved. His voice was harsh, and the way he addressed him had changed, clearly showing that he was angry. Your Highness, I'm so sorry. I haven't been feeling well these past few days, Yichu quickly said with a forced smile. Feeling unwell? Tch, Zhu King, with his hands behind his back and fists clenched tightly, scoffed disdainfully, giving Yichu a once-over. Could it be that you've been spending all your energy on women's bellies? So you're a bit weak in the kidneys, huh? Yichu was stunned for a moment. What happened to the royal etiquette? He was about to answer when Zhu King interrupted him. HMPH. I don't want to argue about such things anymore. I called you here to tell you that I've agreed to those 3 conditions. Zhu King snorted coldly, not wanting to see Yichu's face again, and turned his back once more. But the 3rd condition needs some changes. We won't give you the soul bone, but you can keep this condition. If you need anything else later, you can bring it up. How about it? Of course, Yichu was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Zhu King to agree to his conditions. HMPH. Don't be so happy yet. Before that, I need to give you a little test. What test? Wasn't our compatibility already tested? Yichu looked at him strangely, not understanding what trick he was up to. It's simple. Fight me, win or lose. Zhu King's lips curled slightly, as if he could already see Yichu being thoroughly humiliated. I've been a bit busy these past few days. I'll try to update earlier tomorrow and get back to my usual update schedule as soon as possible. Have a nice day, everyone. Chapter 134 Wings of Nothingness. Note, the original novel describes Jinriksu's soul skills very little. This is supplemented with a personal interpretation. Fight me, Yichu pointed at himself, looking at him in surprise, not understanding why he would have this idea. That's right, Zhu King turned to look at Yichu. I also want to see just how strong the genius our teacher spoke of really is. I'd rather not. Yichu shook his head. He knew his soul skills weren't suitable for sparring. HMPH. You must fight me today. This is also to prepare for our future cultivation of martial soul fusion techniques. Zhu King snorted coldly, not giving Yichu a chance to refuse. After saying this, he ignored Yichu and ran quickly into the dense forest. I'll wait for you inside. A voice drifted from the dense forest, but Zhu King had already disappeared. Kid, you'd better hurry up and go. At most you'll just get a beating. The porcupine Douluo beside him, seeing Yichu still standing there, urged him on, speaking with a hint of schadenfreude. Yichu rolled his eyes helplessly. He was just afraid of hurting him. But since he had agreed to cultivate the martial soul fusion technique together, he should indeed cooperate. Whoosh! After a moment's thought, Yichu ran inside. Snake Spear, how long do you think that kid can hold out? Hard to say, let's keep a close watch. Mrs. Status cannot be compromised. Snake Spear shook his head. He dared not make any predictions about such an extraordinary prodigy. In the dense forest, sunlight shining through the intertwined branches and leaves resembled shimmering golden dragon scales. Yichu strolled through it and quickly found the trail. In a clearing that seemed to have been deliberately cleared, stood a golden figure. Long golden hair and a long golden dress. Even from behind, one could feel majesty and holiness. Very good. I'm glad you came. Sensing Yichu's approach, a clear, melodious voice, as beautiful as a gentle spring, rang out, soothing yet carrying a sense of superior pressure. Is this your true self? Yichu stood behind her, surprised that Jinriksu would so readily drop her disguise. Indeed, her voice was like a nightingale song, clear and bright. Jinriksu slowly turned around, her body slightly turned to the side, a faint smile on her delicate face. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Jinriksu. As she turned, the surrounding leaves seemed to rustle, beckoning and swaying towards her. Yichu was momentarily stunned. No wonder she was a woman who could captivate the entire starred-out great forest. She looked to be 18 or 19 years old, with skin as white as snow, slender, majestic golden phoenix eyes, a prominent nose, and a graceful, elegant figure. She wore a one-piece golden palace dress, devoid of excessive embellishments, its clean and crisp design highlighting her stunning figure with its flowing curves. A golden stand-up collar concealed her snow-white swan neck, and her long golden hair cascaded freely, attracting the occasional breeze blowing through the forest. Her beauty surpassed that of the past and present, even the moon would blush with shame, praised by all the gods, her elegance as pure as frost and snow. What? Surprised, Jinriksu was pleased with Yichu's reaction, a hint of smugness appearing on her face. Then she frowned, gritting her teeth. What do you mean by shaking your head? Yichu chuckled, extending his hand and pinching his index finger and thumb together. It's not exactly surprising, just a tiny bit of amazement, a tiny bit. Seeing Yichu's stubbornness, Jinriksu's face turned cold, then she laughed in exasperation. Hey, her laughter grew increasingly chilling, failing to achieve her desired effect. She became somewhat embarrassed and angry. She had spent ages trying on clothes in the secret room before finally choosing one she liked. Gritting her teeth, she wiped the smile off her face and scoffed disdainfully, her heart burning with rage. A tiny bit? Stand her up with a woman? Disgusting. This time, she was determined to settle all these old and new scores. You should be ready by now. Jinriksu's cold voice rang out as she assumed a fighting stance facing Yichu. 5 spirit rings, yellow, purple, and black, appeared beneath her feet. 3 pairs of golden wings slowly unfurled behind her, and an angelic phantom appeared behind her, enveloped in blazing golden flames. Yes, I'm ready. Yichu didn't dare to be careless either, his Sharingan already appearing in his eyes. Where are your spirit rings? Jinriksu frowned. Although she had already received confirmation from Snake Spear and Porcupine, she still wanted to see them for herself. Yichu raised an eyebrow and released his 2 yellow spirit rings. Seeing this, Jinriksu felt a surge of doubt again. Why go through all that trouble and make that condition when she could clearly conceal the age of her spirit rings? What's wrong? Noticing the strange look in her eyes, Yichu asked. Nothing. Shaking her head, temporarily clearing her mind, Jinriksu's voice suddenly became low. Let's begin, okay? So fast, just as Yichu agreed, her pupils suddenly contracted. Under his 3-tomo Sharingan, Jinriksu's figure, leaving after images, attacked Yichu. First spirit skill, Angelic Assault. The first spirit ring beneath her feet lit up rapidly. Golden light suddenly condensed on Jinriksu's body into her hand, and she raised her delicate fist and slammed it towards Yichu. A perfect demonstration of stillness like a virgin, movement like thunder. Without hesitation, purple suddenly appeared in Yichu's blood-red eyes. He had already activated the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Jinriksu's movements were all seen. Mysterious jade hand. Yichu also raised his wrist and lowered his knee, adding an extra layer of soul power to his hands as a precaution, before clashing with her. HMPH, Jinriksu snorted coldly, her movements as swift and relentless as a storm. Bang bang bang. After several clashes, a figure was sent flying backward. Her legs carved long trenches in the ground. Yichu's hands trembled slightly, his eyes fixed on Jinriksu, who continued to approach him. As expected of a divine-level martial soul, her first soul skill, though a melee type, formed a golden shield with each punch, making it both offensive and defensive. Yichu tried to counterattack several times using the Sharingan's perception ability, but was blocked each time. Again, Jin Ringsu shouted, already charging in front of Yichu, her delicate fist aimed straight at his face. The moment the divine aura on her fist touched Yichu, the slight smile that had appeared on Jin Ringsu's lips suddenly froze on her face. The golden fist struck nothing but air, missing its mark and nearly causing her to stumble and fall. Her body missed Yichu. Her eyes momentarily glazed over. Yichu wasn't about to be foolish enough to engage again. He had already sensed that Jin Ringsu's divine power possessed the ability to dissolve and suppress an opponent's soul power. His Xuanyu hand had almost collapsed from its strain, and his soul power had also been drained. After using his divine might to penetrate her, Jin Ringsu's back was now wide open. Yichu seized the opportunity, and before she could regain her footing, he imbued his hand with another layer of Xuanyu color and struck her back. How? Jin Ringsu, having just passed through Yichu and regained her senses, sensed the attack from behind and smiled calmly. Her second soul ring glowed slightly, a faint halo enveloped her body, and her figure became ethereal. What's going on? Yichu stared in astonishment as his fist pierced through Jin Ringsu's body. Unable to stop his momentum, his figure continued to charge forward, the hot wind brushing his face as he passed straight through Jin Ringsu. At that moment, Yichu seemed to see his own divine power. In an instant, the situation reversed, offense and defense switched. Jin Ringsu sneered. Although the soul power attached to Yichu's hand had caused her some pain, her movements were not slow at all. She imitated Yichu, using her first soul skill to strike at his back. This time, Jin Ringsu held back. With a punch, the divine energy on her fist transformed into a thick golden streak, directly attacking Yichu. Bang! The golden streak pierced through Yichu, striking the surrounding trees and causing several explosions. Several large trees were nearly snapped in half. This was the true angelic assault. Dodged again. Seeing Yichu still unharmed, Jin Ringsu prepared to finish him off, her speed even faster than before. Hey, you're serious? Seeing her relentless pursuit, Yichu reacted quickly, fighting and retreating. After a brief moment of surprise, he immediately stretched out his hand, where 3 walnut-sized balls of soul power had condensed. In an instant, they spun and compressed, transforming into marbles. Self-created soul skill, Rasengan. He didn't have much soul power right now, so he could only play with a compressed version for now. With a powerful swing, the 3 Rasengan shot out towards the oncoming Jin Ringsu. At the same time, Yichu also used Ghost Shadow perplexing steps to quickly create distance between himself and Jin Ringsu. The Rasengan created ripples in the air, almost sweeping away Jin Ringsu's golden hair. She could feel the power contained within, definitely not weak. The 4th purple soul ring beneath his feet flickered slightly, his voice filled with piety. 4th soul skill, Angel's Protection, original setting, with a flap of his 6 wings, a golden, transparent, all-around shield appeared around Jin Ringsu. Her previously tense face relaxed, the slight injury she had just suffered completely healed. Her Angel's Protection, though somewhat costly, was well worth it. Not only did it increase her defense by 200%, but each use also purified her with divine power, dispelling negative status effects and providing some healing. Afterwards, each use of the first 3 soul skills would require 50% less soul power, lasting for half an hour. Thump thump thump. Due to the rotation, the 3 Rasengans collided with a shield, deviating from their original trajectories. Swoosh. Bang. The 3 Rasengans flew into the forest, creating craters the size of a bowl and the depth of a forearm in the trees. Are these your self-created soul skills? Jin Ringsu stood in place, watching the destruction caused by Yichu with interest. However, she didn't hear Yichu's reply for a long time. Turning around, he found him staring at him strangely. Jin Ringsu tilted her head slightly, a faint smile appearing on her face. Is it strange that your attack could pass through me? Indeed, I am curious, Yichu nodded. It's my 2nd soul skill. It's called Void Wings, from the comics, which puts me into a state of nothingness, making me immune to physical attacks, immune to 50% of energy attacks, and increasing my speed by 20% for the next minute. Jin Ringsu explained her soul skill clearly with a faint smile. No wonder she still looked a little pale even though my attack passed through her. So she can't be completely immune to energy attacks, Yichu thought to himself, then looked at her strangely again. because Jinriksu's voice hadn't stopped. Like spilling beans, she explained her other 4 soul skills to Yichu clearly. Why are you telling me all this, HMPH? I just want to make this competition a little fairer. Jinriksu's smile vanished, her gaze fixed intently on Yichu. If her initial intention was simply to teach Yichu a lesson, her mindset had now changed. In the previous exchange, she hadn't planned to use her last 3 soul skills, but Yichu's performance made her realize that perhaps at the same level, she wouldn't be Yichu's match. Just now, aside from using a soul skill similar to Void Wings, you didn't seem to use anything else. So, I'll take this seriously. As she finished speaking, the only black soul ring beneath her feet flashed, and the faint golden flames burning on Jinriksu's body quickly condensed into a sacred sword. Formed from sacred fire, it could be used as a sword or a hand strike, flexible in use, and possessing formidable attack power. Most importantly, it could increase the purification effect of angelic soul power by 300%. An ordinary soul master would inevitably suffer cuts and bruises from a single blow, losing 8 or 9/10 of their soul power. Whoosh! Jinriksu, sword in hand, executed a beautiful sword flourish, her expression serious, the tip of her sword pointing directly at Yichu's brow. Yichu looked at Jinriksu, whose aura shone brightly, and felt a bitter pang in his heart. He closed his eyes and exhaled softly. It had been a long time since he had fought seriously. Although he still couldn't go all out this time, he wanted to witness the power of a 6-winged angel. When he opened his eyes again, the eerie blood-red light within them shone even more brightly, concealing purple stamens. Since that's the case, then let's go. Whoosh! Just as Yichu finished preparing, Jinriksu unleashed several slashes, golden sword energy sweeping towards him. Poof! It sliced through Yichu's body as easily as through air, without any resistance. Wherever it passed, the ground turned scorched, much of it evaporated. Yichu didn't hesitate, closing in on Jinriksu. At close range, he could effectively suppress the swings of her longsword. Haha! This kid actually made me take this seriously, truly a prodigy. Above the dense forest surrounding the clearing, Porcupine and Serpent Spear stood atop trees, facing each other, wary of any movement behind them, while also observing the battle between Jinriksu and Yichu. Hearing Porcupine's telepathic message, Serpent Spear nodded in agreement. Just watch closely, I have a feeling this kid will surprise us again. The clearing was riddled with sword marks and craters, and the surrounding trees had all fallen. After slashing through Yichu's body once more, Jinriksu lightly touched the ground with her toes, her 6 wings flapping, and she floated backward as lightly as a swallow. Yichu! Are you ever going to stop? Jinriksu gritted her teeth. She had lost count of how many times she had tried to cut Yichu, but he was like an eel, impossible to catch. Yichu wasn't in good shape either. Standing not far from her, his sleeves were charred, a result of being grazed by the holy sword, which had dissipated half of his soul power. A 6-winged angel, terrifying indeed. Hell, faced with this situation, Yichu could only smile bitterly. He couldn't break her attack without going all out. He had no choice but to use Kamui, Rasengan, and illusions to deal with her for now. Although her mental strength was stronger than Yichu's, it still had some effect. HMPH. Since you like intangibility so much? Then keep it up. Jinriksu stiffened her neck and snorted coldly. Third soul skill, Angelic Feather Blade. As her third soul ring lit up, her 6 golden wings flashed. Feathers burning with holy fire detached from her wings, floated in the air, and slowly transformed into 6 golden blades, constantly swirling around Jinriksu. Personal setting, resembles Keisha's silver wings. Go, where Jinriksu's sword tip pointed, the blades were aimed. First, a golden sword aura struck, which Yichu dodged to the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, 6 sharp blades attacked Yichu one after another, constantly slicing across his body. Faced with such relentless attacks, let's see how long you can last. As she spoke, seeing that Yichu still dared to charge at her, Jinriksu flapped her 3 pairs of wings and slowly took flight. Even in this state, you still dare to use vulgar illusions to disturb my mind. Her face flushed slightly as she looked down at Yichu, her eyes filled with shame and anger, barely suppressing the urge to fly down and pounce on him. Her lips parted slightly, and a divine aura dispelled the heat in her heart, her eyes radiating golden light. HMPH. I'll show you what a true God-level martial soul is. Domain unfold. A delicate shout echoed throughout the space, This is a combined chapter of 4,060 characters. It contains personal settings, so please don't criticize if you don't like them. Wishing everyone a happy life. Happy Dragon Boat Festival in advance. Chapter 135. Come to my room. Whoosh, as Jinriksu's voice rang out, golden light suddenly appeared within her body, spreading outwards from her center at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a golden domain formed in the air, enveloping the open space. Then, streams of divine power rained down, covering everything within a radius of several meters with a faint golden glow. Yichu, still enduring the angel's feather blade strikes, stared blankly at this scene, his lips twitching slightly. He clearly hadn't used any illusion magic, and the illusion magic he used was by no means vulgar. She was the one who insisted on staring into his eyes. Jinriksu had no idea what Yichu was thinking. Under the domain's cover, golden light shone from her body, even her spirit rings were draped in a golden cloak. She didn't forget to explain her abilities to Yichu as usual. Yichu, this is my innate domain, the angelic domain. Currently, it can increase the overall strength of myself and my allies by 10%, and weaken the overall strength of the enemy by 10%. As for its other abilities, I imagine you, being within it, have a deep understanding of them. Yichu stopped his movements, standing on the open ground below, his brows furrowed. Feeling the angelic domain's dissolving and purifying effect on his soul power, as well as the visual restrictions, he had no choice but to use his divine might to conceal his entire body within the alternate dimension. His time was running out. Come on. Let me see how long you can hold out. Seeing Yichu's pained expression, Jinriksu couldn't help but smile slightly. Golden light enveloped her entire body, making her resemble a noble and majestic deity. Looking down at Yichu, she held her sword high above her head, the holy fire on the sword burning even more intensely. She was ready to strike Yichu at any moment. Phew, Yichu exhaled. If he hadn't been holding back, he wouldn't have had to go through all this. After a moment's thought, he looked up at Jinriksu again, a slight smile playing on his lips. If he couldn't attack her directly, couldn't he at least target her wings? Glancing at the six blades relentlessly attacking him, Yichu's eyes darted around, intently watching their trajectory. He needed an opening. Ultimately, the feather blades under Jinriksu's control couldn't deliver a seamless attack on Yichu. Here it comes. Under Yichu's Sharingan's perception, one blade had just pierced his body, while another was still just short of touching him. Ghostly shadow. Yichu swiftly moved from his original position, not daring to pause, constantly shifting his position. HMPH. Finally willing to reveal yourself, Jinriksu sneered, continuing to control the angelic feather blades in pursuit of Yichu, her holy power sword poised to strike. During his movement, Yichu secretly memorized Jinriksu's position, his left eye quietly closing. As the six pursuing angelic feather blades reached Yichu's back, she suddenly turned around, blood trickling from the corner of her eye. Amaterasu. Suddenly, the six angelic feather blades burst into black flames, threatening to extinguish even the sacred fire. How is this possible? Jinriksu's pupils widened in shock. She had actually ignited the sacred fire. Though horrified, she didn't dwell on it. Fifth soul skill, Sacred Sword. As the angelic feather blades ignited, her prepared ultimate move was about to strike Yichu. At the same time, Yichu, having destroyed the angelic feather blades, didn't hesitate. He raised his head, his left eye quickly focusing on Jinriksu's left wing. Divine might, even with a sense of awareness, she couldn't dodge. The space around her left wing distorted, and Jinriksu let out a muffled groan. With her angelic wing broken, she momentarily lost her balance, and the sacred sword in her hand veered slightly. Boom! A sword ore several meters long grazed Yichu's body, leaving a charred and terrifying sword mark on the ground. Yichu's face was also somewhat pale, merely being grazed by the holy sword had further depleted his already somewhat depleted soul power. Rasengan. 3 Rasengans were launched directly towards Jinriksu's chest. Just as she stabilized her falling body, Yichu's attack was already upon her. Fourth soul skill, Angel's Protection. A golden shield enveloped Jinriksu, but just as the Rasengans were about to touch her, the shield began to distort. What? Jinriksu was startled, glancing down out of the corner of her eye, and heard Yichu's low shout again. Kamui. The long-range Kamui from her left eye directly tore a hole in the shield in front of Jinriksu, and the 3 Rasengans smoothly approached her chest. The swirling air swept across her breasts. Yi Chu's combo had caught her completely off guard. Her face turned ashen, and it was too late to parry with her sword. Gritting her teeth, she let out a sharp cry. Second soul skill, Wings of Nothingness. A layer of hazy gray light enveloped her, making her appear more ethereal. Unfortunately, her Wings of Nothingness couldn't completely protect her from energy attacks. Although the 3 Rasengans pierced through her body, she still couldn't help but let out a scream. Her face paled considerably, and she staggered, almost falling. It hurts. A few beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She steadied herself, only to find that Yi Chu's figure had already disappeared from her sight. Behind her, a gentle breeze blew. Whoosh! Bang! She turned around and shattered Yi Chu's Rasengans with her sword, quickly searching for Yi Chu's location. You bastard, you're coming again. Your soul power should be almost gone. As soon as she found Yi Chu, Jin Ringsu's words stopped abruptly, her expression changing from anger to shock. Yi Chu stood below, looking up at her with a smile. A pale blue light enveloped the ground, and the surrounding vegetation continuously emitted energy for Yi Chu to absorb, restoring his soul power. You bastard, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you also possess a domain? Jin Ringsu's pupils dilated in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. Your soul power should be running low too, Yi Chu chuckled. Just moments after seeing the Rasengan hit Jin Ringsu, he had already activated his blue-silver domain, quietly restoring his soul power. Are you satisfied with this performance? The right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor, flight. As he spoke, Yi Chu flew towards Jin Ringsu. Damn it! This guy can actually fly, Jin Ringsu cursed inwardly, a hint of anger flashing across her face, as if she had been provoked. Jin Ringsu, should be the master of this sky. Fifth soul skill, Divine Sword. 6 wings gleamed with a golden light, and with a slight flap, 6 golden sword energies attacked Yi Chu, who had just taken flight. Followed closely by the sword in his hand. A total of 7 sword energies blocked all of Yi Chu's escape routes. Hell! Divine Might, Yi Chu sneered, his body becoming ethereal. Boom! The sword energies struck the ground, shattering into pieces and kicking up a cloud of dust. HMPH. Afraid of you, Jin Ringsu watched Yi Chu approach. She already knew he would materialize his attacks. The angelic domain was most effective in the air. She continuously swung the divine sword. This time the sword energies didn't strike the ground, but were instead gathered by the angelic domain, hidden in the air. Third soul skill, Angelic Feather Blades. Jin Ringsu summoned 6 more blades, relentlessly slashing at Yi Chu. Her breathing was already somewhat erratic, and her soul power, constantly being depleted, was dwindling. Opportunity. Divine Sword, Endless Judgment. Seeing Yi Chu, who was already close and poised to attack, Jin Ringsu's eyes narrowed, her sword pointed directly at him. Angelic Feather Blades flashed back to her side, just in case. Dozens of sword energies that had been unleashed earlier surged forth, all targeting Yi Chu. Simultaneously, within the angelic domain, endless golden lights surged towards Yi Chu, attempting to restrict his movements in the air and purify and dissolve his soul power. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed in the air. Unexpectedly, all the sword energies poured onto Yi Chu. The gust of wind from the explosion ruffled Jin Ringsu's long golden hair, a hint of worry on her face. He hit me? Damn it! Why isn't he dodging? Her 6 wings flapped, and Jin Ringsu was about to rush forward to check. Suddenly, a thick, blood-red bony arm emerged from the light, its large hand outstretched towards her. What are you? Get out of my way! Several sword energies slashed at the blood-red hand, but left few wounds. Whoosh! Trying to retreat, several Rasengans flew behind her again. That bastard! Jin Ringsu gritted her teeth, helplessly slashing at the grabbing hand with the angelic feathers surrounding her. Fourth soul skill, Angel's Protection. As soon as she finished speaking, the golden shield reappeared, and the Rasengans all missed. It's over, Yi Chu's voice rang out. His Sharingan had clearly seen that after using this fourth soul skill, Jin Ringsu's soul power was almost depleted. She was at her last gasp. The angelic feathers were swatted away by the giant hand, still reaching for Jin Ringsu. Yi Chu finally reappeared in Jin Ringsu's sight, his body protected by a blood-red skeleton, the ancient blood-red arm extending from behind the skeleton. A trickle of blood clung to the corner of her mouth, clearly from the shockwave of the endless judgment attack. Die! Jin Ringsu hurled the holy sword at Yi Chu as he lunged at her clang. A crack appeared in Susanoo, and the holy sword, no longer sustained by Jinriksu's soul power, dissipated. Ah! Bastard, let me go! With a scream, Jinriksu was easily captured by Yichu. The golden angelic domain in the air crumbled instantly. Yichu, along with her, plummeted downwards. Boom, a cloud of dust rose. Miss, two exclamations rang out as Porcupine and Serpent Spear appeared above the open space, looking down. Serpent Spear. Did I see that right? That was a domain in a true martial soul form. From the moment Yichu began his counterattack to the capture of Jinriksu, less than a few dozen seconds had passed. And Porcupine couldn't believe what she was seeing. Snake Spear nodded numbly. Although he was prepared for the surprise Yichu would bring, this surprise had gone too far, turning into shock. You bastard Yichu! Let me go! From the dust below came Jinriksu's cursing voice. Alright, let's see how misses first. Snake Spear said no more. With a flick of his sleeve, a breeze blew by, and the scene inside slowly appeared. Below, Jinriksu was being held in a large hand, her martial soul possession already dispelled. One hand was exposed, constantly slapping the blood-red arm holding her. Her legs were also kicking. Her forehead and body were covered in sweat. Her long golden hair was messy and covered in dust. Her eyes were glaring fiercely at Yichu, who was protected by the skeleton, bent over, supporting himself on his knees, panting heavily. Ah! You bastard, let me go, miss! Are you alright? The two, Porcupine and the others, landed, looking at this scene strangely. This was the first time they had seen Jinriksu in such a disheveled state since they began protecting her. What are you standing there for? Tell this guy to let me go. Jinriksu's face flushed red, her voluptuous figure squeezed uncomfortably, making it hard for her to breathe. Boy, that's enough. Quickly release your martial soul true body and let my young lady go. Snake Spear spoke to Yichu with a hint of amazement in his eyes. He believed that if the news of his defeat of the young lady was reported, the Grand Elder would definitely have the young lady do everything in her power to win over this prodigy. Martial soul true body. Jinriksu, who was still panting, suddenly stopped breathing, staring blankly at Yichu, who had already straightened up. Cough cough, sorry. Yichu was also covered in sweat, his soul power almost depleted. As he slowly lowered Jinriksu, the blood-red bone arm suddenly disappeared. Poof! Ah, young lady. Jinriksu fell to the ground, letting out a cry of pain, attracting the attention of the two titled Douluos. Yichu! I'm going to kill you. Even as she was helped up, she was still clutching her backside, her face frosty, ready to charge at him immediately. Cough cough. I didn't mean to. My soul power is exhausted. Yichu smiled awkwardly, quickly waving his hand. Jinriksu gritted her teeth, her raised hand falling back down, saying nothing more. You two, continue the watch, don't worry, miss. After instructing the two to keep watch, Jinriksu sat down cross-legged to recover her soul power. Yichu didn't delay either, he'd miss lunch if he didn't hurry. Possessing the blue-silver domain, Yichu recovered his soul power much faster than Jinriksu. When Jinriksu opened her eyes again, Yichu had even healed the minor injury he'd sustained earlier. Jinriksu, how is it? The test should be over, right? Jinriksu's face was frosty as she opened her eyes, staring intently at the approaching Yichu, as if she wanted to kill him. Actually, you don't need to look at me like that. If you knew my soul skills, you definitely wouldn't. Yichu chuckled dryly, wanting to explain something, but was interrupted by Jinriksu. Enough. I don't need you to make up any bullshit excuses for me. Jinriksu's voice was cold and stiff. She silently stood up, looking at Yichu with murderous intent. The test is over. Come to my room tonight. I don't want to be stood up again. Do you hear me? Yes. Don't worry, I'll definitely go. Yichu gave her a strange look, nodded, and agreed. HMPH. Let's go. Jinriksu withdrew her gaze and walked out of the dense forest. The Porcupine and the Snake Spear exchanged a glance and followed closely behind. Few looking at Jinriksu's back, Yichu also let out a breath. This was the most serious he had ever fought. However, he hadn't just been comforting Jinriksu. The six-winged angel's power is undeniable. If she had been aware of and prepared for his soul skills, Yichu might not have been able to defeat her. An invisible ripple appeared, and Yichu's figure vanished from his spot. A sound came from the distant dense forest. 2 chapters combined, 4,200 words. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Backscrubbing. In the dense forest, Jin Ringsu and her two companions walked silently, the silence eerily quiet. Miss Yichu has left. Sensing that Yichu's presence had vanished, the porcupine whispered to Jin Ringsu. HMPH, clang. Bang, Jin Ringsu let out a heavy snort, a sacred sword appearing in her hand as she began hacking at the plants before her. That bastard, he actually dared to throw me, she muttered to herself, venting her anger for a while before finally stopping. Yichu. Next time, I will definitely beat you. HMPH, swoosh, the sword in her hand was thrown, disappearing into the ground. She had intended to teach him a lesson, but she hadn't expected to lose. As the inheritor of the six-winged angel, a dignified soul king, she had actually lost to a great soul master. This was unacceptable to her pride. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and her mind was filled with the images of the battle just now. Several self-created soul skills. A jet-black flame capable of burning sacred fire. An unknown realm, and a martial soul true body that only a soul saint can unleash. And as a great soul master, he seems to possess more than just two soul skills. Her keen mind had already sensed something amiss: etherealization, black flames, distorted space, and even illusionary abilities. Furthermore, Yichu could clearly conceal his soul rings, yet he still made that demand. Each and every one of these things seemed to astonish her. Yichu, what other secrets do you hold? Turning her head, her gaze lingered on the direction Yichu had disappeared, unable to recover for a long time. Porcupine-fish, serpent spear. Suppressing her thoughts, she looked at Serpent Spear and the other woman. Miss X2, from now on, pay more attention to Yichu's women, especially their soul rings. Also, report today's events back. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, in the courtyard. The moment Yichu appeared, a blue figure rushed over, transforming into a humanoid accessory. Brother kiss, a crisp voice, a sweet kiss. A little moisture on his face, a fragrant scent on his nose. Before she could kiss him a few more times, he was already spitting. Tui, brother, why are you covered in so much dust? Yeah, you're so dirty, why don't you get down? Looking at Xiao who was clinging to him on tiptoe and still spitting, Yichu smiled wryly, reached out and picked her up and put her aside. Xiao, were you sneaking food again? Hurry up and come get the food, Yichu will be here soon. At this moment, Ningrongrong also came out of the kitchen with a plate of fruit. Yichu, as soon as she saw Yichu, her blue eyes brightened up a lot, and she ran to Yichu's side, a gentle smile on her face. Yichu, you're finally here. I've been preparing the food for ages, why are you all disheveled? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll have Grandpa Jian and the others avenge you. Noticing Yichu was covered in dust and his clothes were torn, Ningrongrong quickly put down the fruit plate and began searching him. Nothing's wrong, I just sparred with someone, Yichu explained, grabbing her hand. You and Xiao eat first, I'm going to take a bath. No need, hurry up, Xiao and I will wait for you. Kiss, she lightly kissed Yichu's lips. Brother, hurry up. Xiao is hungry. Okay, these past few days, Yichu had been coming here to have lunch with Ningrongrong and Xiao, occasionally receiving snacks and salads from Ningrongrong. He hadn't bothered anyone to fetch hot water, he could soak in the cold spring of the ice and fire yin-yang well, so a little cold water wouldn't hurt. Soaking in the bathtub, Yichu's mind cleared considerably. As he mentally reviewed the aftermath of the battle, a warm, delicate hand gently caressed his back. Rongrong. What are you doing here? Turning around with a splash, Yichu quickly grabbed the towel to cover his private parts, causing a spray of water. I came in to help you wash your back. Under Yichu's gaze, Ningrongrong pursed her lips, her face flushed, and nervously clutched the hem of her clothes. No need, I can manage by myself. Yichu smiled awkwardly, politely declining Ningrongrong's offer. Ningrongrong stood to the side, head down, gritting her teeth, saying nothing. Rongrong, seeing Ningrongrong still standing there, Yichu couldn't help but call out a few more times. Suddenly, a sudden burst of water erupted. Splash! Ningrongrong almost bit her lip until it bled, abruptly lifting her head and jumping directly into the bathtub. Amidst the splashing water, she also snatched the cloth covering her from Yichu's hand. "Eh? Rongrong. What are you doing?" Yichu could only shield himself with his hands, looking at Ningrongrong, whose clothes were completely soaked. The fabric clung to her body, revealing her curves. You turn around right now." Ningrongrong's face was practically bleeding, her voice trembling. The icy water couldn't extinguish the burning sensation on her body. She kept her eyes tightly shut, afraid to look around. "Oh, okay. Yichu withdrew his gaze, turning around woodenly, suddenly noticing that the cold water seemed to have warmed up considerably. Hearing the sound of water, Ningrongrong slowly opened her eyes, her heart pounding, her breathing somewhat erratic. She picked up a towel and began to gently wipe Yichu's back, her fingertips occasionally brushing against his skin, making Yichu's heart flutter. Gradually, Yichu's mouth became dry, and he turned his head slightly to look at her. Wrong, how about I do it myself?" "No. You're about to do that with Duguyan? What's wrong with me?" "I'll help you scrub your back." Ningrongrong stubbornly refused to leave, even though her face was red and her neck was thick. "Alright," Yichu nodded slightly. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. In the bathroom, there was only the sound of running water. Ningrongrong carefully scrubbed Yichu, cleaning every part of his body that she could reach. Feeling the soft hand on his back being removed, Yichu slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Splash! Before he could fully relax, a warm, soft body pressed against his back, splashing water. Rongrong Yichu shivered, his body tensing up instantly, his back feeling a little numb from the electric shock. Ningrongrong rested her head on Yichu's back, her arms wrapped around his waist. The heat emanating from her made her head feel a little dizzy. Yichu's soft voice carried a hint of coquettishness. Yichu turned his head, and she slowly leaned in to meet his kiss. A long kiss made Ningrongrong hold him tighter, the temperature rising, and beads of sweat or water appeared on his forehead. "Hurry up and get out." Ningrongrong's voice was barely audible. Only after Yichu nodded did she slowly get up, leave the bathtub, and go behind the screen to change her clothes. Yichu finally relaxed, but not completely. He felt tense and uncomfortable. "Yichu, hurry up. Xiaolan is still waiting outside." "Okay. I know." After changing her clothes, she urged Yichu and left. With a splash, Yichu held his breath and sank to the bottom of the water. After calming down for a while, Yichu surfaced again. Outside, Ningrongrong waited until the heat in her body subsided before returning to the pavilion. "Sister Rongrong, did you go to the bathroom? Why did you change your clothes?" Seeing Ningrongrong return, Xiaolan quickly put down her chopsticks, which were itching to eat. "I got my clothes dirty while I was making desserts," Ningrongrong said, her face still flushed. Although she felt a little guilty, she nodded firmly. "Yes, that's right." "Oh, I see." The naive Xiaolan didn't think much of it and picked up her chopsticks again, biting into them. "Why isn't brother out yet?" "Oh, brother's out." Yichu had also come over and exchanged a glance with Ningrongrong. Both of them had a bit of color in their faces. "Brother, come quickly. We're eating." Xiaolan ran over eagerly and pulled Yichu to sit next to her. She first put some of Yichu's favorite food on his plate, and then added some to her own bowl. "Brother, eat quickly." Okay, Yichu smiled, gently patted her head, and looking at Ningrongrong who had sat down, he couldn't help but take her little hand. Another delicious lunch ensued. In the evening, Yichu, as usual, escorted Duguyan back to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well secret realm. He had already told her that he had business to attend to at the Crown Prince's residence that night. "Yichu, remember to come back early. I can't sleep without you." Even at the dinner table, Duguyan couldn't help but cling to Yichu's arm, urging him to come back soon. Dugubo, holding a bowl beside her, had his head tilted back so high he couldn't bear to watch. His granddaughter's coquettishness towards him was nothing compared to her coquettishness towards Yichu. He was getting goosebumps from seeing this so often. If things go smoothly, I should be able to come back early." Yichu patted the back of her hand, his eyes occasionally glancing towards Dugubo. "Alright." Humph. Duguyan naturally saw this, her face flushing red, and she huffed at Dugubo. After dinner, he spent a long time cuddling with Duguyan, almost coaxing her to sleep. After a routine farewell kiss, Yichu left the secret realm. He had already marked the Crown Prince's study earlier. As night deepened and a cool breeze swept through the sunset forest, Yichu vanished from his spot, reappearing in the crown prince's study. Before he could even see what was before him, two figures attacked from the left and right. The aura of two-titled Douluo pressed down on Yichu, making him gasp for breath. Just as he was about to activate his divine might transformation, the voice of the porcupine Douluo rang out. Yichu. So it's you, kid. Phew, Yichu had almost forgotten about these two. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you two seniors, HMPH. You're really rude. Do you think I don't have a door for you to enter? Before they could respond, Zhu Qing's voice sounded behind Yichu. Yichu turned around. Jin Ringsu had already disguised herself as Zhu Qing again. Sitting at the desk intently reading a book. In her hand was the Two Elements Heart Sutra. Isn't this faster and easier? Yichu chuckled twice and got straight to the point. I wonder when we can begin. Zhu Qing, who was reading a book, raised his eyelids and glanced at Yichu. You two can go down first. Yes, the two, porcupine and serpent spear, responded and retreated, returning to the corner of the room. Here, Zhu Qing tossed a book in his hand to Yichu, stood up, and walked to a wall. Come with me. Use this time to memorize the circulation route of your soul power. I don't want any accidents to happen later. A hidden door opened in the wall, and Zhu Qing was about to step in when Yichu coughed behind him. Cough cough. Turning around in confusion, he saw that Yichu's face actually had a somewhat mercenary look. Zhu Qing frowned, looking at Yichu's sour face, his fists never loosening. What's wrong? I understand the logic, but what about what you promised me? Yichu chuckled, staring straight into his eyes. Zhu Qing gritted his teeth and sneered. Since you've already seen my martial soul, you should know who's behind me. What my martial soul hall promised you, I will definitely give you. It just takes a little time. He glanced at Yichu indifferently, then turned and walked into the secret chamber. HMPH. Whether you come or not is up to you. Fine. Yichu sighed inwardly and had no choice but to follow. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Zhu Qing's face showed a triumphant smile. What he said earlier was half true and half false. In fact, he had already obtained the first thing Yichu asked for, but he still had some things to confirm. Once he resolved his doubts, he would naturally give the things to Yichu. This narrow secret passage was inlaid with many luminous pearls. Yichu followed Zhu Qing's footsteps while looking at the Two Elements Heart Sutra in his hand. When they reached the end, a simple secret chamber appeared in front of Yichu. Apart from a few tables and chairs, a kettle, and a bed against the wall, there was nothing else. Did you remember? Don't worry, I've memorized it all. Yichu tossed a book onto the table, nodded his head. His memory was pretty good, and this wasn't too complicated. In that case, why don't you sit down first? Zhu Qing pointed to the bed against the wall, indicating that Yichu should get on it first. Okay, Yichu nodded and obediently went over and sat down. Seeing his cooperation, Zhu Qing also put away her conflicted expression, and a golden light flashed around her. Her chest slowly rose, and she returned to her original form, with long golden hair and a stunning figure wrapped in a golden dress, her curves fully revealed, graceful and charming. The light dimmed, and a fragrant breeze wafted by. Jin Ringsu had already walked up to Yichu. A slight blush appeared on her face, like a shy and proud snow plum blossom. If you dare move again, I won't let you off. Hey! What are you doing? Before Yichu could react, she sat on his crossed legs. Her legs were on either side of his waist, and her arms wrapped around his back. Yichu felt a fragrant scent waft towards him, and a weight pressed down on his legs, warm and surprisingly elastic. Facing each other, the soft pressure made it hard for Yichu to breathe. Jin Ringsu, isn't this necessary? Back to back should be enough. Yichu tried to lean back. But as he leaned back, his legs would rise. HMPH, you bastard. If you move again, I'll kill you. Jin Ringsu groaned, her face flushed crimson. While warning Yichu, she also instinctively held him tighter, preventing him from leaning back again. Have a nice day. Chapter 137 Cheating. Yichu leaned back slightly, while Jin Ringsu gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with embarrassment. She had never experienced anything so shameful. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly tightened her arms around Yichu's back, pressing them tightly together instantly. Hiss! Yichu almost bounced back from her swaying figure, their noses nearly touched. Looking at Yichu so close, she could even smell a faint, elegant fragrance. and his hot breath made it difficult to breathe. This is our first time. We can change positions once we're more comfortable, Jin Ringsu spoke through gritted teeth, explaining while simultaneously placing Yichu's hand on her waist. Hold me, are you sure? Gulp. Yichu endured a pressure, his Adam's apple bobbing. In the end, he succumbed to Jin Ringsu's murderous gaze, pushing her forward, overcoming the pressure, and slowly pulling her closer to him, intimately embracing her. Wait, you'd better not think about anything inappropriate. Jin Ringsu's voice trembled as she leaned forward and touched Yichu's forehead. When cultivating the two elements Heart Sutra, their spiritual and soul powers would be linked, allowing them to see and share each other's thoughts. Okay, I understand. Yichu let out a long breath, causing an even more vibrant crimson blush to rise on Jin Ringsu's face. He slowly closed his eyes, not daring to think any further. He truly couldn't take it anymore. His anger, already stirred by Du Guyan, hadn't subsided, and now he was subjected to this test. Jin Ringsu suddenly trembled, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Her golden eyes, filled with shame, anger, and murderous intent, glared fiercely at the bastard in front of her. They had clearly agreed not to think about anything inappropriate. Her pearly teeth almost bit her red lips, and her golden phoenix eyes glared hatefully at Yichu. Trying to move even slightly sent a tingling sensation spreading throughout her body, making her feel weak. Helplessly, she wrapped her arms around Yichu's neck, lifting herself slightly to lean against him. Can we begin? Feeling the weight pressing down on him, Yichu frowned and asked. Yes, come on. Jin Ringsu exhaled a fragrant breeze, closed her eyes, and pressed her forehead against his. Following the method in the Two Elements Heart Sutra, the two concentrated their minds and slowly circulated their soul power. Gradually, their minds cleared, their complexions returned to normal, and the previously disordered breathing became steady. In the void above Yichu's head, space rippled slightly, and two cracks appeared, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. Three Tomo rotated, gathered, and then unfolded, unleashing the eternal kaleidoscope, behind which a huge, phantom-like giant appeared faintly. Blood-red light permeated their foreheads, illuminating half the bed. In contrast, Jin Ringsu's forehead shone with the golden light, emanating a sacred and noble aura. Above them, a golden six-winged angel hovered in the air, a faint layer of holy fire burning on its body, illuminating the other half of the bed. The light between their brows slowly merged, the whole process trembling slightly, but thankfully without serious harm. The golden light was enveloped in a blood-red glow, flickering uncertainly. Their spiritual power resided in the ball of light between their brows, intertwined, each containing the other. Yichu tried to call out to Jin Ringsu, but there was no response at all, only a chilling aura locked onto him, making his body tremble. As their souls merged, the six-winged angel above finally gained a pair of bright red and purple eyes, as desired. Gold and blood mingled, illuminating the entire secret chamber. At the same time, below, Yichu tightly embraced the delicate body in his arms, her waist slender yet voluptuous, soft yet firm. His brows furrowed, Jin Ringsu's soul power was constantly surging towards him, causing a throbbing pain within his body. With her soul king cultivation, her soul power surged and overflowed, quickly filling her body to the brim, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Jin Ringsu also subtly tightened her embrace around Yichu. The surging soul power within Yichu's body also flowed into hers. After being tempered by extreme ice and fire, Yichu's soul power was incredibly solid, powerful, and intense. As it moved within Jin Ringsu's body, it put a strain on her meridians, causing a flash of pain on her face. The soul powers of the two constantly collided and circulated, eventually slowly merging and twisting into one. A golden red light traveled through Yichu's limbs and bones, completing a full cycle before entering Jin Ringsu's body. Back and forth, repeatedly circulating within their bodies. With each cycle, the energy of this soul power would grow slightly stronger, and its quality would become more refined. In the brightly lit secret chamber, under the watchful gaze of the six-winged angels floating in the air, the lone man and woman embraced each other for an entire night. On the eastern horizon of Xiandao City, a dark purple hue appeared, a surge of purple energy about to burst forth, signaling the imminent sunrise. Inside the secret chamber of the Crown Prince's residence, the two's first cultivation session was nearing its end. The six-winged angel, who had kept its eyes open all night, seemed somewhat weary. The thin layer of red light covering its body slowly dissipated, and its beautiful pupils stirred restlessly buzz, The golden six-winged angel suddenly transformed into specks of starlight and vanished, flowing back into Jinriksu's body, while the eternal kaleidoscope returned to the void. The golden red light between their foreheads separated, returning to their respective bodies. The soul power that had been intertwined also separated again, each returning to its own home. The two almost simultaneously let out a long sigh, their faces already pressed together in a passionate embrace, foreheads still connected. Their slightly parted lips lightly touched, exchanging breaths, each able to feel the other's presence. Jinriksu frowned, and both of their eyes snapped open, staring blankly at each other. Before she could react, her pupils widened in shock within moments. This bastard was thinking nonsense again? Suddenly feeling a slight sting and heat, her body stiffened, and her face flushed crimson. "Bastard, get away from me," Jinriksu shouted sharply, her phoenix eyes filled with both ferocity and shyness. She quickly released Yichu, slapping him in the chest and pushing him away. "Damn it!" Yichu was startled by her sudden push, his body falling backward. Before he could fully lie down on the bed, another scream echoed throughout the secret room. A body pressed down on him, causing Yichu to catch his breath for a moment. Just now, after Jinriksu struck, as Yichu, who was sitting cross-legged, fell, his legs naturally rose. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, she cried out in surprise and stumbled forward, collapsing onto Yichu. Her hands landed squarely on his chest, her long golden hair disheveled. Yet, Yichu still saw the lingering panic and intense shame in her golden eyes. A blush spread across her face, reaching her ears and neck. Her skin, once as white as snow, now resembled a sea of roses, her breath carrying a fragrance that was both intoxicating and alluring. Huff, huff, Jinriksu gasped, her heaving chest disrupting Yichu's breathing. Are you alright? Yichu looked at the perfect face above him, his own face flushed with embarrassment. He knew his own body well enough. Therefore, his question was tinged with guilt. Hell, Jinriksu chuckled coldly, her face dark and menacing. Her gaze towards Yichu seemed to want to devour his flesh and drink his blood. She was still panting heavily as she spoke, but her vicious words revealed her unwavering determination to kill him. "Bastard! I'm going to kill you. Hey. Don't do anything rash, that's a normal man's reaction, then I'll make sure you can never be a man again." "Die," Yichu frantically explained, but to no avail. Before he could finish speaking, Jinriksu, sitting on Yichu's stomach, had already completed a martial soul possession. Golden light flashed in her hand, and her first soul skill, angelic assault, was already formed. She twisted her waist, turned, and threw a punch in one fluid motion. Damn it, Yichu was shocked, feeling the scorching heat of the holy fire approaching his philtrum, and blurted out. Boom! In the dark chamber, a flash of golden light followed by a loud bang. The bed was shattered by Jinriksu's uppercut, and dust filled the entire secret chamber. Cough cough, a cough came from within the smoke. Swish! Swish! Two powerful auras rushed out of the secret passage. The first to arrive, the prickly porcupine, unleashed its full power, suppressing and settling the dust. "Miss, are you alright?" The serpent spear didn't stop and walked directly towards Jinriksu. "I'm fine." At this moment, Jinriksu stood on a small pile of rubble, her eyes coldly fixed on a corner of the secret chamber. In the corner, Yichu broke out in a cold sweat, patting his heart. If he hadn't activated his divine power in time to dodge that fatal blow, he would have been unable to stand up for himself. "Boy, what did you do to our young lady?" The prickly porcupine also noticed the way its young lady was looking at Yichu, its gaze locked on him, as if it was ready to capture him at the slightest provocation. Yichu opened his mouth, but before he could utter a sound, Jinriksu stopped the two of them, her voice still icy. "Enough. I've already said I'm fine." "Yes, miss." Jinriksu's angry shout startled the porcupine, who quickly lowered their heads. Her intimidation was quite considerable. "Get out. Come back tonight." She then focused her gaze on Yichu, ordering him to leave immediately. "Huh? Coming back tonight?" Whoosh! Bang! Before Yichu could finish his surprised words, Jinriksu raised a sacred sword and unleashed a golden sword aura at him. The sword aura sliced through Yichu's body, leaving a deep groove in the wall of the secret chamber. "What, are you going to accompany your woman? Believe me or not, I really will castrate you." "Fine. See you tonight then," Yichu chuckled dryly, feeling a chill in his lower body after being glared at by Jinriksu. Without lingering, he activated his divine power and vanished from the secret chamber in a flash. "You two get out too." After Yichu left, he also chased away the two others, the porcupine and the snake spear. In the empty chamber, Jinriksu stood on the collapsed bed, taking several deep breaths to calm her rage. Gripping the sacred sword tightly, her earlobes still bloodshot, she stared indifferently at the spot where Yichu had left, then suddenly froze. Whoosh! Bang! She raised her hand again, unleashing another sword strike. Looking at the sword mark, deeper than usual, Jinriksu finally realized that while her cultivation level hadn't changed much, the quality of her soul power had improved slightly. That bastard's soul power is so solid. In the cultivation of the two elements Heart Sutra, those with lower cultivation levels naturally benefit more, greatly increasing their cultivation speed. Jinriksu had thought she might need a long time to cultivate with him before seeing any initial results, but she hadn't expected to gain some progress in just one night. Solidifying soul power meant that for a soul master, using the same amount of soul power would result in a more powerful attack. Or it could increase a soul master's endurance, allowing them to use a small amount of soul power to inflict the same level of attack as before. Yichu quickly returned to the ice and fire yin-yang well secret realm. He glanced around. Douluo's door was open, but he was gone, probably out buying food again. He tiptoed towards his room, gently pushed open the door, and entered. Douluo was peacefully asleep on the bed. She wasn't covered by a blanket, and there was enough space on her left for Yichu. Was she asleep while I was waiting? Yichu quietly sat down beside the bed, looking at her curled-up body, and silently covered her with a blanket. Yichu in her hazy state, Douluo seemed to see Yichu standing in front of her, and reached out to embrace his neck. She blinked, finally able to see him clearly, her words still a little slurred. "Why did you take so long to come back?" "Sorry, things were a bit complicated." "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Yichu gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. He couldn't tell her right now that he was practicing the martial soul fusion technique with Jinriksu. "I don't sleep well alone, I want you to stay with me." Douluo gently pulled Yichu's upper body onto the bed. Looking at Yichu from her side, her sleepy eyes still shimmering, she smiled sweetly, and a gentle kiss landed on his lips. After giving him a sweet kiss, she wrapped her arms around his waist, their faces pressed together, her voice soft and sweet, making it impossible for him to refuse. "Stay with me for a while, okay?" Yichu chuckled and nodded, pulling her soft, delicate body into his arms. Douluo also rested her head on Yichu's chest, gently nibbling and caressing his neck, inhaling his scent, before closing her eyes again. Holding the beauty in his arms, smelling her hair, Yichu finally focused his attention on himself. A night of cultivation had indeed been very effective. If he continued at this pace, he might be able to break through to level 30 in less than a month. Yichu, who was deep in thought, suddenly felt himself bound by a cool, soft snake tail. From his legs to his waist, Douluo was tightly wrapped around him. "Yan, what are you doing? Aren't you going to sleep?" Yichu looked at Douluo, who had already entered her martial soul possession state, somewhat puzzled. Douluo, however, stared at Yichu with her green vertical pupils, her eyes filled with a hint of coldness. She groaned, her body writhing like a snake, slowly tightening her coils. Her lips parted slightly, biting Yichu's earlobe. Her voice suddenly became incredibly seductive, sending a shiver down Yichu's spine and a warm current flowing through his lower abdomen. "Husband, tell Yan the truth, where did you go to cheat on me?" Her breath warmed Yichu's ear and cheek, her long, slender, pale fingers pinching his chin. "Yan, Douluo kissed Yichu again, but didn't pull away afterward. Their lips remained pressed together, and Douluo continued talking to herself. "Don't lie to Yan, okay? I still recognize Ningrongrong's scent. So, whose scent is on you now?" "My good husband." As soon as she finished speaking, Yichu felt a sharp pain on his lips. She had bitten them. Yichu felt a sudden, inexplicable panic. Why did Yan seem to be about to kill him? "Yan, I really didn't cheat on you. If I needed to, why wouldn't I come to you? Really?" Yichu nodded earnestly. The coldness on Douluo's face suddenly melted, replaced by a hint of mockery. "That's for the besto. You actually dared to play tricks." Seeing the smile in her eyes, Yichu realized she was teasing him. He wanted to speak, but her lips captured his. After a long kiss, Yichu is slightly out of breath, looking at the still pressed, alluring body against him with a puzzled expression. Yan Yan, he. Consider this an apology to my husband. Of course I believe you. You must have your reasons for not telling me moi. Dugu Yan's voice softened, her gaze fixed intently on Yichu. Without asking any further questions, she offered another sweet kiss, 2 chapters combined, 4,080 pages. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 138 Team Formation. The sun was high in the sky at the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Yichu appeared out of thin air, and Ningrongrong and Xiaolan, who had been waiting there for a long time, immediately came to greet him. Brother Yichu, the 2 girls tacitly flanked Yichu, one on each side. Ningrongrong had already changed out of her long dress and into a black training uniform. Her pretty face was free of makeup, her small breasts were budding, and her hair was tied up, making her look refreshing and capable. Yichu smiled warmly and shook their hands. Well, are you ready? Yes, yes. Brother, hurry up and take us there. Xiaolan's voice was cheerful because she was about to return to the starred-out Great Forest. She loved the air there the most. Ningrongrong rolled her eyes at Xiaolan, a little annoyed that she had stolen her lines. When Yichu looked over, a sweet smile suddenly appeared on her face, and she nodded lightly. Yes, we're ready, All right then, let's go. The 2 smiled at each other, squeezed Ningrongrong's small hand, and the kaleidoscope bloomed, distorting the space, and the 3 disappeared into the courtyard. For the past month or so, Yichu had become a master of time management, spending most nights at the Crown Prince's residence and the days with either Dugu Yan or Ningrongrong. Hard work pays off, and just a few days ago, he finally broke through to level 30. To allow the 2 girls to spend more time together and ease their relationship, Yichu had put in some effort. He planned to team up with Ningrongrong and the other girls for a soul hunt today. Yichu and Dugubo and his grandson had already gone to the starred-out Great Forest to determine their target, and were just waiting to pick up Xiaolan and the other 2 girls before starting the soul hunt. Starred-out Great Forest, above a valley. Dugubo stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the wolf pack below. Duguyan sat on the back of the jade-eyed cloud-winged tiger, her eyes fixed on the spot where Yichu had just left. Yichu? Duguyan's joyful voice drew Dugubo's attention. In the open space, a man and 2 women appeared amidst the spatial distortion. Before Yichu could even stand still, Duguyan jumped off the tiger's back and pounced into his arms. Yan Yan, Yichu smiled but didn't move, his hands occupied by Ningrongrong and Xiaolan. HMPH. We're here to hunt souls, let go of Yichu. Seeing this shameless woman so brazenly rubbing against Yichu right in front of him, he couldn't help but snort and was about to pull Duguyan away. What's the rush? We've already found the soul beasts. Duguyan didn't care, continuing to grope him, occasionally casting provocative glances at Ningrongrong. You. Shameless. Seeing Ningrongrong's angry expression, Yichu was helpless and had no choice but to release Xiaolan to stop Duguyan's actions. He couldn't help but receive a glare from her, to which Yichu could only smile wryly. Xiaolan, standing beside her, also looked unhappy. She'd been there so long, and no one had even called her name. Sister Yan Yan, didn't you see Xiaolan? Haha. Of course I saw you. Looking at Xiaolan's somewhat resentful eyes, Duguyan pinched her cheek as usual. Without her usual chubby cheeks, Duguyan was genuinely a little dissatisfied. Sister Yan Yan, I'm all grown up now. Don't pinch my cheeks anymore, PFFT, haha. Xiaolan's muttering made Duguyan laugh. Poking her puffed up cheeks. That feels right. While the 2 girls were interacting, Yichu had already brought Ningrongrong to Dugubo Sr. This is the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ningrongrong. Rongrong greets His Majesty B. Lin. As Yichu's introduction ended, Ningrongrong politely bowed to him. Noticing that Dugubo kept staring at her and Yichu's clasped hands, her face flushed. Hey, kid, not bad at all, Dugubo chuckled, looking at Yichu with a mocking expression. I wonder what benefits you gave Ningfengzi that he would tolerate his precious daughter hanging out with someone like you. Yichu scratched his head and chuckled dryly. He really didn't know the answer. Logically speaking, the 7 treasure glazed tile school's intelligence network should know about his relationship with Yan Yan, but Ningfengzi hadn't made any move. Instead, he often invited him to dine together. So Yichu didn't think too much about it. After all, He had already decided to be a scoundrel and take full responsibility. Now, he just needed to keep getting stronger, strong enough to handle all kinds of emergencies, strong enough to gain their approval. I don't need any benefits, Ningrongrong frowned at Douluo, grabbing Yichu's arm and hugging it to her chest, muttering with a hint of displeasure. Haha. Who knows, Douluo knew Ningfengzi quite well, and he didn't believe Ningfengzi would indulge Yichu for no reason. Ningrongrong didn't want any vested interests to interfere with her relationship with Yichu. She already disliked this guy who had created a competitor for her, and Douluo's unfounded speculation only made her more unhappy. Even if that were the case, at least my father wouldn't secretly drug his own daughter. You, wrong. Yichu pulled her hand, interrupting her, and glared at her helplessly. Ningrongrong knew she had lost her temper, gave a soft snort, and lowered her head sullenly, gently squeezing Yichu's hand, as if to tell him not to be angry. Yichu didn't blame her too much, and looked at Douluo apologetically. Sorry, senior, Wrong just spoke offhand, HMPH. Kid, don't look at me like that. I, Douluo, am a man of my word, not as petty as you think, Douluo snorted coldly and waved his hand dismissively. He wasn't so lowly as to argue with a little girl. Anyway, based on his seniority, this little girl would have to call him grandpa sooner or later. Hey, thinking of this, Douluo let out a strange laugh again, then looked at Yichu with displeasure. This kid had snagged his beautiful granddaughter, and still refused to call him grandpa. It really infuriated him. At this moment, Xiao Lan, having escaped Du Guyan's torture, ran over and greeted him warmly in a clear voice. Hello, Grandpa Douluo. Hey, hello. Hearing Xiao Lan's voice, Douluo, who hadn't been very happy before, immediately changed his expression and smiled brightly. Xiao Lan is so sensible, much more polite than that brat Yichu. While praising Xiao Lan, she didn't forget to give Yichu a meaningful look, urging him to learn from her. Yichu chuckled awkwardly. Changing his tune wasn't so easy, he'd wait until he actually married Yan. Haha, Douluo's quick change of expression made Xiao Lan laugh too. She was much more lively since arriving in the starred-out Great Forest. After greeting Douluo, she ran towards the Jade cloud-winged tiger. Ah, tiger girl. Long time no see roar. Xiao Lan hopped over to the tiger, whose eyes flashed with fear and grievance, letting out an uneasy growl. Yichu, what's wrong with that tiger? Ningrongrong asked Yichu with surprise and confusion. She had almost called out to Xiao Lan earlier, but seeing everyone else so calm, she hadn't spoken. The scene before her eyes astonished her even more. She hadn't expected this soul beast to be so docile, letting Xiao Lan rub its big face. That's Yichu's mount. At this moment, Du Guyan also walked to Ningrongrong's side and answered for Yichu. Mount? Ningrongrong looked at Yichu strangely. She had never heard of a human being able to tame a soul beast as a mount. You'll know after the soul hunt. Ningrongrong was not satisfied with Yichu's answer and frowned uncomfortably. She seemed to know very little about Yichu. As for Du Guyan's seemingly mocking expression, she could only turn her head away unhappily. Yichu didn't say anything more. It was time to start the soul hunt. Alright, Xiao Lan, stop bullying tiger. Get ready, it's about to begin, okay, brother. Xiao Lan jumped onto tiger's back and rode over. Sister Wrong, Sister Yanayan, come on up. Let's ride tiger girl down. Ah, Sister Yanayan, you're making little blue so itchy? Du Guyan didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately climbing up, her hands gripping little blue's waist, and turning to look at Ningrongrong, who was still standing there. Miss Ning, why aren't you getting on? Don't call me Miss Ning. Ningrongrong frowned, her hands and feet a little flustered, still unsure of what to do. Suddenly, her feet left the ground, letting out a soft cry. Yichu? It turned out that Yichu saw she was a little scared, so he simply picked her up. Don't worry, tiger is very obedient. Roar tiger, sitting below, seemed to understand Yichu's words, cooperating with a series of soft roars, even showing a human-like smile, tilting its head back and baring its teeth. Yan, let Wrong sit in the middle. Keep an eye on her later, okay, don't worry. Hearing Du Guyan's reply, Yichu placed Ningrongrong on the tiger's back and then walked towards Douluo, who had been keeping his back turned. Ouch, you stinky woman, don't put your hands around like that. As soon as Yichu turned around, Du Guyan hugged Ningrongrong tightly, making her already rosy face even more radiant. HMPH. Was Miss Ning just scared because she was timid, or did she deliberately ask Yichu for help? Du Yan leaned close to her ear and deliberately blew hot air. What's it to you? Ouch, don't grab me. Noticing the commotion, Xiao Lan also turned around and joined in the fun. Sister Yan Yan, what's so great about Sister Rong Rong's? It's not as good as Xiao Lan's, haha. Xiao Lan's voice made Du Yan laugh, while Ning Rong Rong was filled with shame and indignation. Ah. You two, Yichu, who was discussing matters with Douluo, turned around and saw the girls playfully bickering, their faces flushed. He couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He had done his best and hoped they could get along well. Senior, we'll have to trouble you to cover for us later, don't worry, with this old man here watching over you, nothing will happen to you. As her level 94 title Douluo, Douluo naturally had his confidence. If this bunch of wolf cubs could hurt anyone in front of him, he would be finished. Alright, can you guys be serious for once? Yichu walked to Huzi's side, frowning and looking serious, and stopped their playful antics. Okay, we know. X3 the girls responded one after another. Ning Rongrong withdrew her hand from Xiao Lan and also removed Du Yan's hand from hers. The girls' faces and ear tips were still slightly flushed. I'll tell you about the tactics. Listen carefully, Yichu's Sharingan martial soul was not picky at all, as long as the age was right. Therefore, within this small valley, there was a small pack of crimson flame wolves, totaling 13. The alpha wolf was exactly 12,000 years old. Most of the others were between 3,000 and 5,000 years old, and there were also 2 over 6,000 years old. What? Before Yichu could finish speaking, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, not even noticing the mockery in Du Yan's eyes. Yichu, how can you deal with a 10,000-year-old soul beast alone? That's too dangerous. And you even have to absorb a 10,000-year-old soul ring? How can that be? How can a soul master absorb a 10,000-year-old soul ring? Ning Rongrong, who was about to say more, suddenly stopped, her body stiffening, her mouth forgetting to close. Beneath her eyelids, Yichu's 2 bright purple and black soul rings made her mind go blank. Yichu, staring blankly at Yichu, the scene before her was beyond her comprehension, her eyes filled with disbelief. Hikus, Yichu pinched her soft cheek and gently kissed the corner of her mouth. I'll talk to you properly after the soul hunt, okay? Yes, yes, her pretty face flushed. Her eyes trembled slightly, and she nodded dazedly. Seeing this, the teasing in Du Yan's eyes quickly turned into resentment, and she couldn't help but pout. She glared at Yichu, leaned her face slightly towards him, and even pointed to her cheek. Xiao Lan next to her followed suit, slapping her own face loudly. Brother, I want one too, I want one too. Hey, Yichu chuckled twice and touched the corners of their lips. Douluo covered his face and turned away in the distance, unable to bear watching. The 3 girls' faces flushed, and they fell silent again, becoming incredibly obedient. Ahem, Yichu also coughed twice and continued the previous topic. If a fight really broke out, the 3 girls' cultivation level alone would naturally be insufficient to withstand the wolf pack's attack. But Yichu's Sharingan could easily control 2 6,000-year-old soul beasts. This undoubtedly relieved a significant burden for them and provided them with assistance. One's gain was another's loss. So, your main task is to hold them back. Once I've succeeded, we'll retreat immediately. Understood? Yes, the 3 women replied earnestly. Even the jade-eyed cloud-winged tiger beneath them nodded. In that case, let's move out now. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 139 Blue-Silver Area Entanglement. As Yichu spoke, he patted the tiger's head. Receiving his instruction, the tiger growled and took a running start, leaping down into the valley. Accompanied by the shouts of the girls, its wings unfurled, slowly stabilizing as it glided downwards. Senior, please. After greeting Douluo again, Yichu also jumped down. His speed was much faster than the tiger's gliding. He only occasionally used the flying ability of his soul bone to adjust his direction. Yaha, feeling the wind blowing against her cheeks, Xiao Lan cried out joyfully. Ning Rongrong hugged Xiao Lan tightly, her heart pounding. I say, you're not scared, are you? Du Yan's face suddenly pressed close, her voice still reaching Ning Rongrong's ears despite the strong wind. Nonsense, I'm not scared at all, haha. Don't worry, I'll protect you. I don't want Yichu to be sad. Du Yan tightened her grip on her waist, her serious expression startling Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's lips moved slightly, uttering 2 words. Thank you. Unfortunately, The wind was too strong at the moment, and the faint voice was instantly blown away. Whoosh! A blue figure appeared beside them. It was Yichu who had caught up. Wrong. Give me an amplification, understood. 7 treasures transformation with the glazed glass. Firstly, power. Secondly, speed. Ning Rongrong steadied herself, and a 7-story, 7-colored pagoda appeared in her hand. As her voice fell, 2 streams of light shot into Yichu's body. Just after she finished speaking, a stream of air rushed into her mouth, and she quickly covered her mouth in discomfort. Haha. You guys hurry up, I'm going down first. With that, Yichu deactivated his flight skill and began freefall, rapidly plummeting towards the ground. The height around the valley was only a few dozen meters, and soon, the ground was almost in front of him. Slightly slowing down, Yichu crashed down. Thud. A deafening roar echoed through the valley, filling it with dust that obscured the view. Ow! The wolves resting under the shade of the trees were suddenly startled, leaping to their feet and howling in unison, as if calling to their companions. Their fiery red fur gleamed even in the shade, and the trees they had passed bore scorch marks, their surfaces charred. Ow! At the alpha wolf's call, all the crimson flame wolves rushed to its front, wary of any enemies that might emerge from the thick dust. Whoosh! Ghostly shadow. A figure burst forth from the billowing dust, leaving after images. From the moment he fell to his charge, Yichu showed no hesitation or pause, his eternal kaleidoscope eyes blazing. With Ning Rongrong's 30% power and speed boost, combined with the ghostly shadow, he charged recklessly towards the alpha wolf. Ow! The alpha wolf's furious howl echoed throughout the valley, and one after another, the crimson flame wolves attacked Yichu. The crimson flame wolves, true to their name, are fire attribute wolf-type soul beasts, their bodies surrounded by flame-like light. Their primary attack methods are spitting fire or gathering flames in their claws for strikes, while also possessing some melee and biting abilities. The distance of a dozen meters was covered in just a few breaths, with both sides rushing towards each other. Divine Might activated. Yichu's keen perception, even while moving, easily located the targets he needed to control. The 2 crimson flame wolves, around 6,000 years old, were over 2 meters tall and 6 or 7 meters long, enormous in size. Whoosh! The flames, claw strikes, and attempts to ram Yichu by the crimson flame wolves were all pierced by him. The crimson flame wolves that Yichu had passed turned back to chase after him, forming a pincer attack. Ow! A crimson flame wolf blocked Yichu's path, its mouth gathering intense, scorching breath before unleashing it in an instant. The intense flames shrouded Yichu's figure, yet there was no smell of burning. In a single stride, he charged through the flames to the fire-breathing wolf, his eyes flashing with an eerie, blood-red light as he locked eyes with it. This wolf was one of Yichu's controlled targets. Suddenly, 2 shadows appeared on the ground. While casting illusion magic, Yichu couldn't simultaneously use his divine power, his body had solidified. Behind him and to his sides, a wolf leaped high, either tearing at Yichu or spitting flames at him. At once the wolf let out a shrill howl. With 2 muffled thuds, 2 black shadows flew backward, carrying the smell of burnt fur as the attacks from both sides landed. The 6,000-year-old crimson flame wolf in front of Yichu was already under his control. Scorching crimson flames erupted from Yichu's head, igniting the demonic wolf attacking from behind and sending it flying with the force of the impact. It slammed heavily onto the ground some distance away, its fiery red fur charred black, clearly incapacitated. A wolf to its side was swatted away by a single paw. In a few breaths, a small encirclement was dismantled. Ow! The 6,000-year-old crimson flame wolf howled, bypassing Yichu and charging towards the other demonic wolves. Yichu continued charging towards the alpha wolf for the next target he could control. Ow! At one 10,000-year-old soul beasts had developed some intelligence. The alpha wolf, seeing this bizarre scene, showed a human-like panic in its eyes. It howled incessantly, its front paws pawing the ground, somewhat restless. With a crimson flame wolf as an ally, Yichu found things much easier. Using the same method, combining divine might and illusion technique, he successfully controlled the second 6,000-year-old crimson flame wolf. With the cooperation of the 2 wolves, Yichu approached the alpha wolf more easily. Ow! Seeing Yichu getting closer and closer, the alpha wolf roared, its ferocity fully revealed. Its saliva vaporized from its own heat, its fur bristling, its wild instincts told it of danger. Bang! Kneeling and gathering strength, it launched itself like an arrow released from a bow with a deafening roar. Its over 3-meter tall, 10-meter tall body generated a gust of hot air that brushed against Yichu's face. The ray's collar swayed violently, slapping Yichu's face painfully. Come on, boom, the ground beneath Yichu's feet shattered. A flash of red and purple light appeared in his eyes as he activated his divine power. The alpha wolf's iron head slammed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of sand. The sandstorm couldn't obstruct Yichu's vision. He circled behind the alpha wolf, pressing a palm-sized Rasengan down towards its body. Bang! Intense flames erupted from the alpha wolf, forming a tight protective shield, and the impact rebounded onto Yichu. Damn it, Yichu cursed inwardly. This level of Rasengan was still somewhat inadequate against a soul beast. Just a flick of its body sent Yichu flying. Where he landed, a 4,000-year-old crimson flame wolf had already opened its jaws, ready to swallow him whole. Blue-silver domain entanglement, a delicate shout rang out, and Little Blue unleashed its domain. The frost form of the blue-silver emperor enveloped all the wolves within its domain. Those wolves trying to catch Yichu were given special attention, their mouths wrapped around his mouth again and again. It only took Yichu half a minute to reach the alpha wolf, enough time for the 3 women to arrive. Have a nice day. Chapter 140. Is Little Blue a soul beast? Yichu adjusted his body and landed smoothly. At the same time, a Rasengan the size of a palm condensed in his hand again. If he couldn't handle a 10,000-year-old soul beast, surely he could handle the other small Karami. Bang! The Rasengan exploded on the fort of the 4,000-year-old crimson flame wolf. Its several-meter-long body trembled, its head buzzed, and after a few stumbles, it collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ow! With a wolf howl, the blue-silver emperor binding the alpha wolf snapped. Having only bound it for a moment, the 10,000-year-old alpha wolf had already broken free from Xiao Lan's restraints. Its crimson eyes, seemingly burning with raging flames, stared intently at Yichu. Lowering its body, its claws whipped through the air, it charged towards Yichu at breakneck speed. The crimson flames on its body burned even more fiercely, emitting wisps of white smoke upon contact with the air. Xiao Lan. Stick to the plan. Worried that she might cause some trouble if she jumped out of control, Yichu gave her another instruction, then quickly rushed towards the alpha wolf. As Yichu and the alpha wolf clashed and passed each other, the other demon wolves also successively bit off or broke free of the blue-silver emperor, binding them. This short period was enough for Xiao Lan to divide the battlefield. 7 treasures circulate with glazed glass. First is strength, second is speed. Roar. As the jade-eyed cloud-winged tiger slowly descended from the low sky, Ningrongrong, holding a small tower, had 2 yellow soul rings floating around her, and 4 streams of light surged towards Xiao Lan and Duguyan respectively. Blue-silver area entanglement. Xiao Lan used area entanglement again, but this time it wasn't aimed at the crimson flame demon wolves. Instead, she used the blue-silver emperor to build a defensive line, standing between the demon wolves. This surrounded the other 4 to 5,000-year-old crimson flame demon wolves and Yichu's controlled helpers. Only 3 to 4,000-year-old crimson flame demon wolves remained outside the encirclement. Wu, the remaining 5 crimson flame demon wolves, not restrained by the 2 6,000-year-old demon wolves, clearly understood that these were also their enemies. Turning their spears, some charged directly, while others spewed crimson flames towards Tiger. Roar. The jade-eyed cloud-winged tiger roared, its wings flapping, sending several wind blades flying, splitting the crimson flames into pieces and dissipating them. Duguyan also jumped off the tiger's back, 4 spirit rings, yellow, purple, and black, rising beneath her feet. The black spirit ring flashed. 4th spirit skill, Azure Phosphorus Serpent Emperor Shadow, averted Serpent Emperor Phantom coiled behind Duguyan. This spirit skill reduced the opponent's attack and speed by 30%. Visibly, the 3 charging crimson flame wolves slowed considerably. Hiss! The Azure Phosphorus Serpent Emperor Shadow behind her opened its blood-red maw, its forked tongue flicking out. The dragon's might contained within erupted, creating a terrifying effect that made the charging crimson flame wolves pause in their tracks. Boom! Taking advantage of the opportunity, Duguyan controlled the Azure Phosphorus Serpent Emperor Shadow behind her, hissing as it charged towards the 3-headed demon wolves, repelling them. Soul Master. The black 4th ring, Ningrongrong, who had just launched a few compressed spiral balls to help Huzu restrain the demon wolves, looked in surprise at the soul ring that had just risen beneath Duguyan's feet, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. She hadn't known anything at all. In her daze, she suddenly exclaimed. Huzi had been making a bit too much of the move while entangled with a crimson flame demon wolf, and Ningrongrong was about to fall to the ground. Hidden Shadow Dragon Serpent, Duguyan's soul bone technique on her right arm bone had just repelled the 3 demon wolves when she immediately turned around, extended her right hand, and a ghostly light flickered on her forearm. Soul power condensed into 4 dragon pythons, which quickly wrapped around Ningrongrong and pulled her into her arms. Ningrongrong, let's think about this after the soul hunt, Duguyan frowned. Fortunately, she had been keeping some attention on Ningrongrong, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to explain to Yichu. She could understand some of Ningrongrong's thoughts, but the occasion wasn't right. Sorry, thank you. Ningrongrong's face was a little pale, and she nodded, still shaken, quickly regaining her composure. Blue-silver area thrust. On the other side, the remaining Crimson Flame Wolf was being held back by Xiaolan. Xiaolan fully utilized her cleverness in battle, employing a variety of tactics. She used the extreme cold attribute to freeze the Blue-Silver Emperor, making it hard, and then combined it with a Blue-Silver domain. Her self-created soul skill, Blue-Silver area thrust, was thus created. Countless frozen Blue-Silver Emperors suddenly pierced out from the ground, densely inflicting many wounds on the Crimson Flame Wolf and hindering its advance. First soul skill, Azure Phosphorus Red Poison. Duguyan's first soul ring flashed, and bursts of red poisonous mist suddenly emanated from her body. Her first soul skill was Excitement Poison, which could stimulate the nerves and increase the attack power and speed of allies by 20%. Little Blue. Lure them away, don't let them interfere with Yichu. After instructing Little Blue, Duguyan immediately used her third soul skill, Azure Phosphorus Purple Poison, spitting it around the Wolfpack battlefield that Little Blue had created earlier to prevent them from coming out and causing trouble. Understood, Sister Yan. Little Blue acted quickly, restraining her opponents while wrapping the Blue-Silver Emperor around Ningrongrong and the other 2 girls' waists. Blue-Silver Thrust Formation. A large area of Blue-Silver Emperor burst out of the ground, encompassing the 3 Crimson Flame Demon Wolves that Duguyan was facing. The Crimson Flame Demon Wolves with slightly lower cultivation were almost overturned. The Blue-Silver Thrust Formation was also filled with a strong fragrance. Little Blue released her second soul skill mixed with cold poison. One breath was chilling to the bone, making one's heart soar, and the cold poison froze the internal organs. Tiger Girl, amplified by Ningrongrong and Duguyan's power, Xiaolan darted out, then grabbed the Blue-Silver Emperor in her hand, pulling the 2 girls to her side while urging Tiger Girl to run with her. Roar! The jade-eyed cloud-winged tiger roared, its invisible sonic waves carrying a mental attack, stunning its opponent before immediately retreating. Wu the Crimson Flame Wolf seemed to have considerable resistance to the cold poison. Xiaolan's underhanded attack had little effect. Suddenly, the 5 wolves gathered together, 5 fiery pillars of flame simultaneously erupting and converging. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire valley, the blinding light making it impossible to open one's eyes. Xiaolan's Blue-Silver Thrust Formation was instantly incinerated, the path cleared again, and the 5 wolves attacked once more. Ningrongrong climbed back onto the tiger's back, compensating for her lack of mobility, and worked with Tiger to fight a 3,000-year-old Crimson Flame Wolf. Duguyan also used her second soul skill on Huzi, Azure Phosphorus Poison, a paralyzing poison that eliminates pain and increases defense by 30%. In terms of restraining opponents, control is absolutely paramount. The 3 women and the tiger, working together, were enough to control the 5 Crimson Flame Wolves. Wu. On the other side, Yichu is still battling the Alpha Wolf. Pale blue ripples radiated from his feet, as he kept his Blue-Silver domain active, trying to maintain a near-peak state, since he would need to absorb soul rings later. Wolf flames erupted across the field, and bloodstains were scattered everywhere. Yichu only used Ghost Shadow Steps and small Rasengan to distract the Alpha Wolf, only occasionally using Divine Might intangibility when absolutely necessary. Like flying a kite, he hooked it, preventing it from escaping, and occasionally gave it harmless provocations. Once his rage meter was full, he would naturally unleash a Crimson Flame Wolf King, emptying its magazine. The Alpha Wolf's movements had slowed considerably, one of its hind legs twisting unnaturally and oozing blood. This was Yichu's greatest achievement in that short time, using the divine power of his left eye to snap off one of its hind legs. His gaze passed over the Alpha Wolf, looking at the scene behind it. The troublesome pack of wolves had been completely restrained, leaving only him and the wolf on the battlefield. He moved with the ghostly shadow steps, circling the alpha wolf's massive body. At once the alpha wolf's sinister gaze grew increasingly bloodthirsty, its teeth grinding with demonic force. Dragging its weary body, it launched another flaming claw attack at Yichu, only to have it pierced through by his divine power. A slight smile played on his lips as a fist-sized ball of soul power appeared in his hand, which he then split into 3. Since they've all completed their mission, I'll finish this quickly. With that, the 3 Rasengans in his hand struck the alpha wolf's hind legs at tricky angles. Ow! Under the perception and prediction of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, the already hampered creature couldn't completely dodge. It was struck squarely by a Rasengan, splashing blood on the ground, its hind legs buckling as it howled mournfully. Seizing the opportunity, a strange blood-purple light flashed in Yichu's eyes, and his body was instantly enveloped by a blood-red skeleton. Bone arms extended, and as Yichu approached the alpha wolf, its massive iron fist was already raised high. At one whoosh, the alpha wolf, unable to stand still, unleashed a blinding flame from its mouth, spitting out a 3-meter diameter fireball that scorched Yichu's face. Boom! Unsurprisingly, the fireball was deflected by Yichu's Susanoo, grazing the ribcage and striking the ground behind it. Bang! Bang! Yichu raised his iron fist and struck the alpha wolf's forehead from above. The wolf's mouth, which hadn't even closed in time, was forcefully slapped back shut, blood gushing from its mouth. Yichu frowned, his movements swift and decisive, a flurry of punches killing the master. After a set of Zingai Tai Chi, the alpha wolf finally stopped resisting. The firelight on its dimmed, its head slightly deformed, and the ground beneath it reeked of blood. A woog, if it weren't for the occasional whimpers it emitted, Yichu would have thought he had gone too far and killed it. After maintaining his Susanoo for a while, Yichu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed it couldn't even mount a last-ditch effort. A green light appeared in his hand, sustaining a simple, gentle heal to stop the bleeding. Space distorted, and the massive wolf body slowly became illusory. In just a moment, it entered Yichu's eyes through a special vortex. Yichu's body swayed slightly, gently stroking his eye sockets, muttering softly. It really is time to retreat. Looking around and locating Xiaolan and the others, Yichu ran over. His reddish-purple eyes dimmed slightly. To avoid expending his pupil power, the 2 crimson flame wolves he had been controlling had broken free. Ow! Bang! Several flashes of fire erupted, instantly shattering the blue-silver emperor left behind by Xiaolan, and the poisonous mist left by Duguyan also dissipated. The wolves inside, fighting amongst themselves, were all wounded. Even without their alpha, they still recognized Yichu at a glance. They continued to chase after him. Noticing the crimson flame wolves following behind, Yichu contacted Xiaolan first. In the distance, Xiaolan received Yichu's message, a happy expression appearing on her face. Great! Brother succeeded. He'll be here soon, then let's trap these wolves first. Miss Rongrong. Duguyan's forehead was covered in sweat, exhausted and hot. The scorching aura emanating from the crimson flame wolf never ceased. Hearing their voices, Ning Rongrong threw her Rasengan at the wolf's eyes and mouth. After temporarily repelling it, she summoned her martial soul. 7 treasures spin out with glazed glass. First is power, second is speed. Several streams of light landed on them. Ning Rongrong was also panting heavily, having used the Rasengan almost continuously. Fortunately, Xiaolan's blue-silver domain provided them with some replenishment of their soul power, otherwise her soul power would have been exhausted long ago. 4th soul skill, Azure Phosphorus Serpent Emperor Shadow, blue-silver thrust formation. 3rd soul skill, Azure Phosphorus Purple Poison, blue-silver area entanglement. The Azure Phosphorus Serpent Emperor Phantom intimidated the wolves, then charged forward, gathering them together. The hardened blue-silver Emperor pierced through the ground, restricting the movement of the 5 crimson flame demon wolves. A purple poisonous mist enveloped them. Soft yet resilient blue-silver grass, forming a spiked array, layered the poisonous mist and the crimson flame demon wolves. Having done all this, Duguyan and her companion quickly mounted the tiger's back and rode off into the distance, hurrying to reunite with Yichu. Look! Brothers over there. They hadn't gone far when they saw Yichu rushing towards them. Boom! As soon as Xiaolan finished speaking, an explosion sounded behind them, the powerful shockwave whipping through the girl's hair. The demon wolves, their fur charred and covered in sweat, dragged their weary bodies in pursuit. Ah! Tiger girl, hurry, hurry, Xiaolan kept patting its head. Duguyan also used her first soul skill again, Azure Phosphorus Red Poison, unleashing it at close range on the tiger. Under the influence of the exhilarating poison, the jade-eyed cloud-winged tiger roared and accelerated towards Yichu. Attacked from both sides, Yichu and Huzi sprinted 100 meters to meet him. Brother, Yichu, X2. Just as Yichu made contact with Huzi, crimson flames attacked from both sides, the heat wave hitting his face. Yichu's eyes immediately shone brightly. Divine might, boom. Several streaks of fire struck from both sides, the ground split into pieces, scorched black, where Yichu and the others had disappeared. A woo, the mournful howls rose and fell, echoing continuously in the valley. Kid, your combat power is really strong. On the open ground above the valley, Douluo had been observing the battle. Noticing Yichu suddenly appearing before him, Douluo sincerely praised him. I'm just showing off my skills in front of you, Yichu smiled. As it stood, Yichu had no effective way to deal with his 8th soul skill. Soul skills involving time were too overpowered, but fortunately, they could only be used against those with lower cultivation levels. Personal speculation, after all, he couldn't control Chrysanthemum and Ghost. Seeing that Douluo wanted to say something more, Yichu also needed to hurry, so he didn't stand on ceremony with him anymore. Senior, you should go into my space first, that soul beast doesn't have much time left. Alright, Douluo nodded, and the two figures disappeared into the starred-out great forest, leaving only the echoing wolf howls at the bottom of the valley. Inside Yichu's divine might space. On the edge of a wide stone platform, Ningrongrong and the others sat around a stone table, drinking tea and chatting. Only Xiaolan was teasing Tiger, preparing to give it a stylish haircut. Ningrongrong and Duguyan's eyes never left the center of the stone platform, the place shrouded in eerie light. Yichu was absorbing his 3rd soul ring there. Is he really alright? Although Ningrongrong had already learned about Yichu's abilities from Douluo, she still couldn't quite believe it, her eyes filled with deep worry. Don't worry, this isn't the first time Yichu has done this. I've tried it myself, there's no danger. Hearing Douluo's comforting words, Ningrongrong felt much more at ease, but a sense of resentment lingered. She lowered her head, sipped her tea, and looked somewhat disappointed. Even though she had arrived first, Yichu never told her these things. There must be a reason he didn't tell you, Douluo chimed in, explaining for Yichu, seeing Ningrongrong's expression. Of course I know, Ningrongrong snorted, but knowing didn't stop the discomfort in her heart. Roar, the jade-eyed cloud-winged tiger suddenly roared nearby, attracting the attention of Douluo and the others. Xiaolan. What's wrong? Seeing Xiaolan's condition, Ningrongrong immediately got up and ran over, followed closely by Douluo and his granddaughter. The little master, who had been fiddling with her face, suddenly froze in place. The jade-eyed cloud-winged tiger also panicked, circling around Xiaolan anxiously. Beside the tiger, the green mark on Xiaolan's forehead flickered, radiating a peaceful aura. Her body alternated between red and blue, and her budding breasts slowly began to change. By the time Ningrongrong and the others arrived, the strange phenomenon had vanished. Xiaolan forcefully concealed the commotion of her breakthrough, blinking as she looked at Ningrongrong and the others. Huh? Xiaolan, why have your eyes changed color? Douluo looked at her strangely. Xiaolan's eyes were now one red and one blue, a sight that seemed familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. Not just her eyes, her body, it's grown quite a bit too. Ningrongrong stared blankly at Xiaolan's body. She keenly noticed that Xiaolan had suddenly developed a lot, far surpassing her own growth. A bitter smile appeared on her lips. This was too unfair, too much of a bullying. Xiaolan? Seeing that Xiaolan seemed not to have recovered yet, Douluo couldn't help but call out to her again. Frowning, he was also somewhat confused about what was going on. I'm fine, brother has finished absorbing it, having completely suppressed the abnormality and with her eyes returning to normal, Xiaolan felt the changes in her body, and joy appeared on her face. She had finally grown a little more. But Yichu's instructions prevented her from saying more, so she changed the subject and led the way to Yichu. Ningrongrong and the other girl, hearing that Yichu had finished, were also preoccupied with their lovers and put aside their doubts, immediately rushing towards Yichu. Only Douluo sensed something was wrong. Although he was already used to Xiaolan's growth rate, He had just sensed that Xiaolan's soul power had broken through to the soul venerable level. Looking at Xiaolan's back, his dark green eyebrows furrowed. This girl doesn't seem to have hunted for soul rings before. How could she suddenly step into the soul venerable realm? Wait, could it be that she is a soul beast in human form? Astonishment appeared in Douluo's eyes as he stared intently at Xiaolan, but then quickly noticed Yichu and Douyan in his line of sight. The greed in his eyes quickly vanished without a trace. He patted his forehead forcefully. Getting old, almost confused. Not to mention I can't even sense any soul beast aura from her, even if she really is, it's useless to me. One of us, Douluo chuckled self-deprecatingly, his expression quickly returning to normal as he walked towards Yichu. At this moment, 3 purple-black soul rings floated beneath Yichu, and 3 women surrounded him, staring intently. Slowly, Yichu retracted the soul rings, opened his eyes, glanced at the people around him, and then spotted Xiaolan, rolling his eyes at her wildly. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at Xiaolan like that?" Xiaolan clutched the hem of her clothes, her face flushed, head bowed, even making a slightly coy gesture. She thought it was the change in her figure that had impressed Yichu. Yichu stared at her, several black lines appearing on his forehead, his fists clenching. Yichu, Ningrongrong and Douyan stared at the scene in surprise, then rushed forward to help Yichu up. "Kid, how come you're only level 31, Douluo, who had just arrived?" Sensed the lingering soul power fluctuations emanating from Yichu and was immediately puzzled. "Huh? Level 31, Yichu, are you alright?" Ningrongrong and the other woman also looked at Yichu in astonishment. "The third ring takes 10,000 years, how could he only be level 31? Yichu smiled wryly and glanced speechlessly at Xiaolan beside him, 2 chapters combined, 5,800 words. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 141 provided the clues. Actually, saying that Yichu is only level 31 isn't entirely accurate. His cultivation level isn't far from level 32, he should be able to break through in about half a month. As for why he keeps staring at Xiaolan, it's because she's also one of the instigators of all this. When the Crimson Flame Wolf sacrificed itself, most of its energy was absorbed by the seed of life within its body. Originally just a sprout, it was showing signs of becoming a seedling, its tiny leaves about to unfurl. Facing Yichu's gaze, Xiaolan finally realized something was wrong, and her previously feigned shyness immediately fell. Twisting the hem of her clothes, she cautiously and tentatively asked, "Brother, did Xiaolan do something wrong again?" No. Yichu waved his hand, he was just venting. "Oh," Xiaolan responded aggrievedly, while Tiger nuzzled her face beside her, as if comforting her. "Hey kid, what's wrong with you? What's going on?" Yan absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring and broke through to level 43. "How come you, a soul master, are only level 1? Level 1? No. It should be less than level 1, after all, reaching level 31 is inevitable after absorbing a soul ring." Douluo frowned, his eyes scanning the 2 of them. "Are these 2 siblings even normal?" "Yichu, X2 don't worry, I'm fine." Yichu squeezed the 2 girls' small hands, and after a moment of silence, under the strange gazes of the others, he walked up to Xiaolan. "Alright, don't be upset." He patted her head, then hugged her and patted her back. Brother Xiaolan also snuggled into his arms, and Yichu leaned close to her ear, his voice gentle. "Release your cultivation." "Huh? What? Be good." He reached out and poked her smooth forehead, then took her hand. Facing the group, 3 dark purple spirit rings rose from beneath her feet. Little Blue, though puzzled, obediently released her own spirit rings. "Ah! Little Blue, when did you become a spirit master?" Ningrongrong exclaimed, staring at Little Blue in shock. She had been with her the whole time, how could she not know when Little Blue acquired her spirit rings? Looking at the 3 spirit rings rising beneath Little Blue's feet, Ningrongrong blurted out, and the spirit rings are also 3,000-year spirit rings." Douyan also looked at Little Blue in surprise. Those 3 spirit rings, gleaming with an eerie purple light, the 3rd ring was even almost black. Douluo frowned, not understanding what Yichu was trying to do, reveal Little Blue's identity? Is it strange? Actually, Little Blue and I have a special symbiotic relationship. I even need to share a portion of my cultivation with her. Yichu chuckled, revealing their connection. Over time, Little Blue's ability to acquire spirit rings without hunting spirit beasts would inevitably be exposed, So Yichu simply revealed part of the truth. A symbiotic relationship. Ningrongrong felt she had received a lot of information today, much of which shattered her previous understanding, leaving her mind a bit confused. Yes, Xiaolan nodded firmly, wrapping her arms around Yichu's, a smile on her face. So Xiaolan can't live without her brother, no wonder. So Xiaolan was breaking through just now. Duguyan suddenly understood, remembering where she had seen Xiaolan's heterochromatic eyes before. No wonder Yichu's body changed after Xiaolan was enveloped by that red and blue sphere. So the two had such a connection. Is that so? Dugubo's face showed some doubt, but as an old and shrewd man, he naturally thought things through more thoroughly. Even if Yichu's explanation could explain Xiaolan's self-generated soul ring, why would he use Xiaolan's domain? This kid is dishonest. Dugubo gave Yichu a meaningful look, but didn't say anything, since he was determined to be the grandfather. He grinned, his mood brightening again. Haha. Alright, since you have no problems, let's go out first, okay? I'll take you out now. Roar. Just as Yichu was about to act, the jade-eyed cloud-winged tiger roared and took a soul bone from the corpse of the crimson flame demon wolf. I almost forgot. Yichu stroked its tiger head and took the soul bone in his hand. It was a right leg bone, entirely red, and it still felt a bit burning when held in his hand. At noon, under the blazing sun, in the sunset forest, an old man and a young man appeared in a clearing. Yichu looked strangely at Dugubo, who was about to go on another long journey. Senior, you're not going to go spar with someone again, are you? HMPH. Kid, don't you know why I'm leaving? I'm too lazy to get involved in your young people's affairs. I won't stay here and get in the way. Dugubo glared at Yichu, his beard bristling. If it weren't to make room for Yichu, Dugubo, wouldn't want to travel around like this. Kid, take good care of Yan Yan these next few days. Before he could finish speaking, Dugubo flew away into the distance. Watching the dark green figure disappear into the air, Yichu smiled wryly, formed a hand seal, and his body slowly faded away. Inside the ice and fire yin-yang well secret realm, Yichu released Ningrongrong and the others from the divine might space. Yichu, what place is this? It's so beautiful. Ningrongrong looked around. The air was filled with swirling mist, and the surrounding plants emitted a fluorescent glow. It was the first time she had ever seen such a scene. The ice and fire yin-yang well, HMPH. I didn't ask you. Even if you knew, it wouldn't matter. Hearing Duguyan's answer, Ningrongrong snorted coldly and glared at her. Duguyan raised her eyebrows, a smile playing on her lips, and pulled Yichu's hand closer to her. Yichu interrupted Ningrongrong, pointing to the red and blue hot pot in the center and introducing it to her. This is the place I told you about that can speed up cultivation. That's the ice and fire yin-yang well. He wanted to show her around, but Little Blue's stomach rumbled beside him. She cried, shaking Yichu's arm. Brother, Little Blue is hungry, haha. Since you're hungry, then Sister Yan will start preparing food. Duguyan pinched Little Blue's cheek, her eyes glancing at Ningrongrong, who was still holding Yichu, a strong sense of provocation in her eyes. Miss Rongrong, would you like to join us? Let me see your cooking skills, HMPH. Come on, I'll definitely make better food than you. You don't have the final say. Yichu will know once he tries it. Watching the two women's backs, Yichu, with lipstick marks and a little dampness on his cheeks, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wasn't being used as a battleground anymore. Little Blue, go help out too. Brother will cultivate for a while, huh? Little Blue, who had just approached him and was about to say something to Yichu, paused, then lowered her head dejectedly. Okay, I know, brother. After sending Little Blue away, Yichu lightly leaped onto the roof and sat down cross-legged. He carefully reviewed the abilities granted to him by his third ring. This time, although his soul power hadn't increased much, the gains were still enormous. First was the soul skill he gained in his left eye, Kagatsuchi. It allowed him to control the shape changes of Amaterasu, finally making Amaterasu controllable. His right eye gained a soul skill called Aim no High. Aim no High. It mainly possessed two powerful abilities, copying and storing. In Yichu's view, this soul skill pushed the Sharingan's copying ability to a new level, and its usage had two different directions. First, it could copy any soul skill he had seen and store it in his left eye. As long as the Sharingan was maintained, it could be released at any time, With no limit on the number of uses, equivalent to a replaceable skill slot, the power of the replicated soul skill is unrelated to the original owner. It depends on Yichu's soul power output. Only one soul skill can be stored at a time, and the cooldown time for changing a soul skill is 3 days. The replicated soul skill cannot exceed Yichu's own limitations, and the maximum number of soul skills that can be copied is the 6th. In other words, Yichu can currently only copy the first 3 soul skills of others, and if he needs to change them, he must wait 3 days until he sees another soul skill. Secondly, he can replicate his own soul skill and store it in someone else's eyes, with certain conditions set for activation. Prerequisites for storage: the other person must be conscious and unconditionally cooperate. Or, if the strength difference is huge, forced storage is possible. My attack methods have become more diverse. Yichu touched his eyes, quite satisfied with his new soul skill. But these were not what surprised Yichu the most. A smile appeared on Yichu's face as he stretched out his hand, and a blue-silver emperor flower emerged from his palm. The body was blue with golden patterns in the center. The left side of the golden patterns flashed red light, radiating intense heat. The right side was covered with frost, exuding a chilling aura. 3 purple spirit rings encircled it. As soon as the blue-silver emperor appeared, a delicate fragrance wafted into Yichu's nostrils, refreshing and serene. He slowly closed his eyes, focusing his inner gaze on the miniature ice and fire yin-yang eye within his body. A slight movement of his mind, and he seemed to hear the sound of waves crashing on the shore, as the 2 powers of the ice and fire yin-yang eye surged into Yichu's meridians. At the same time, the 3rd purple spirit ring on the main body of the blue-silver emperor in Yichu's palm flickered. Great! It's extracted. Yichu opened his eyes, looking joyfully at the blue-silver emperor in his hand. On the blue-silver emperor, as if bearing fruit, hung 2 fist-sized fruits, one red and one blue. The left one was crimson like blood, containing the ultimate fire. The right one was translucent icy blue, containing the ultimate ice. This is Iolan's 3rd soul skill, which can further unleash the power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. The 3rd soul skill, Blue Silver Ice and Fire Break. It can materialize 2 opposing extreme attributes, which, upon colliding, can cause a powerful explosion and have a chance to ignite or freeze enemies. It can also materialize and use any attribute power independently. What Yichu values most is that this soul skill gives him a way to channel the power of the mini ice and fire yin-yang well within his body. This way, he can try breathing fire, playing with ice, or even spitting water in the future. Furthermore, adding attribute changes to the Sharingan is not impossible. A smile appeared on Yichu's lips, and a small red and blue domain appeared at the bottom of the blue-silver emperor in his hand. The blue-silver domain has awakened for the 2nd time. Not only can it provide area of effect healing and remove negative status effects within the domain, but the blue-silver fragrance containing attribute power has also become controllable. It can also absorb the opponent's soul power, and has a 10% attribute suppression effect on ice and fire attribute soul masters. Just as Yichu was grinning foolishly at a blue-silver emperor in his hand, Little Blue, with a cunning glint in its eyes, stealthily crept up onto the roof and quietly approached his back. Yichu closed his eyes and concentrated, intending to try to extract one of the powers from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Suddenly, he felt a warmth from behind, a soft, delicate body pressed against his back, and a pair of jade-like hands encircled his waist. Ningrongrong's gentle voice rang out. Yichu? Rongrong. Yichu opened his eyes, looking at the pretty face resting on his shoulder, somewhat puzzled. Rongrong, weren't you in the kitchen? Sister Yan Yan can cook there. I came out to keep you company. Ningrongrong pressed her face against Yichu's, her voice revealing indifference, her blue eyes staring straight at Yichu. Sister Yan Yan. Yichu looked at her strangely, turned his head, and pressed his forehead against hers, feeling her warmth. Rongrong, are you alright? I'm fine, you misheard. How could I possibly call that stinky woman sister? Ningrongrong looked flustered and quickly explained, hugging him tighter. Yichu frowned, feeling something was off. Ningrongrong shouldn't be this intimidating? Before he could think further, Ningrongrong's face flushed, and she immediately offered her red lips. Red lips and white teeth met. Ningrongrong's hands moved up, holding Yichu's cheeks, slowly savoring the kiss. Yichu, as usual, slowly entered the mood. The warm, jade-like touch on her lips, her pearly teeth raised. Ningrongrong's face quickly turned blood red, and she even had trouble breathing. Her soul power became chaotic, and her misty blue eyes suddenly flickered, alternating between blue and green. Yichu frowned. She was too unfamiliar with him. Looking at Ningrongrong with a puzzled expression, Yichu's gaze suddenly became blank, and his mouth stopped moving. His pupils dilated in shock. Ningrongrong was slowly transforming into Xiaolan. A type of plant, Yichu exclaimed, immediately pulling back and nearly falling off the roof, his face still showing shock. Ah! Xiaolan also cried out in pain, covering her lips, which were marked with teeth marks and blood. Feeling weak all over, she collapsed onto the roof. Xiaolan? Yichu's voice was cold, tinged with shock. Ah! Brother! Xiaolan didn't mean it, I just wanted to try out my new ability. Seeing the anger on Yichu's face, Xiaolan quickly got up, wanting to go to Yichu's side, but hesitated. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she lowered her head, pursing her lips. A new ability. Yichu's face showed surprise, and he wiped the taste in his mouth with his sleeve. Ah! Don't wipe it away. Xiaolan raised her head, stubbornly looking at him, her eyes almost brimming with tears. She lowered her head again, looking aggrieved. You weren't like this when you kissed Sister Rongrong. Ugh smack. Yichu froze, watching the tears fall. The slight reproach in his heart suddenly vanished. He quickly walked to Xiaolan's side, bent down, and looked down at her. Hey, Xiaolan, don't cry. He cupped her cheeks in his hands and gently wiped away her tears. Then you're not allowed to wipe it away. Her voice was choked with sobs. Okay, I won't wipe it away. Yichu nodded quickly, agreeing immediately. You stinky brother, you're disgusted with Xiaolan? Xiaolan threw herself into Yichu's arms, her shoulders shaking. It took her a while to gradually stop crying, and she spoke in a muffled voice. How am I disgusted with you? Yichu smiled wryly, and sat down again with her in his arms. Rongrong wouldn't smear my face with saliva like you did, it's still wet. Yichu brought his face close to Xiaolan's, shaking his head and rubbing against her soft face. Ah, don't rub against me. Xiaolan pushed Yichu away with both hands, her face flushed and still bearing traces of tears. Look, you're disgusted with yourself. Yichu rolled his eyes at her, reaching out to touch her lips, where the small wound healed quickly. Anyway, you can't be disgusted with Xiaolan? She wrapped her arms around Yichu's neck again, clinging to him, her slightly more mature body pressed tightly against him. How could your brother be disgusted with you? Yichu hugged her back, having comforted her enough. He pushed the unwilling Xiaolan away again, becoming serious again. He cupped her face, looking her in the eye. Now, tell me why you turned into Rongrong just now. I just wanted my brother to pamper Xiaolan more. She first gave him a resentful look, then shyly tried to lower her head, but Yichu held her tightly in his hands. Looking into Yichu's eyes, her face burned, and she blinked rapidly, unable to look at him. Yichu hadn't been so affectionate with her in a long time, that was her intention. And because she was more familiar with Ningrongrong's appearance, she had adopted her likeness. But she hadn't expected Rongrong and her brother to be so playful. She had never done anything like this before. She couldn't take it anymore, and before she could even finish being affectionate, she gave herself away. Feeling the change in the pressure of Yichu's hand, Xiaolan pouted and begged for mercy. Brother, don't be angry. Xiaolan won't dare again. How could I be angry? A few black lines appeared on Yichu's forehead as he suppressed the urge to hide her head, forcing a slight smile. Then what's with this ability? This is a new ability that Seed gave Xiaolan? The Seed of Life? Yes. It's this. Xiaolan removed Yichu's hand, pointing to the shimmering green mark between her eyebrows. I can make my brother have this ability too. Xiaolan proudly pinched Yichu's chin, then reluctantly let go under Yichu's unfriendly gaze. She lowered her head, placing her small hands in front of her chest, clasped together. Yichu couldn't help but chuckle as he watched her expression change from smug to fearful and aggrieved. He pinched her chin, lifting her pretty face and giving it a squeeze. Alright, then teach me. Really? Xiaolan's eyes lit up, looking at Yichu happily. Yes. Really? Yichu affirmed. He was quite interested in this ability to change appearance. Xiaolan's words, however, caused his smile to freeze again. Then kiss Xiaolan, and Xiaolan will teach you. Xiaolan leaned against Yichu's chest, her pink face slightly tilted up, pointing to her red lips. The original chapter title has been censored. 2 chapters combined, 5,200 words. wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 142. The will to leave is firm. The warm sunlight fell on Xiaolan's slightly upturned pretty face, making her look even more radiant. Although there were still some tear stains, her skin was still moist and rosy. Her cherry lips slowly parted, the corners of her still moist lips glistening. Her lips trembled slightly, and her small hands tightly gripped Yichu's clothes, her eyes filled with shyness and anticipation. Gulp. Yichu awkwardly looked away. Xiaolan was indeed quite alluring in this state. You have to kiss me. Seeing the black lines on Yichu's forehead and his apparent hesitation, Xiaolan quickly explained. It's the same way the seed of life is transmitted. Yichu suddenly remembered that the seed had indeed entered his body in this way before. However, he couldn't help but complain. Why is the way this thing is shared always so strange? Because it can't stand the light. Xiaolan hadn't forgotten this point. Her eyes darted around, then she frowned and looked at him with a wrong expression. Little Blue wanted to kiss you first, but you, humph, Little Blue huffed, clearly unhappy with his rejection of her advances. How should I know? Come on then. Yichu glanced at her speechlessly, then nodded in agreement. After all, this level of contact wouldn't make a difference. Seeing Yichu agree, Little Blue smiled slyly, tilting her head back and touching her lips. Even though her face was flushed, she didn't forget to remind Yichu, use the same kissing technique as before, huh? Seeing Little Blue stick out her tongue, Yichu blushed slightly. He regretted glaring at her earlier. Little Blue looked at Yichu with unwavering determination. She wasn't going to give up so easily. She wanted to be with her brother like her two older sisters. Alright, after a moment of eye contact, Yichu gave in. He lowered his head and saw a faint green glow in Little Blue's lips. After a moment's hesitation, Yichu slowly lowered his head. A faint fragrance lingered around her nose as their lips lightly touched. The warm, moist touch felt like a stream of warm water flowing across her lips. As the face loomed closer, Xiaolan's eyelashes trembled, her heart pounding. Her small hands nervously gripped Yichu's clothes, her breathing becoming heavy. Yichu fulfilled her request, doing exactly as he asked, without any pretense. His daily training with Tuguyen and Ningrongrong had honed his skills to near perfection. His gentle movement seemed to devour Xiaolan's reason. She felt both shy and excited, a tingling sensation running through her body. A feeling of suffocation washed over her, and the emerald green orb surged into Yichu's body along with the air pressure. Yichu frowned, gently holding the soft, delicate body in his arms to prevent her from collapsing, and slowly raised his head. Xiaolan, her face flushed and panting, collapsed into Yichu's arms, her lips damp. Her little hands loosened their grip on Yichu, her mind still hazy and wandering. Life mimicry. Looking at Xiaolan in his arms, Yichu pursed his lips, processing the information he had received. He now knew the name of Xiaolan's new ability, life mimicry. A skill that allows one to change their appearance. It can also be applied to martial souls. However, it has limitations. Just like biological mimicry in nature, no matter how well a butterfly disguises itself, it cannot become a dragon. Similarly, a person cannot freely disguise themselves as another species. If the Blue-Silver Emperor were to use mimicry, it could only disguise itself as a martial soul similar in form to itself. This ability seems promising, Yichu mused, rubbing his chin. He suddenly felt that this thing might play a significant role in the future. His right eye's heavenly harvest sun fate could copy other people's soul skills, and this life mimicry could copy other people's appearance. Wouldn't he be able to easily disguise himself as a low-level version of someone else to cause trouble and attract hatred? Just as Yichu was lost in thought, Ningrongrong's voice came from below. Yichu, I'm ready, come down and eat. I'm ready too. Bring Xiaolan down quickly. Duguyan also placed the food she had prepared on the table in the wooden shed. Okay. Coming right away, Yichu replied without looking up, completely unaware that the atmosphere between Ningrongrong and the two women was a little strange. The two women faced each other, staring intently at each other, as if sparks were flying. Xiaolan, shouldn't you get up? Yichu looked at Xiaolan, who was still leaning against him. The blush on her face hadn't completely faded, and the sweet saliva at the corner of her mouth hadn't dried yet. Brother, she called softly, her little hand grabbing Yichu's clothes, her breath coming out slightly hurriedly. Xiaolan's body is a little weak, her eyes, looking at Yichu, seemed to hold a pool of spring water. Her body was still a little numb, making it impossible for her to get up on her own. She was slightly damp, her long, slender legs pressed together. Now, She wouldn't dare laugh at Ning Rongrong for wetting the bed anymore. It was just a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Yichu looked at her helplessly, then chuckled. He hadn't expected Xiaolan to be even more incompetent than him, both incompetent and playful. Then let me carry you down, okay? Yichu gently wiped the drool from her mouth, wrapped her arms around his neck, reached under her back and legs, and lifted her up. With a light leap, he landed on the ground. Only when he reached Ning Rongrong and the other girl did they notice Xiaolan's strange behavior. Xiaolan, what's wrong? Ning Rongrong looked strangely at Xiaolan in Yichu's arms, her face flushed and looking somewhat weak and delicate. I'm fine. Xiaolan lowered her head, not daring to look at her. Du Yan, however, was more experienced than Ning Rongrong and naturally knew what this meant. She frowned and glared at Yichu. In the past, this would have been considered not only beastly, but also a lecherous scoundrel. She's fine, probably just too hungry. Yichu chuckled dryly and gently placed Xiaolan on the stool. Since she's hungry, let's eat something first. Du Yan pushed a bowl in front of Xiaolan, already filled with food. Ning Rongrong followed suit, pushing over a small plate. Clang. The sound of bowls and plates clattering rang out. The two women exchanged a glance, then quickly looked away. Thank you, Sister Rongrong and Sister Yan. Xiaolan leaned against the table, head bowed, tasting the food they had prepared. But no matter how she ate, she seemed to only taste Yichu's flavor. Yichu sat down opposite Xiaolan, perfectly positioned, even the distance between him and the two women was just right. Only then did he finally turn his gaze to the food prepared by the two beauties. A large plate of pastries adorned with flower stamens, and a bowl of shredded meat and medicinal porridge. The pastries were naturally made by Ning Rongrong. For her own skin and for Yichu's sake, she chose to learn how to make pastries and cold dishes after careful consideration. Du Yan did the same. When the two lived alone here, they usually went out to hunt wild game and gather medicinal herbs from near the ice and fire yin-yang well, which they would then slowly simmer. Yichu, try some. Ning Rongrong smiled and picked up a delicate pastry, its surface still carefully engraved with their names. Yichu nodded, slowly leaning over to take a small bite, then licking it in his mouth. A rich floral fragrance and a hint of sweetness quickly filled his senses. How is it? Is it good? Very good, fragrant, sweet but not cloying, delicious. Under Ning Rongrong's expectant gaze, Yichu truthfully replied. Great. Ning Rongrong happily leaned over and kissed Yichu on the cheek, then quickly turned to look at Du Yan, her words revealing her pride. How about that? I told you, I'd definitely win. I definitely won't lose. A slight smile appeared on Du Yan's lips. How could Yichu bear to let her lose? Besides, she wasn't completely unprepared. She smiled mysteriously, a slight blush appearing on her face, and took a swig of the medicinal food she had prepared. Hey! Why are you drinking it all by yourself? You shameless woman. Ning Rongrong's voice made the dazed Xiaolan look up. Seeing Du Yan wrap her arms around Yichu's neck, pulling him up and personally feeding him, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but scream. Glug, so that's how it's done. Xiaolan stared blankly at this scene, her eyes shining, swallowing the food in her mouth, somewhat eager to try it herself. With Ning Rongrong's pull, the two finally separated. Du Yan wiped her mouth, looking at her provocatively, and then looked at Yichu, who was still coughing beside her. How is it? Is it good? Is it better than Ning Rongrong's? She leaned half her body against Yichu, looking incredibly tempting. Yichu, she's cheating. Ning Rongrong grabbed Yichu's arm and glared at Du Yan. Cheating? Didn't you just feed Yichu yourself? It's different. No way. I want to start over. Huh? Yichu looked at her in surprise and gave a wry smile. Even Xiaolan's eyes lit up slightly, she hadn't quite seen it earlier. Alright, Rongrong, actually, both of yours are delicious. I like them both. Hearing this, Du Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Although she had known this would happen, she hadn't expected that even after doing all that, they still couldn't avoid a tie. Yichu? Ning Rongrong shouted, looking at him angrily. Since you like them both, then you can eat them all. Humph, bang. Ning Rongrong slammed the pastries she had made directly in front of Yichu and turned her head away, refusing to look at him anymore. Rongrong, are you alright? Yichu tried to pull her up, but she shook him off. He looked at Du Yan in confusion, wondering what had happened in the kitchen. Du Yan didn't say much, just shrugged, indicating she couldn't help. They were just doing a little test. Okay, Yichu covered his face. This time he seemed genuinely angry with himself. He sat obediently in his seat, picking up pastries and putting them into his mouth one by one. Brother Little Blue, please help. Douluo didn't speak, quietly watching from the side and stopping Little Blue from interfering. She watched Yichu with interest, but even more so the sulking Ningrong. She wanted to see how long she could hold out. Before a few breaths had passed, Ningrong's voice came out, tears welling in her eyes. Alright, you should take me back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school first. Yichu's mouth was full, so he couldn't make much of a sound, and could only nod repeatedly. Why are you eating so fast? Ningrong stomped her foot in exasperation, tears streaming down her face. She quickly picked up the porridge on the table and fed it to Yichu. PFFT, Douluo, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't expected him to feel sorry for her so quickly. The little devil of the 7 treasure glazed tile school was nothing special. Douluo also went behind Yichu and gently patted his back. Glug. Yichu finally swallowed the pastry in his mouth and took Ningrong's hand. Cough cough. I'll take you back now, no need, you should rest first. Ningrong's soft hand gently slid against Yichu's chest, her eyes filled with heartache and apology. She wanted to say something, but glancing at Douluo beside her, she didn't speak. Soon Yichu had recovered and was standing in the open space in the distance, waiting for Ningrong and the other person. Xiao, are you done eating? Come over if you are, I'm full, brother. Xiao ran quickly to Yichu, took his hand, and looked at the 2 girls still fighting under the wooden shed with a puzzled expression. They were a bit far away, and Yichu couldn't hear their conversation. Ningrong's condition was still somewhat precarious. Douluo. Just you wait, don't think you're so great just because you're a soul master. I'll surpass you sooner or later and stand with Yichu. Douluo chuckled lightly, not paying much attention, and slowly gathered the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Then she looked up and stared at her intently. Ningrong, although this test was a bit tasty, shouldn't you be glad about the result? What do you mean? Ningrong frowned, not understanding her words. After all, you weren't entirely the first one here. Aren't you? Hearing her words and seeing her teasing gaze, Ningrong's face suddenly paled, and her eyes darted away. Alright, Yichu is still waiting for you. Douluo picked up what she was holding, said nothing more, and walked past her into the kitchen. Sister Rongrong, in the distance, Xiao was waving at her. Ningrong walked over expressionlessly, wrapped her arms around Yichu's waist, and hugged him tightly. Rongrong, are you alright? Yichu really couldn't understand what the 2 of them were talking about. I'm fine. Let's go back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school first. I want you to keep me company. Okay. She turned her head and leaned on Yichu's shoulder, her voice soft and gentle. Okay. Yichu nodded slowly, then formed a hand seal and disappeared from the spot. Douluo peeked out from behind the door, a smile on her lips, but also a hint of annoyance. Sigh, why am I the last one? I hope the others won't make things difficult for me. But maybe I'll be the first one here someday. At the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The sun had already set halfway down the horizon. On a patch of grass, Yichu was lying on the grass, while Ningrong was nestled in his arms. Yichu stayed with her all afternoon, even though she remained silent the whole time. The evening breeze, carried by the sunset, carried a hint of warmth, but Ningrong hugged Yichu tighter. Yichu, a gentle voice came from Yichu's heart. Ningrong climbed up a little, resting her chin on Yichu's shoulder. Their faces turned to face each other. Her long period of thought had calmed her down. Although she already had an answer in her heart, she still wanted to hear Yichu's explanation with her own ears. Yichu, do you prefer Douluo? Why are you suddenly saying this? My feelings for you are the same. Ningrong reached out and smoothed Yichu's furrowed brows. There was no trace of resentment in her eyes, but her blue eyes were already misty. Sure enough, she still couldn't be completely calm. She could only try to keep her voice as gentle as possible. Although you said our food tastes just as good, you've kept so many secrets from me. I was here first, so why can't I be the one who knows first? Yichu stared blankly at her, slowly pulling her closer. So that's why she was upset. He pressed his forehead against hers and gently shook his head. Remember when I asked you to find the method to hide the age limit of a spirit ring? I just wanted to give you a surprise. Of course she remembered. She was willing to do anything Yichu asked her to do. Ningrongrong was silent for a long time, her voice sounding somewhat dejected and regretful. But now that surprise is gone, how could it be gone? The Super Age Spirit Ring is just an embellishment. Soon, I'll give you a big gift. Maybe you'll be so happy you'll give yourself to me. Yichu smiled, reaching out to poke the corner of her mouth, trying to pull it open slightly. Ningrongrong looked at him strangely, not responding, but instead leaning closer, her voice filled with curiosity and worry. Yichu, do you like Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing more? Yichu, you're not allowed to lie to me. Before Yichu could answer, Ningrongrong warned him very seriously. Yichu paused. It seemed that no one could be absolutely fair. After thinking for a moment, Yichu's expression became serious. He looked at her earnestly and slowly gave his answer. Wrong. I can only say that I will try my best to be fair, okay? I understand, Ningrongrong responded softly, bringing her face close to Yichu's neck, inhaling his scent. She felt his heartbeat, felt Yichu slowly tightening his embrace. Everything was as she had thought, as she had expected. A slight smile appeared on her lips, tinged with bitterness. Duguyan was right. She wasn't entirely the first one there. What right did she have to use her first-come first-served status to make Yichu love her more? Even if she surpassed Duguyan, could she surpass the others? Would Yichu also love the never-before-seen Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing more? Wrong. Yes, Yichu, I'm leaving the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in a few days. I'm going to see the outside world. Her voice made Yichu's apology linger on his lips. He leaned out again, tears streaming down his face, but a smile remained on his lips. HMPH. Even if you can treat everyone equally, I still want to make Duguyan look bad. This young lady doesn't want to be outdone by anyone. You can't stop me, was it time? Yichu looked at the setting sun, which had completely sunk, and agreed. Okay. I'll listen to you. He leaned over and slowly wiped away her tears. Ningrongrong suddenly pressed down on Yichu's mischievous head, frowned, looked at him seriously, looked directly into his eyes, and said firmly, Yichu, there's something I need to make clear to you. This young lady doesn't need any grand gifts. Even without those, I've always been yours. Yichu rolled over and pinned Ningrongrong beneath him. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan appeared in his eyes, staring intently into hers. You were always mine. Kiss. Under Yichu's Sharingan gaze, the two kissed passionately on the grass, oblivious to everyone else. Only Xiaolan remained, sitting on a large rock some distance away, pouting and bewildered in the wind. In Ningrongrong's eyes, Yichu used the Heavenly Harvest Destiny to store 2 of his soul skills, Amaterasu and Kagatsuchi. Thank you to reader Ubangsu for the 10,000 coins. Thank you all for your great support. 2 chapters combined, 5,000 words in total. Wishing you all a happy life. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Ungrateful. As dusk fell and night enveloped the earth, Yichu, having comforted Ningrongrong, did not stay overnight at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After bidding farewell to Ningrongrong and Xiaolan, he directly used his divine power to head to the secret chamber of the Crown Prince's residence. The dimly lit chamber was empty. Yichu's figure appeared amidst the spatial distortion, the gentle light from the luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling illuminating him. His blood-red eyes scanned his surroundings. He sat down at the stone table in the center, quietly awaiting Jinriksu's arrival. She came to cultivate almost every night. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table as he stared at the entrance to the chamber, Yichu's expression gradually darkened. Through his questioning, he learned that Ningrongrong still intended to head towards Soto City. The development of events seemed to be proceeding as originally planned. That also meant that Xiao Wu would appear in Soto City at the same time, along with Zhu Huqing, and Tang San and his son. Yichu let out a long sigh, but couldn't help frowning. Things seemed a bit difficult. Although the course of events hadn't deviated from his expectations, Yichu was naturally somewhat happy, meaning there were still many things he could manipulate. But along with that came some trouble. He definitely had to go to Soto City, but his appearance would inevitably connect with Xiao Wu and the others, and would it also attract Tang Hao's attention, prompting him to use life mimicry? Tap tap. While Yichu was still pondering, a series of footsteps came from the secret passage at the entrance of the secret chamber, unheard and unheard. Before he could even see the figure, Jin Ringsu's cold voice had already reached Yichu's ears. Did Yichu say you were going to hunt souls today and didn't have time to cultivate with me? What? Did something go wrong? Yichu came back to his senses and looked in the direction of the voice. Golden hair, a stunningly beautiful face, even in the dim secret chamber, was still eye-catching. A pair of long, shapely legs, along with that proud body, were walking towards him step by step. Even before entering the secret chamber, Jin Ringsu had sensed Yichu's arrival. The moment she stepped inside, a golden aura enveloped her, restoring her to her original form. Only in this chamber could she shed this annoying disguise. I'm asking you a question. Receiving no response, Jin Ringsu frowned slightly and sat down opposite him at the stone table. Very smoothly, you've successfully broken through to Soul Master, Yichu. His thoughtful expression gone, looked directly at her. Oh, Jin Ringsu nodded calmly, then picked up the teapot on the table, poured 2 cups of tea, and slowly pushed them towards Yichu. Since everything went smoothly, why do you look so preoccupied? I was thinking about when you'd fulfill the conditions you promised me. He picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and the sweet taste soothed his inner turmoil, but his eyes never left Jin Ringsu. Why the sudden rush? Looking at Yichu's serious expression, Jin Ringsu was somewhat puzzled. She could easily access information about Du Yan, one of the members of the royal fighting team. During this time, through the observations of Porcupine and Serpent Spear on the training ground, she was well aware that Du Yan possessed a 4th level 10,000-year spirit ring. Based on Du Yan's breakthrough time and Yichu's appearance, Jin Ringsu could deduce many things. However, according to the intelligence she had gathered, none of his women seemed to need to acquire new spirit rings. Driven by curiosity, Jin Ringsu quickly suppressed her doubts and chuckled as she sipped her fragrant tea. Looking at Yichu with interest, her words carried a hint of probing. I'm quite curious to know what you're going to do with this. Could it be for Du Yan? Hearing her words, Yichu frowned. Du Yan's 4th level 10,000-year spirit ring was indeed impossible to conceal, but King Ming had already given a gag order within the royal fighting team. Understanding that the other party had investigated him and Du Yan, Yichu's tone became somewhat unfriendly. Why do you care so much? Just give me the thing. Thump. The teacup in her hand slammed heavily on the table, splashing water. Jin Ringsu's face turned cold. Seeing Yichu's attitude, a surge of anger rose within her for some reason. Apart from that crazy woman, no one had ever dared to speak to her like that. HMPH. You think I want to interfere? Jin Ringsu gritted her teeth, her face flushed with a mixture of anger and shyness, glaring at Yichu resentfully. If you weren't still somewhat useful to me, I would have torn you to pieces long ago for your repeated offenses. Although their cultivation posture had changed long ago, accidents still frequently occurred when they embraced face to face. Besides those bumps and bruises, there were also many times when Jin Ringsu was bewitched by Yichu's eyes, making inappropriate moves such as throwing herself into his arms. Those were just accidents, and I already warned you beforehand. Facing her accusing gaze, Yichu turned his head away. An accident? How? Should I thank you for remaining unmoved? Thank you for your apologies after each time you've had your fun, Jin Ringsu sneered. She knew Yichu, who frequented several women every day, inside and out, and noticed a 2 distinct scents emanating from him. Whenever she recalled the scene of her disheveled body pinning Yichu down, feeling the slight heat rising within her, she gritted her teeth. Besides, your martial soul. I'm sure you know its composition, right? She looked at Yichu mockingly. Intelligent and quick-witted since childhood, how could she not realize the reason for her abnormality? It was because of Yichu's lewd and improper eyes. Yes. It was indeed my fault. I'm sorry. Yichu put down his teacup, nodded calmly, and instinctively wanted to apologize, but remembering her words, he frowned and swallowed his words back. Then he looked directly at her. I don't want to argue with you anymore. I just want to know when you'll give me the item. The two looked at each other, Yichu's gaze relatively calm, without much emotion. In the past month or so of cultivation, he and Jin Ringsu hadn't had much interaction beyond a few physical contacts. On the contrary, they had almost come to blows several times after cultivation, causing this secret chamber to be repaired and even expanded a bit. A cold glint flashed in Jin Ringsu's golden eyes, her jade-like hand under the table clenching into her fist. That bastard. This time he's even too lazy to apologize. She gritted her teeth, barely suppressing the urge to reward him with an angelic assault. She definitely couldn't hand the item over to Yichu now, otherwise. How would she explain the lie she told? HMPH. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll urge you and try to get it delivered in the next few days, okay? In that case, thank you. Hearing her reply, Yichu's emotion softened considerably. Just to be on the safe side, he looked at her again and added, okay, I hope what you're saying is true. Completely unaware, the color of his spirit ring had already been revealed. She even had a pretty good idea of his secret ability to help others obtain spirit rings beyond their current age. Don't worry, he'll definitely arrive in a few days, Jinriksu chuckled unhappily, picking up the teapot beside her. Hey, let's have a cup of tea to calm down before we start cultivating, okay? Jinriksu refilled Yichu's teacup, and the two sat quietly by the stone table. After finishing their tea, they went to bed. On the bed in the secret room, the lone man and woman lay back to back. Feeling the warmth from his back, Jinriksu slightly turned her head, glancing back, only able to see a glimpse of his face. She then calmed herself and gradually entered a meditative state. Outside the crown prince's residence, night deepened. The handsome young man and beautiful young woman, nestled close together on the bed, appeared from a distance to be enveloped in a golden red cocoon, with wisps of soul power flowing through and exiting their bodies. Above them hovered a golden angelic phantom, 6 wings on its back, its eyes reddish-purple, bathing the entire secret chamber in a faint golden red glow. As time passed, dawn broke on the horizon. The light in the secret chamber gradually faded, disappearing back into the two figures. The two opened their eyes almost simultaneously, exhaling a breath of stale air. Yichu, Jinriksu, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Yichu, who had just opened his eyes, glanced at the hourglass in the secret chamber. Before Jinriksu could speak, he quickly said goodbye and vanished from the bed using his divine power. It was time. He had to return to escort Douluo to the academy. Jinriksu, who had been quietly leaning against Yichu's back, was caught off guard and collapsed onto the stone bed. A muffled thud came from the back of her head, and she cried out in pain. Yichu? Jinriksu's furious roar echoed through the empty secret room. What do you take this place for? You ungrateful bastard! Bang! With a loud crash, when the two men from the serpent spear rushed in, they saw that the stone bed, which had just been replaced, had once again been sliced in two by their young lady's holy sword. You too, miss, the two men, serpent spear and prickly pole, bowed, their eyes filled with confusion. Go and throw away all the soup prepared in the kitchen. Throw it all away. I'm so angry. She had originally planned to ask him if he wanted to stay for breakfast, but he had left even more decisively than usual. It was always like this, he would leave as soon as he was done. It had ruined her appetite, she was so angry she was full. She glared resentfully at the secret technique of concealing spirits in her hand, muttering to herself, want more? HMPH. I'll make you wait a few more days. 7 days later, in the woods outside the Royal Fighting Team's training ground. On the horizon, the setting sun painted a golden line, its golden afterglow falling and enveloping a graceful girl in a purple training uniform. Her long, purplish-green hair swayed gently in the evening breeze, and her green eyes held a hint of gentleness as she quietly gazed at the space not far in front of her. Even though Yichu was quite late, Douluo showed no impatience, only anticipation. Yichu had dropped her off today, but hadn't been seen all day. Yan, the space in her vision shifted, and two blue figures appeared in the open space. Yichu. And Xiao Lan? A look of surprise flashed in Douluo's eyes as she ran towards Yichu, carrying her gifts. Seeing Xiao Lan holding his hand, she stopped. Seeing her, Douluo already knew why Yichu was late today. Sister Yan. Want one? Xiao Lan greeted her happily. She was holding several strings of candied hawthorns, which Ningrongrong had bought for her in Yongdao City out of kindness after seeing her constantly crying face. Her soul tool was also piled high with items. Haha, no need, you can have it yourself, Douluo chuckled and shook her head at her. She habitually put her arm around Yichu's, leaned on his shoulder, and asked softly, has she left already? Yes. I just saw Rongrong off from Yongdao City. Yichu nodded slightly, a hint of worry still showing on his forced smile. Although he had already told her a lot of things and even given her several huge crossbows, Yichu, will you be mad at me? Douluo leaned close to Yichu's ear, her warm breath adding a touch of gentleness to the cool evening breeze. How could I blame you? Besides, even sect leader Ning encourages Rongrong to go out more. He gently nuzzled her forehead, then pulled his hand away, wrapping it around her slender waist and pulling her into his arms. That's good, then let's go home. Kissed Douluo smiled and lightly pecked Yichu on the cheek. Brother Xiaolan too, go away. Yichu disgustedly dodged Xiaolan's red lips, which were covered in rock candy. Ah! Brother is biased. Amidst the commotion, Yichu used his divine power to carry the two girls back to Sunset Forest. As Ning Rongrong stepped out of Yondao City, far away on the border of the Yondao Empire, near the edge of the starred-out Great Forest close to Soto City, a girl with a voluptuous figure, wearing a leather jacket, cat ears on her head, and a cat tail hanging from her clothes at the back of her waist, was constantly moving through the forest. Suddenly, a figure flashed behind her, and sharp arrows pierced the air, their tips gleaming with a dark luster, clearly coated with deadly poison. Whoosh! Meow! Her martial spirit instantly possessed her, and with a roll, she dodged all the arrows. Boom! Boom! More than 10 figures surged out, surrounding her. Miss Zhu Qing, you should come back with us. The young lady certainly won't hurt you. Zhu Qing turned and glanced back, her eyes icy cold, her words carrying a chilling edge. Is Davis always so secretive? The person in front of her was a level 46 soul master, 4 soul rings, yellow and purple, pulling beneath his feet. This subordinate doesn't understand what you're talking about. We're just following the young lady's orders, looking at the 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, below Zhu Qing's feet. He was somewhat amazed. Unfortunately, the tallest tree catches the most wind. Zhu Qing frowned, remaining silent, the shadow spider spears on her back stirring restlessly. Her eyes scanned her surroundings, her expression grave. If it were just 1 soul master, she might have some confidence, but there were 3 soul masters in the group. It seems Miss Zhu Qing is going to take the punishment, the leader of the black-clad men spoke in a hoarse voice, slowly raising his hand. The people around him also slowly activated their martial souls, which were dazzling and beautiful. Everyone, attack immediately. No questions asked, the raised hand was quickly lowered, and the remaining dozen or so people immediately approached Zhu Qing. Poof! Just as the spider spears behind Zhu Qing unfolded, a rough voice came from outside the circle. Kill! Leave no one alive. Outside the encirclement, another group of black-clad men appeared and attacked those surrounding her without saying a word. Who is it? Oh no! It's a soul king. Ah, spare us. We are the crown princes. Ah, the clash of soul skills, mixed with the screams of the dying, echoed through the forest. After a while, these sounds subsided. Bloodstains and corpses littered the ground, as if telling the story of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Miss Zhu Qing, please don't be nervous. The eldest young lady asked me to tell you that this is her sincere wish. She hopes you can bring back what she needs. They stood in a row in front of Zhu Qing, and the tall man at the head, seeing her still wary, explained. 4 soul kings, has sister emptied her coffers? This sincerity is truly touching. Zhu Qing had witnessed a battle just now and had a general understanding of these people's strength. Putting away the spider spear behind her, Zhu Qing responded calmly. Tell her I will do my best, then the subordinate wishes you success. Retreat, swish swish swish. They came quickly and left quickly, disappearing swiftly at the man's command. Zhu Qing watched their retreating figures and the mess on the ground, and she also quickly left. The sun was about to set, and she had to hurry to leave the starred-out Great Forest. Continuing towards Soto City, looking at the sunset on the horizon, a black-haired, blindfolded boy involuntarily appeared in her mind. Yichu. Can I see you? Nodding Academy, Dormitory 7. Outside the bed surrounded by screens stood a young man in black, with black hair and a somewhat thin appearance. This was Tang San, who was about to graduate from Nodding Academy. At this moment, he stood outside a screen, his brows lowered, his body bowed, calling out gently, Xiao Wu, are you ready? We should leave. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, he still couldn't hide the joy in his voice. Because Xiao Wu had actually agreed to go to Soto City with him, which made him extremely excited. Xiao Wu really didn't want to leave him. His efforts hadn't been in vain. While Tang San was still outside imagining the wonderful life in the Soul Master Academy in the future, inside the screen, Xiao Wu had already packed her things. Apart from the wooden planks on the bed, Nothing else was left. She had grown into a graceful young woman, sitting on the edge of the bed, gently turning the bamboo dragonfly she had carefully maintained in her hand. Tears welled up in Xiao Wu's eyes. She didn't want to leave, she wanted to wait here for Xiao Chu to return. But Tang Hao's watchful gaze from the shadows forced her to leave with Tang San. Xiao Chu, you'll find me, right? Composing herself, she flicked her wrist, and the bamboo dragonfly was stored in the soul tool Yichu had given her. She stood up and slowly walked out, 2 chapters combined, 5,000 words long. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 144 Stray Cats. The kingdom of Barak borders the province of Fresno and is one of the 4 kingdoms under the Heaven Dao Empire. It directly borders the Star Luo Empire to the south, making it arguably the empire's gateway, thus possessing formidable military strength. Soto City within its borders is the most important city besides the kingdom's capital, Barak City. Even the Spirit Hall has established a level 3 Spirit Hall here, earning it the nickname Barak's Granary. At midday, under the blazing sun, pedestrians still thronged the west gate of Soto City. A 2-wheeled cart slowly approached the gate. Pulling it was a black-haired, black-clad youth, over 1.7 meters tall, with 24 gems adorning his waist. A wide cloth slung over his shoulder, his hands gripping the cart's arms, he slowly pulled the cart forward. His face was resolute, despite the scorching sun and profuse sweat. His steps remained steady, without uttering a sound. A young girl sat cross-legged on the 2-wheeled cart behind him, holding a lotus leaf to shield herself from the blazing sun. A pair of pink rabbit-shaped hairpins swayed gently above her head. Her delicate face was expressionless, her beautiful eyebrows occasionally twitching as she looked at the pink ring on her ring finger, seemingly deep in thought. Xiao Wu. Soto City is just ahead, Tang San's hurried voice came from ahead. Xiao Wu snapped out of her reverie and looked ahead. Soto City was indeed large, but it didn't pique her interest. Her crimson eyes watched Tang San's retreating figure, a mocking sneer playing on her lips. This guy actually wanted to carry her? Hell, in this heat, riding in a cart would be much more comfortable than him carrying her. The 2 entered the city. 2-wheeled carts were prohibited, but Xiao Wu didn't seem to care, nimbly jumping off the cart. A pink dress clung to her developing body, highlighting her slender waist and long, shapely legs, making her appear quite tall. She was a full half-head taller than Tang San beside her, making him seem rather ordinary. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Wu's voice was flat, devoid of joy or sorrow. Although she spoke to Tang San, she didn't even glance at him, instead surveying her surroundings. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. We're classmates and friends, it's what I should do. Besides, it was my idea. Tang San quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, waved his hand, and kept his eyes glued to her. In truth, he should be thanking Xiao Wu for turning down invitations from other intermediate academies to accompany him to Soto City. Xiao Wu, how about we find a place to stay first? Whatever, okay, let's look together. This was Xiao Wu and Tang San's usual way of getting along. Although Xiao Wu didn't really want to talk to him, she wouldn't be too cold for her own safety. Tang San, on the other hand, often had various little schemes to get closer to her. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu didn't fall for it. In the past few years, except when she was in a bad mood and would challenge him to a sparring match, she basically wouldn't take the initiative to talk to him. The 2 walked on the road, and Tang San's eyes were quickly drawn to a 3-story red building. Although he felt that it might be a bit expensive, he had saved up a little money over the years from his blacksmithing career and the subsidies from the Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu, how about we go there and ask? Xiao Wu looked at the red building in the distance. Just in terms of color, it was indeed very much to her liking. Without thinking too much, she agreed. Okay. Just as Xiao Wu and Tang San were looking for a place to stay, Zhu Huqing had already arrived in Soto City and found a place to stay because she had promised to help Yichu. Originally, she planned to go out for a stroll, hoping to run into her protected person. Unexpectedly, quite by chance, she encountered a stranger she'd met a few times before on the street. At that moment, she was coldly following behind a blond man with heterochromatic eyes, watching him with one woman on each arm, a hint of mockery and sarcasm playing on her lips. The group was heading towards the rose-shaped building, the Rose Hotel. Meanwhile, upon entering the Rose Hotel, Xiao Wu frowned. The atmosphere, especially the seemingly ambiguous glances from the receptionist, made her very uncomfortable. Hello. We'd like 2 rooms, Tang San asked the receptionist. I'm sorry, sir, we only have one room left. The receptionist stood up, looking at Tang San with a hint of envy. One room, Xiao Wu frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy. Yes, but don't worry, our hotel rooms are fully equipped and spacious, there's more than enough room for the two of you, the receptionist said, occasionally casting knowing glances at Tang San. It was unclear whether the pure and innocent Tang San had understood. He turned to Xiao Wu, wanting to ask for her opinion. Seeing this, Xiao Wu's eyes turned cold. Was there even a need to ask? What wishful thinking. You can stay here yourself. With that, Xiao Wu turned and left. Xiao Wu, Tang San was about to follow when a wicked laugh and a frivolous voice came from the doorway. Looks like I'm quite lucky, actually encountering such a high-quality resource. Little girl, what are you? Get out of Xiao Wu's way, Tang San rushed forward, his eyes flashing with malice. He saw a man and two women standing at the doorway, blocking Xiao Wu's path. The two women were actually twins, around 17 or 18 years old, a little taller than Xiao Wu, heavily made up, with good figures, but their demeanor was rather vulgar. The man they were embracing looked young, about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a white gold outfit, with long, straight golden hair reaching his waist. What was strange was that his eyes were two different colors, one red and one blue, a striking sight. A good dog doesn't block the way, get out of the way. Or don't blame me for being impolite, Xiao Wu frowned, coldly shouting again, disgusted by the other's gaze. PFFT, ha ha ha, Xiao Wu's voice hadn't even subsided when a burst of laughter erupted. Sister, did you hear that? This little girl actually dares to be impolite to young Master Dai, haha. I'd like to see how impolite she is. Young Master Dai, the twin sisters seemed to have heard a joke, giggling incessantly, swaying their bodies provocatively at Daimyo Bei, their eyes sparkling with desire. Daimyo Bei's voice also turned cold, his temper wasn't exactly mild. You dare to insult me? I probably can't let you pass. You must be a soul master too, so let's have a fight. If you win, I'll immediately move aside. If you lose, looking at Xiao Wu, a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. What would happen if he lost was self-evident. The twin sisters beside him smiled foolishly, released his arm, and stood aside. Fine, let's fight. You think I'm afraid of you? Having been the big sister of Notting Academy for years, she couldn't stand this humiliation. Just as she was about to make a move, Tang San stood in front of her, his eyes dangerous. Xiao Wu, let me handle this, get out of my way. I'll do it myself, hell. So you're all in this together. No need to argue, you can all come at me, I can handle it. Daimyo Bei waved at them, his eyes contemptuous, unconcerned. Young Master Dai, maybe we should just let it go. My little shop can't withstand your antics. Let's keep things peaceful. At this moment, the shop manager finally came over, his face filled with anxiety. Enough nonsense, all losses are on me. White tiger possession. Daimyo Bei shoved the manager aside, and 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, immediately appeared on his body. A burst of milky white light flashed, his bones cracked, his muscles bulged, stretching his clothes, making every muscle line clear. Claws emerged from his hands, his hair turned black and white, and a king character appeared on his forehead. Daimyo Bei, Martial Soul, a white tiger, level 37 battle soul master. Xiao Wu, step back, I'll handle this. Tang San followed without hesitation, his palms outstretched, 2 yellow soul rings rising from his feet. A deep blue silver grass sprouted from his palm, and several more blue-silver grasses swayed around him like seaweed. Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silver Grass, level 29 Battle Soul Master. Seeing the purple soul rings on Daimyo Bei's body, Xiao Wu frowned, slowly retreating a few steps behind him, observing coldly from the side, saying nothing more. Haha. I didn't expect that a useless martial soul like blue-silver grass could be cultivated to this level. Daimyo Bei was initially surprised that Tang San had such cultivation at such a young age, but when he saw the useless grass in his hand, he laughed out loud. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Tang San's face was cold as he spoke the truth he had always believed in, Yu Xiaogang's exact words. Good. What a wonderful statement about no useless martial souls. This somewhat Chuanibao-esque, hot-blooded statement made Daimyo Bei's eyes light up. Then let me see what's so special about your blue-silver grass. As soon as he finished speaking, Daimyo Bei crossed his arms and swung them violently, sending a gust of wind towards Tang San. Then, with swift movements, more than a dozen fingers extended sharp claws, attacking Tang San. Tang San remained unmoved, the blue-silver grass around him constantly twisting and turning, dissolving the fierce wind into nothingness. The claws slashed past, and Daimyo thought he could easily cut the weeds, but unexpectedly, his claws got stuck in the middle of the arm-thick blue-silver grass. Zhuan Yu hand. Life flowed in Tang San's hand, transforming his palm into a fist and attacking Daimyo's chest. HMPH, Daimyo snorted coldly, withdrawing his claws and meeting Tang San's fist head-on. Bang bang bang. After a few punches, Tang San staggered backward, several white marks appearing on his hands. His blood surged, and he looked at Daimyo with a serious expression. Haha, good lad, your hands are pretty tough. Come on, Daimyo laughed, raising his claws to clash again. Suddenly, many blue-silver grasses appeared beneath his feet, sweeping towards him, some bearing the patterns of snake-like soul beasts. First soul skill, entanglement. Not far in front of him, Tang San's first soul ring flickered, and he began to activate his soul skill. First soul skill, white tiger protective barrier. Daimyo also shouted, his soul rings flashing, and a white shield appeared around him, preventing the surrounding blue-silver grass from getting close to him. Second soul skill, white tiger blazing light wave, roar. Faintly, the people around seemed to hear a tiger's roar. Daimyo's chest began to expand, and he suddenly spat out a milky white beam of light, striking Tang San's face directly. The surrounding blue-silver grass was completely shattered, leaving only a faint scent of grass. So fast, Tang San's eyes narrowed, and he reacted immediately, a hint of purple light appearing in his eyes. Purple demon eye. Ghostly shadow. His footsteps became unpredictable, even leaving after images, but the space was narrow, and he barely managed to dodge. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and a crater appeared on the pink wall, with large cracks appearing around it. Second soul skill, parasitism. Seeing that Daimyo was about to attack again, Tang San immediately used the spores that had fallen on him when the blue-silver grass broke to unleash his second soul skill. Dozens of thick vines formed from blue-silver grass grew from Daimyo's body, with barbs tearing through his clothes, trying to wrap him up layer by layer. Poisonous? Daimyo's expression changed, his body was becoming slightly numb, and he was losing strength. Tap tap. Footsteps approached, and Tang San felt a gust of wind on his face. Just as the two were about to touch, a burst of purple light flashed. Third soul skill, white tiger Vajra transformation. Bang, cough cough. Tang San was thrown back by the sudden burst of power, his chest tight. If it weren't for his Xuantian gong protecting him, he would probably have been seriously injured. At this moment, Daimyo's body swelled further, his clothes ripped apart, and black and white stripes even appeared on his skin. He was just a few hairs away from becoming a true tiger. His two hands, transformed into tiger paws, stretched out again, their sharp claws gleaming coldly. The blue-silver grass that had bound him was destroyed in an instant. Tang San, is it? Your blue-silver grass is indeed impressive, actually forcing me to use my third soul skill. However, that's enough. Your blue-silver grass is utterly useless against me in this state, and the toxins it contains are useless. Daimyo's gaze towards Tang San no longer held contempt, but rather a sense of predatory delight. To cultivate the blue-silver grass to such a level, he truly deserved the title of monster. Let me see how long you can last. Daimyo's sinister eyes were fixed on Tang San, without any further words. His third soul skill could simultaneously double his resistance to abnormal statuses, as well as his attack power, defense power, and strength, for half an hour. Crack. The floor beneath his feet cracked. Tang San felt as if he were being targeted by a vicious tiger, locked on, and the air itself seemed to rage. First soul skill, entanglement, bang bang. His blue-silver grass couldn't stop Daimyo at all. Daimyo attacked with a punch, and Tang San could only react hastily. After several more collisions, the once elegant hotel walls became pitted and the floor was full of cracks. Cough cough, Tang San coughed incessantly, clutching his chest. Half kneeling on the ground, a little blood already trickling from the corner of his mouth. What a waste. At this moment, Xiao Wu, who had been watching the show from the side, slowly walked forward. She had thought it would be a lose-lose situation, but she hadn't expected Tang San to be so useless. If this continued, wouldn't she just be insulted for nothing? She wasn't some worthless resource. Xiao Wu, wait a minute, I can still fight. Tang San immediately struggled to his feet upon seeing this. You sick cat, if you're so capable, come and play with your sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu glanced calmly at Tang San, then ignored him and instead beckoned to Dime Yubei not far away. I was originally thinking of letting you off the hook for Tang San's sake, but I didn't expect you to dare to insult me. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Dime Yubei didn't care about men or women. If you offended him, he would beat you without hesitation. Then let's try it. Xiao Wu put her two small hands behind her back, and 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from beneath her feet. The rabbit on her head swayed gently, a soft, snow-white tail appeared at her lower back, and her figure became much taller and her body lines became much softer. How is this possible? How old are you, and you're already a spirit master? Dime Yubei's shocked voice rang out. He had thought that Tang San was the leader of the two, but he hadn't expected this girl to be a spirit master. HMPH. You sick cat, are you going to fight or not? If not, then obediently kowtow and apologize. Little sister, don't be too arrogant. Don't think I'm afraid of you, you're just a newly ascended soul master. Come on. Dime Yubei was indeed considering retreating. He had already consumed a lot of soul power, and now, facing a soul master, he was likely outmatched. His expression darkened. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to finish the fight quickly. Second soul skill, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave. Dime Yubei's movements were incredibly swift. Before anyone could react, a milky white beam of light shot towards Xiao Wu. He couldn't possibly lose to girl. Not good. Xiao Wu, Tang San, who was still basking in the joy of Xiao Wu standing up for him, suddenly realized that Dime Yubei's sudden attack was already close to Xiao Wu's face. His eyes flashed with purple light as he stared intently at the two of them, his hands already quietly placed on the 24 bridges under the moon at his waist. Anyone who dared to harm Xiao Wu would meet their demise. If Dime Yubei dared to let Xiao Wu suffer even the slightest harm, he would stop at nothing to kill Dime Yubei on the spot. Bang! Another large crater appeared on the hotel wall. What happened? Where is she? Dime Yubei's eyes widened in surprise. His attack had resulted in the woman vanishing without a trace. Xiao Wu, still within the purple demon eye's field of vision, suddenly disappeared. Tang San panicked, his huge crossbow already appearing behind him. Whoosh! Fortunately, Xiao Wu only disappeared for a moment. When she reappeared, she was already in the air, one leg sweeping towards Dime Yubei. So fast, Dime Yubei's eyes widened slightly, only to see the purple spirit ring on Xiao Wu's body dimming. Xiao Wu had just used her third spirit skill, teleportation. Bang! Ugh! The leg swept across, striking Dime Yubei's left cheek. A few drops of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he staggered, about to fall to the ground. First soul skill, waist bow. With Xiao Wu's voice, she clamped her feet together, her shoes trapping Dime Yubei's head between them. Using her hands to brace herself, she propelled herself high into the air. Not good. Dime Yubei felt the weightlessness. With nowhere to grab his weight, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and activate his first soul skill. First soul skill, White Tiger Protective Barrier. Thump. Dime Yubei crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud, leaving several cracks. Even with the white protective barrier, his internal organs were still shaken, and he struggled to breathe. Seeing Xiao Wu trying to stomp on his face turning a deep purplish red, he immediately rolled away, simultaneously swinging his claws. Whoosh! Xiao Wu's purple soul ring flashed again, reappearing in its original position. Is this Xiao Wu's third soul skill? So powerful. Tang San looked surprised. Xiao Wu had only broken through to the soul master level just before graduation, so he didn't know what her third soul skill was. Those 2 shoe prints on your face are quite fitting, little kitten. Xiao Wu put one hand on her hip, looking mockingly at Dime Yubei, who had just gotten up and was glaring at her. This time. Dime Yubei, admit defeat. Dime Yubei's eyes were fierce, his fists clenched, but he was outnumbered and outmatched, leaving him no choice but to admit defeat. The martial soul possession on his body slowly dissipated. Haha, now you look even more like a stray cat. Since you've admitted defeat, then hurry up and apologize to this young lady. You? Dime Yubei glared at Xiao Wu, his face flushed. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, his face covered in bruises and 2 shoe prints, making him look rather comical. I'm sorry. Dime Yubei coldly uttered an apology and turned to leave. Young Master Dai, young Master Dai, the manager, who had been watching from the sidelines, quickly chased after him as he was about to leave. He couldn't afford to lose anything. Get out of my way, Dai Mubei threw down a bag of gold soul coins and pushed aside the twin sisters who were about to greet him. HMPH. Don't be so smug. You're probably here to register for Shrek Academy, right? We'll meet again. Reaching the door, he turned back to deliver a harsh threat before turning to leave. As he passed the door, a figure brushed past him. Sensing something, he turned around, only to see a black silhouette. Frowning, he knew he couldn't linger in his current state. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he quickly left. HMPH. I'm not afraid of you, Xiao Wu snorted coldly, also dispelling her martial soul possession. Tang San watched Dai Mubei's departing figure, surprised that he was a Shrek Academy student. At this moment, Zhu Xiuqing had also reached him, scrutinizing Xiao Wu and comparing her to herself. Xiao Wu, are you alright? Ignoring Tang San's concerned words, Xiao Wu looked at the big girl who had suddenly appeared before her with a puzzled expression and asked. Who are you? Tang San also noticed the leather-clad girl standing before them. Although she had a voluptuous figure, she exuded a cold aura, seemingly devoid of emotion. Xiao Wu, the voice was ethereal, as melodious as a gentle spring. You know me, Xiao Wu frowned, looking at her in confusion. She shouldn't have seen her before. Having confirmed Xiao Wu's identity, Zhu Xiuqing remained silent, slowly moving to Xiao Wu's right side. Then, her lips parted slightly. Her clear, cold voice, though not loud, was enough for Xiao Wu and Tang San to hear clearly. From now on, I will protect you every step of the way, huh? Turning around, Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with a strange look, completely bewildered. Who exactly are you? Tang San, who had just taken out this huge crossbow, hadn't put it back yet, his eyes filled with a dangerous glint. Zhu Xiuqing frowned, glancing at Tang San beside her. She gave Xiao Wu a deep look, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Xiao Wu was even more confused. However, Zhu Xiuqing's next words made her pupils dilate sharply. This is a love hotel. Aren't you afraid of hurting him? Zhu Xiuqing's voice rang out, but it was undeniably colder, causing Xiao Wu to tremble. The word he made Xiao Wu's heart pound, her breathing quicken. She wanted to ask something, but for a moment, she didn't know how to begin. You're talking nonsense, Xiao Wu. Ah, slap. Hearing Tang San's voice, Xiao Wu immediately raised her hand, but then quickly lowered it. She didn't want to dirty her hands. She then swung her body, leaving a bloody gash on his face with her scorpion braid, causing him to scream. Xiao Wu, after the sharp sound, Tang San covered his face, looking at Xiao Wu in confusion. He only managed to utter 2 words before a sharp pain shot through his face. Tang San, you clearly knew this was a love hotel. Why did you bring me in here? You disgust me, Xiao Wu. I don't know either. Tang San covered his face, his eyes filled with panic. You know me, I've hardly ever left the academy. How could I possibly know a place like this? He was just a pure and innocent 12-year-old child who had just graduated from the Elementary Soul Master Academy. 3 chapters combined, 6,600 words. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 145 Angelic Annihilation Light. Zhu Xiuqing hadn't expected that simply following Dai Mubei for a short distance would lead her to find Xiao Wu, whom each you longed for. Silently watching the scene unfold, her beautiful brows furrowed, a strange look appearing in her eyes. This situation, she couldn't quite understand. Enough. I don't want to hear your explanation. Xiao Wu's crimson eyes flashed with coldness as she interrupted Tang San, who was about to continue his evasive arguments. Xiao Wu, Tang San covered his face, wisely remaining silent. Since you don't have a place to stay, why don't you just stay with me? Glancing at Tang San, Zhu Xiuqing extended an invitation to Xiao Wu, making it easier for her to protect her. Who exactly are you? What's your purpose in approaching Xiao Wu? Seeing Xiao Wu about to agree, Tang San directly grabbed his huge crossbow and pointed it at Zhu Xiuqing. I'm just protecting her because someone asked me to. Zhu Xiuqing's voice remained indifferent, she only wanted to do her job. Okay, I'll go with you. A glimmer of light appeared in Xiao Wu's eyes, and she agreed without hesitation. This must be someone Xiao Chu had sent. Okay, follow me. Zhu Xiuqing nodded and slowly walked out of the Rose Hotel, with Xiao Wu immediately following. She couldn't wait to find out more about Xiao Chu's situation. Xiao Wu. Damn it, Tang San called out, but received no response. His face darkened, and he had no choice but to follow. The hotel Zhu Xiuqing had booked wasn't far from here. Xiao Wu followed behind her, watching her back, her mind filled with too many questions. Click. Following Zhu Xiuqing into the room, Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San behind her and then closed the door behind her. Tang San stood outside the door, his expression somewhat stiff. He forced a smile and gently knocked on the door a few times. Xiao Wu, you must be hungry now, right? Do you need me to buy something to bring up? I'm not hungry, you go eat by yourself. Oh, okay then. Tang San took a deep breath, he had no other choice. On the way, he had warned Zhu Xiuqing several times and tried to dissuade Xiao Wu, but she ignored him completely, determined to follow him. Tang San silently went downstairs to the front desk and booked a room. He then went out alone to find food. Having just arrived in a new place, he needed to familiarize himself with it as quickly as possible. Inside the room, sunlight streamed in through the window, making it exceptionally bright. Neither of them spoke. Xiao Wu was sitting on the bed, while Zhu Xiuqing stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the window. She watched Tang San walk down the street until his figure disappeared into the distance. Zhu Xiuqing was curious, she could sense that Xiao Wu disliked, even loathed, that guy named Tang San. Yet Xiao Wu allowed him to follow her. It was truly perplexing. Where is Xiao Chu now? Is he alright? Crimson eyes, facing the sunlight, stared intently at Zhu Xiuqing, her small hands clasped together. Xiao Chu, hearing her address you Chu? Zhu Xiuqing turned to look at her, her eyes seemingly filled with a hint of reminiscence. I don't know either. It's been almost 2 years since I last saw him. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with deep disappointment, glistening with tears. Her small hands kept rubbing the pink ring on her ring finger. Then what's your relationship with Xiao Chu? Faced with Xiao Wu's question, Zhu Xiuqing's face suddenly flushed slightly. She pursed her lips and remained silent for a moment. I like him. Without any concealment, the words came out, and her face turned even redder, yet she felt a little relieved. She looked directly at Xiao Wu, wanting to see her reaction. Is that so? Xiao Wu was also stunned for a moment, blinking her crimson eyes. She slowly lowered her head, a sudden panic rising in her heart. What about Xiao Chu? Does he like you too? I don't know. Zhu Xiuqing's pale purple eyes looked out the window again. She should have confessed to him before, right? But he didn't seem to have accepted. But it didn't matter. He had already seen and touched almost everything about her, knowing everything about her. If that loot thing dared to shirk responsibility. Xiao Wu looked up, puzzled by Zhu Xiuqing's flushed face and clenched teeth, wondering what had happened between them. Xiao Chu should have told her about their relationship, and she liked Xiao Chu too. By the way, why did you come to protect me? Because he needs it, so I came. On the other side, Tang San, who was out looking for food, arrived at a rather dilapidated shop with a circular symbol engraved on its signboard. The special symbols on it caught his attention, somewhat similar to the token in Grandmaster's hand. They were the 7-kill sword, the clear sky hammer, and a blue lightning tyrannosaurus rex, intertwined to form a pattern. Just as he reached the door, a girl in a blue dress came out. She was holding a transparent crystal and cursing. HMPH. What a swindler. He actually dared to charge me 500 gold coins. If your Chu didn't need it, I would have torn this black shop down. This girl was none other than Ningrong, who had left the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Before she left, Yichu gave her many instructions, including mentioning this crystal. Although he only vaguely mentioned it, Ningrong would naturally do her best to find anything he needed. Moreover, the 7 treasure glazed tile school's intelligence network was quite good. She only needed to go to her family's hotel and instruct her servants to search for it. Just as they passed by, Tang San, whose eyesight was extraordinary, immediately noticed something was wrong and stopped in his tracks. What did he see? The girl's hand held a top-grade rutilated quartz, a plate crystal. The golden threads inside had already condensed into a block. Miss, please wait. Tang San's eyes flashed with excitement, and his somewhat dull face flushed slightly, showing how excited he was. Are you calling me? Ningrong turned around, looking strangely at the dark-skinned, thin boy who had called her. That's right, miss, I wonder if you could sell me what you have. He stepped forward with a smile, trying to keep his voice calm. But the bloodstain on his face from Xiao Wu's punch made him look rather comical. HMPH. Don't get so close. You stink, Ningrongrong frowned, covering her mouth and nose in disgust. Sorry, Tang San chuckled dryly and took a few steps back. After driving for so long under the scorching sun, he was indeed sweating profusely. HMPH. I spent 500 gold coins on this, can you afford it? And I'm not selling it, so don't even think about it. Glancing at Tang San's attire, apart from the soul tool at his waist, everything else seemed worthless. Ningrongrong didn't linger and was about to leave. Wait, I already said I'm not selling, are you done yet? She looked at Tang San impatiently. Ningrongrong wasn't a patient person, except when it came to Yichu. Miss, I think I can exchange this silent sleeve dart for it. Tang San produced a delicate, wristband-like object in his hand. His face radiated confidence. Although he didn't have that many gold coins, he had Tang Clan hidden weapons. His hidden weapon was absolutely toxic in the Douluo continent. Trading it with a native for a piece of crystal considered low quality by most was a piece of cake. Seeing the surprise in Ningrongrong's eyes, Tang San couldn't help but show a proud expression. Miss, this is a weapon, lightweight and portable. Even a soul master could be fatal if caught off guard. For a girl like you, it's an essential companion for home and travel. Thud. With that, Tang San fired a shot at the shop wall, the arrow tip penetrating about an inch. Miss, what do you think? Tang San handed over the hidden weapon, looking at Ningrongrong with confidence. Hearing her reply, her expression froze. What kind of trash is this? I don't want it. Ningrongrong glanced contemptuously at the silent hidden weapon in his hand, her voice full of disgust. She still had this huge repeating crossbow that Yichu had given her in her soul tool. Moreover, she wasn't unfamiliar with hidden weapons. What? You just said my hidden weapons are trash. Tang San was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. In his heart, every Tang Clan hidden weapon was a supreme treasure, his life's foundation, and he wouldn't tolerate any questioning or desecration. Let alone calling them trash. HMPH. I didn't expect you to be deaf. You're simply wasting my time. Ningrongrong snorted coldly, ignoring him and turning to leave. Watching his retreating figure, a cold glint flashed in Tang San's eyes, and the hidden weapon in his hand was poised to strike. Insulting Tang Clan hidden weapons was a death sentence. I'll let you taste the power of hidden weapons, Tang San murmured, preparing to unleash his Tang Clan's ultimate technique. Even on the street, he wasn't worried about being exposed. The unpredictability of hidden weapons was something these natives couldn't comprehend. Kid, you shot and damaged my shop. Let's talk about compensation. Who goes there? A sudden gust of cold wind swept over Tang San, making his hair stand on end as if he had encountered something terrifying. A long, broad, yet bony hand landed on his shoulder without him noticing. Turning his head, a face with a long, narrow face and a hooked nose came into Tang San's view. The hidden arrow in his hand was immediately fired at him. Swish. Snap. Unfortunately, he was subdued and dragged into the dimly lit shop where the lights were reluctant to be turned on. Ningrongrong, who hadn't gone far, turned back and looked at the location of the shop, her eyes turning cold. Is this Tang San? Yichu's enemy? When Yichu handed her this huge repeating crossbow, he specifically instructed her not to expose it to anyone who also used this weapon, and that person was Tang San. Night fell. Tiandao City, the Crown Prince's residence. Yichu arrived at the secret room as usual. As soon as he appeared, Jin Ringsu was already sitting there waiting for him. You're late, Jin Ringsu's calm voice echoed in the secret chamber. Yeah, sorry. Yichu naturally sat down beside her and drank the tea she had poured. These past 2 days, that girl's Iolan had also been staying at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang secret realm, causing quite a bit of trouble. Let's not cultivate today, let's try the martial soul fusion technique directly. Jin Ringsu put down the teapot in her hand. She had been cultivating the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra for some time now, and it was time to see the results. She got up and walked to the new bed. Yichu behind her remained motionless, neither responding to her nor making any movement. Turning around, she looked at him strangely. What's wrong? Shouldn't you give me the things? You keep dragging your feet, making things difficult for me. Yichu lightly tapped the table, a wry smile on his face. HMPH. I was originally planning to give them to you after I finished cultivating, but since you need them now, take them. Whoosh. Jin Ringsu reached into her robes and pulled out a scroll of animal hide. She tossed it towards Yichu. Enough had been dragged on. Seeing his sour face, Jin Ringsu's anger had subsided considerably. Yu took the scroll. It was still slightly warm and fragrant. He slowly unfurled it, examining its contents. Would I lie to you? Jinriksu frowned, displeased with his actions. I was just curious, Yu casually replied, carefully reading the contents. After a long while, Yu closed the scroll, the secret technique of concealing spirits, and stored it in his divine might space. All right. You can start cultivating now. Yu stood up with satisfaction and sat cross-legged on the bed. You're facing the wrong way. Turn around. Huh? Isn't this how it always is? Yu looked at her curiously. Suddenly, he noticed that Jinriksu's face had become incredibly rosy. It's our first time using a soul fusion technique, so we should stay close. Yu's heart skipped a beat, as if recalling those erotic scenes from before. Fair skin, delicate arms and feet, warm and soft flesh. What are you thinking about? Seeing Yu lost in thought, with a slight blush on his face, she immediately blushed and cried out. Cough cough, nothing. You have to promise not to cut me again after we are done. After coughing twice, Yu felt he should give her a heads up first, lest the secret chamber need repairs again. HMPH. It's all because of you. If you dare to open your eyes early again this time, I won't let you off, okay? I remember. As he spoke, Yu had already turned around. After uttering her harsh words, Jinriksu also pulled on her skirt and slowly sat on Yu's lap. No matter how many times, at times like this, neither of them could calm down. Sitting on Yu's lap, her heart raced, and her body felt slightly numb. Jinriksu wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs tightly encircling his waist. Yu, his eyes closed, reached up and pulled her into his embrace. Soft, fragrant, and hot, they were intimately close, their heights almost identical. Jinriksu sat on his lap, her breath warm against his collar, making her heart flutter. A blush spread across her face, and Jinriksu lowered her head slightly, pressing her forehead against Yu's. Yu, in turn, slowly tilted his head back, keeping his eyes closed. Although he couldn't see her face, the fragrant breeze around his nose was enough to ignite his fantasies. The pressure against his chest required him to breathe more forcefully, his breath hitting Jinriksu's face. With each breath, he was enveloped in her scent. Looking at Yu's features, eyebrows, nose, mouth, it seemed he could easily capture her thin lips with a slight forward thrust. Jinriksu frowned, suppressing a slight impulse, and slowly closed her eyes as well. Let's begin, Yu responded with a nasal tone, and the two began to slowly circulate their soul power. Golden light mingled with blood-red light above their heads on the bed. A six-winged angel with closed eyes sat cross-legged in the air. Its form was enormous. Below it floated 8 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Yu's first soul ring, Divine Might, and Jinriksu's second soul ring, Wings of Nothingness, suddenly lit up. The 6 wings behind them moved without wind, ripples spreading through the surrounding space. With its flapping, the entire 6-winged angel began to appear and disappear, as if Yu and Jinriksu were about to break through space and enter another dimension. Finally, the 6-winged angel vanished into the void, visible but untouchable. Her eyes, which had been closed, suddenly snapped open. A beam of blood-red light shot out from her eyes, seemingly piercing through space and traversing distance. It instantly landed on the stone table in the center of the secret chamber. The space around her began to collapse and distort without a sound, as if a gust of wind had blown by. The stone table turned to ashes in an instant, leaving a semicircular crater on the ground. Strangely, not a trace of ash could be seen inside the crater or on the surrounding ground. As Jinriksu opened her eyes on the bed, the phantom of the 6-winged angel above her also dissipated. The two figures returned to this space. Looking at Yu, who was so close to her, holding her in his arms, his eyelashes trembling, Jinriksu remained silent for a moment. Her body temperature rose slightly, and she pursed her lips, slowly lowering her head. Just as her red lips were about to touch, Yu released her. She gritted her teeth, quickly raised her head, glared at Yu hatefully, and quickly stood up, her body feeling weak. The weight on his body disappeared, and Yu, whose back was slightly damp, opened his red and purple eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then closed his martial soul. Looks pretty powerful, don't go over there. Jinriksu, having adjusted her mindset, was about to go forward to check the damage caused by the fusion of their martial souls when Yu grabbed her hand. What's wrong? The flush that had just subsided was starting to rise again. Look, Yichu looked at the half-eaten stone bench left at the edge of the pit and fired a Rasengan. Bang! The bench was sent flying. But it didn't fall into the pit. Instead, it slowly turned into dust upon touching the edge and disappeared without a trace. So powerful. When will it dissipate? Jinriksu hadn't expected the effect of this attack to be so terrifying, and it was still taking effect. It should dissipate in about half an hour. Yichu pulled her to sit down on the edge of the bed. The two were quiet for a moment, then Jinriksu turned to look at Yichu. How about a name? Any ideas? Let's call it Angel's Annihilation Divine Light. Great. That's a good name. Jinriksu nodded in agreement, then looked at him curiously, a faint blush spreading across her face, her voice becoming imperceptibly softer. By the way, why aren't you leaving today? I need your help. Yichu looked at her earnestly. He needed Jinriksu's power to force Tang Hao to leave Soto City. HMPH. I knew it. Jinriksu snorted coldly, the blush on her face vanishing instantly, replaced by an ugly expression. She reached out and pulled Yichu's hand back, which he had forgotten to let go of. 2 chapters combined. 5,200 words. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 146 Persuasion. Although neither Tang Hao nor his son had ever seen his martial soul, and given his current appearance, they certainly wouldn't recognize him. It was even uncertain whether Tang Hao would remember him as a mere ant from the past. However, after careful consideration, Yichu still felt it would be safer and more convenient to drive Tang Hao out of Soto City. If you really don't want to help, I can offer this as a third condition. Seeing Jinriksu turn her back to him, Yichu had no choice but to use his previous condition to get her help. Jinriksu took a deep breath, her eyes turning slightly cold. What an ungrateful wretch. She glanced back at Yichu indifferently before looking away. Let's talk about your matter first. Actually, helping me is also helping yourself. What do you mean? Hearing Yichu's words, Jinriksu showed a hint of surprise. Haoshan Douluo, Tang Hao, Yichu said in a deep voice. It's him? You have a grudge against him? Hearing Tang Hao's name, Jinriksu frowned in surprise. Indeed, he almost killed me. Jinriksu looked at him in astonishment. She couldn't understand how he could have offended the title Douluo. However, she wisely didn't ask further. Since it involved the title Douluo level, the secret was probably not simple. Do you know where he is now? Yes, I know. Yichu nodded firmly. If it's about dealing with him, you can keep that condition. But you have to promise me one thing. Jinriksu pondered for a moment, then made a condition of Yichu. Actually, even if Yichu hadn't asked for her help, she would have acted if she knew his location. But now Yichu was clearly more anxious, so she wouldn't be polite to him. There were some things she didn't know how to bring up with him. Yichu was somewhat surprised. As the young master of the spirit hall, do you still need one more condition from me? Don't worry, whatever I ask you to do is definitely within your capabilities. Jinriksu chuckled, tidying a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Alright, Yichu agreed after a moment's thought. Then tell me, what do you want me to do? Actually, I only know a general location. Are you kidding me? Jinriksu glared at him, looking at him unfriendly. Why would I bother playing you like that? Yichu glanced at her speechlessly and continued. After your people arrive, regardless of whether they find or capture him, I want them to stay there for a while so that Tang Hao won't dare to approach. Yichu ignored her and continued to state his requirements, adding a further point. Also, you must inform me before your people arrive at the destination. Your requirements are really quite strange. She looked at him strangely, feeling as if another layer of mystery had been added to him, making him even less clear to her. How about it? Alright, tell me the location. Jinriksu agreed impatiently, rubbing her temples. Her men couldn't handle it, so she had to write back to the Hall of Offerings to call for reinforcements. With her permission, Yichu truthfully told her about Soto City. He didn't dare reveal Tang San's identity now, especially since Xiao Wu was still at Shrek Academy. He also didn't expect them to actually fight. Tang Hao had managed to hide for so long, he must have some skills, and besides, the location he'd given was quite broad. His goal had always been simply to drive Tang Hao out of Soto City. As for killing him, Yichu had already planned it out. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. You should get some rest. Get lost. Get lost. Jinriksu waved her hand dismissively. Seeing this, Yichu didn't linger any longer, activating his divine power and leaving. Watching Yichu disappear before her eyes, the blonde beauty on the bed couldn't help but smile slightly. It made the dark secret room seem much brighter. She slowly stood up, walked to the large pit in the middle, and placed her jade-like foot on the remaining half of the stool at the edge. Is there something important to him in Soto City? Or is it, Sunset Forest. Yichu's figure appeared in a clearing. The night was past midnight, and the nocturnal soul beasts were still forging, their howls echoing from time to time. He formed hand seals and entered the ice and fire yin-yang well secret realm. He tiptoed past Du Guyan's original room, leaned against the door and listened for a while, hearing 2 steady breaths coming from inside. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and he silently returned to his room and lay down. In the darkness, Yichu stared at the ceiling, but he was not sleepy at all. He didn't know what the situation would be like after he went to Soto City. How should he face Xiao Wu? How should he explain to her? Yichu put his hands behind his head and sighed deeply. Click. The door was gently pushed open. A seductive figure swayed her hips and slowly walked in. Bathed in moonlight, Du Guyan's alluring figure was draped in a thin veil. The garment offered little concealment, a gentle breeze revealed glimpses of her fair skin. Yan, it's rare for you to come back so early. Why the sudden sigh? What's wrong? Du Guyan helped Yichu spread the blankets, then snuggled in beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. She gently pulled Yichu's hands away from her and hugged him back. Tell me about it, moi. Through the thin veil of sleep, Yichu could clearly feel her slender waist and smooth skin. Responding to her sweet kiss, he grasped her soft hand that slid against his body. If he let her continue like this, he was bound to arouse her again. Seeing Yichu's reproachful gaze, her fair face pressed against his cheek, the burning heat of her touch satisfying Du Guyan. Tell Yan quickly, she whispered in Yichu's ear, her voice soft and sweet, yet burning with desire. Okay, stop being so stubborn. Yichu rolled his eyes at her, hugging her restless, soft body tightly to stop her from causing trouble. Okay. I'll listen to you. After adding a few more drops of moisture to Yichu's face, Du Guyan calmed down, leaning against him and quietly listening to his heartbeat. Yichu reached out and gently smoothed her hair, caressing her pretty face. He confided his feelings to her. He felt he couldn't explain it to Xiao Wu. Then do you regret taking responsibility for me? Du Guyan grabbed Yichu's collar, looking up at him, her green eyes appearing somewhat dim in the darkness. How could I? I'm very greedy. Yichu gently touched her lips, then hugged her tighter. I don't want to let go of either of you. And I won't let go. That's good, otherwise I really would have poisoned you. Du Guyan leaned forward and gently bit Yichu's face, leaving 2 rows of shallow teeth marks. Even if you poison me, I still won't let go. Yichu didn't react, just stared blankly at her. After a moment of silence, a slight smile appeared on Du Guyan's lips as she looked at Yichu mysteriously. Then, how about I give you some advice? Du Guyan knew, of course, that Yichu wasn't that kind of person. She simply wanted to hear him express his love for her more. This feeling intoxicated her, like being immersed in a honeypot. What advice? Yichu looked at her curiously, while Du Guyan quickly leaned close to his ear. The moist, warm breath filled his ear, and the suggestive words from her mouth made Yichu blush. Convinced, Yichu's Adam's apple bobbed, he swallowed, and looked at Du Guyan in his arms in shock. Is this really going to work? We're still so young, you have to believe in yourself, you can definitely do it. Du Guyan's pretty face was flushed. Husband, how about we try it out first? Her soft, trembling voice was captivating, and as she spoke, her actions became even more unrestrained. Yichu was still surprised by her method when she actually started. He didn't have time to stop her and gasped. His head tightened, and his scalp tingled. He reacted quickly. Hiss. Yan, don't do this, take your hands away. Yichu's face turned red as he grabbed her wrist, but he didn't dare to use too much force, afraid of hurting her. I think you don't actually want to consummate our marriage, but rather you want to save your first time for that Xiao Wu. How could that be? You know the truth in your heart. Du Guyan glared at him and withdrew her hand, but the flush on her face didn't disappear so quickly. Looking at the silent Yichu, she suppressed the slight disappointment in her eyes and hugged him again. I'm serious. This method will definitely work, making her your first woman in the truest sense. And you've been apart for so long, maybe she'll even force you. Haha, she whispered in Yichu's ear, her words a gentle whisper, and thinking of Yichu's attitude towards such things, she suddenly giggled. Then she looked at him resentfully, a little sullen. She also wanted to give herself completely to him as soon as possible. Hearing her teasing, Yichu's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Yan, I'll give you an explanation as soon as possible. An explanation? I want it now. What am I going to do? Douluo looked at him leisurely, her eyes sparkling with desire. Did you say you wanted me in Xiao Wu, HMPH? You? Douluo snorted coldly, leaning close to Yichu's ear, her words seeming to have taken all her strength. Yichu stared at her in shock, suddenly feeling a little thirsty. He let her hold his hand, in Douluo's room next door. Hearing the strange noises coming from beside her, Xiaolan groggily opened her eyes. Is brother back? She reached out her little hand to the side, her ears twitching slightly. Sister Yan's voice. She's so cunning. We agreed to each keep watch until midnight, but she didn't wake me up. Hugging her pillow, she opened the door and slowly walked towards Yichu's room. What a strange sound. Is Sister Yan hurt? Snap, Xiaolan. You went out. Xiaolan had just poked her head in when she heard Douluo's loud cry. Sister Yan? You're too much? How could you kick Xiaolan out? Xiaolan glared angrily at the two people lying in the blankets. Seeing that Douluo didn't react, her eyes were filled with doubt, and she seemed to be trembling as if sobbing. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she slowly walked towards Yichu. Brother! Did you make Sister Yan cry? Xiaolan, why are you up? Yichu looked extremely embarrassed, gave a wry smile, and didn't answer. Douluo buried her head in the blankets, her whole body flush pink, covered in sweat and water, and occasionally sobbing. I was woken up by Sister Yan, Xiaolan pouted, lying down on Yichu's other side. Brother, where's your other hand? Xiaolan pulled at Yichu's hand, wanting him to hold her to sleep, but she couldn't budge it. I just got my cough. No, your Sister Yan needs to hold me too. Before Yichu could finish his sentence, Douluo bit him, and in pain, he coughed twice and changed his words. Oh? Good night, brother. After giving him a goodnight kiss, she nestled in Yichu's arms, suddenly sniffing as if she smelled something strange. Fortunately, Yichu quickly activated his blue-silver fragrance to cover it up. This prevented her from asking a question that would make both of them feel awkward. Some time passed, and Xiaolan was fast asleep again. Yichu breathed a sigh of relief. Douluo, too ashamed to show her face under the covers, peeked out, breathing in the still relatively cool air outside. You actually dare to dislike me? Her face still flushed, her eyes alluring, and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. I didn't. Yichu's voice trembled. HMPH. It's too hot, I'm going to take a shower. She picked up her thin nightgown, not forgetting to roll it up in Yichu's hand to wipe him. Blushing, she slowly got out of bed and tiptoed out of the room. As soon as she ran outside, a cool breeze made her feel chilly. Yichu also lifted a corner of the covers, channeling the power of the extreme fire of the ice and fire yin-yang eye within him. His palms turned crimson, and wisps of mist rose from the covers. One can only say, the Ad Money Hermit was right. Tonight, sleeplessness was inevitable. The sun rose, and time slowly passed. In a dilapidated village not far from the south gate of Soto City, Shrek Academy began its admissions work for the day. At the village entrance, a dilapidated archway held an old plaque with several crooked characters, Shrek Academy. Above it was the head of a green humanoid monster, its color a vibrant green. Behind a table sat an old man, wearing a green medal on his chest. This was Li Yusong, in charge of the first checkpoint, checking age and soul power. A long queue had formed in front of the table, most people accompanied by their parents. Xiao Wu, with Tang San beside her and Zhu Ziuqing behind, slowly walked towards the end of the queue. Tang San, is this the academy your teacher found? Looking at its dilapidated state, even though Xiao Wu wasn't particularly concerned, she couldn't help but complain. Was that useless master blind? Even Zhu Ziuqing beside her had some doubts about his teaching abilities. Don't worry, this academy is absolutely fine. It's an academy that only accepts monsters. Tang San smiled slightly. He had already met the academy's dean. He was a powerful soul saint, a friend of his teacher, named Flander. He hadn't expected that the seemingly stingy and slovenly middle-aged man would be the dean of an academy. After some conversation, Tang San had gained some understanding of Shrek Academy. They arrived a little later than in the original story. In the distance, Li Yusong had already summoned his martial soul, the dragon pattern staff. 6 spirit rings, white, yellow, Purple, purple, and black, pulsated. He was clearly a soul emperor. Li Yusong waved his staff and loudly announced the application requirements for Shrek Academy. Shrek is a monster, and the academy only recruits monsters. Applicants must be no older than 13 and have a spirit power level above 20. The application fee is 10 gold spirit coins, non-refundable once applied. After his intervention, the number of applicants decreased by 8 or 9/10. How about it, Xiao Wu? Even the teachers in charge of registration at this academy are soul emperors. It must be good. Let's hurry. Many people in the queue ahead had moved, so Tang San immediately walked forward. Zhu Zhuking's eyes flashed with interest. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu, and the two also slowly walked forward. As the three approached, Daimyo Bei, who had been waiting under the large tree by the table, also saw them. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuking, he habitually revealed a lewd expression, then his heart skipped a beat, and he looked at her in surprise. "Hey, do your family know you're here?" Li Yusong, standing in front, asked in surprise. A brown-haired girl in a blue dress stood before him. "They naturally know I can come out. May I ask, have I passed the preliminary test?" The girl's voice was soft and pleasant, very approachable. Tang San looked at her back, his expression changing. This girl was actually the one who had belittled the Tang clan's hidden weapons. Daimyo Bei also noticed her, his eyes flashing with a wolfish light, but then, as if remembering something, the light faded. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Zhuking had already noticed him. The lewdness in his eyes did not escape her notice. "Scum, Xiao Wu followed her gaze, a hint of mockery on her face. "So it's that sick cat? Zhu Qing, do you know him? I've seen him a few times, but I'm not familiar with him." The girl in green in front was naturally Ning Rongrong. Soon, she passed the preliminary test and was led into the village to the second stage. Next, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuking had their bone ages checked and their martial souls released. "Huh? I didn't expect your blue silver grass to cultivate so quickly." Not bad, not bad. You're actually a soul master. How is that possible?" "Your second ring is actually purple." Li Yusong's eyes widened. The impact of these three people on him was wave after wave. A second ring after 1,000 years. How is that possible? Tang San also looked at Zhu Zhuking in shock. He would go to see the master every night and was deeply influenced by him. He naturally believed in his theories without a doubt, but this scene before his eyes. This living example was right in front of him, which made him start to doubt the master's theories. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, seemed relatively calm. She knew Yi Chu's abilities. Yi Chu's first ring was even purple. "What? Aren't I a monster?" Zhu Zhuking withdrew her martial spirit and asked calmly. "Come on. Compared to those two, you're the real monster." Li Yusong gave a wry smile, then cheered. This time, their academy had really struck gold. "Alright, you all wait here for Mu Bai to return and take you inside." 2 chapters combined, 5,200 words. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 147. The first meeting of the three women. Although Zhu Zhuking had already retracted her martial soul, Tang San's eyes never left her, filled with intense curiosity. "How did you do that?" Faced with his question, Zhu Zhuking didn't even glance at him. She already roughly understood his relationship with Xiao Wu. Her thinking was simple: since he was Xiao Wu's enemy, he would also be Yi Chu's enemy, and even her enemy. So she simply ignored him and calmly stood beside Xiao Wu. Tang San opened his mouth, knowing this was definitely her secret, and gave up, silently standing aside. After a short while, Daimyo Bei emerged from inside. "Tang San, we meet again." Daimyo Bei smiled, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over Zhu Zhuking. "What are you looking at? You sick cat, you wouldn't be harboring some filthy thoughts about her, would you?" Instead of receiving a response from Tang San, Xiao Wu teased him. "What nonsense are you spouting?" I was just looking at my future classmates." Daimyo Bei's smile froze. He snorted coldly, anger flashing in his eyes as he glared at Xiao Wu. "And you'd better watch your mouth. Don't think I can't beat you, HMPH. You think I'm afraid of you?" Xiao Wu retorted defiantly. Zhu Zhuking, standing to the side, watched him coldly. If he dared to make a move, she wouldn't hold back. "Daimyo Bei," Tang San was about to intervene when an aged voice rang out. "All right. Mu Bei, these three are your future classmates. Take them inside first." Li Yusong, who was still having his bone age tested, ended their argument. "Understood." Daimyubei glanced coldly at Xiao Wu and turned away. Follow me. The group followed Daimyubei toward the second testing area. Entering Shrek Academy required passing 4 hurdles. After the Bone Age and Soul Power registration tests, 3 more hurdles remained. The second stage is the martial soul appraisal, mainly to test the development potential of the martial soul. Simply put, those with low development potential are rejected. The third stage tests the application of the martial soul. In short, it looks at your soul ring configuration and soul skills. Those who waste skill slots are rejected. As for the fourth stage, it tests the student's practical combat ability. Those who are pampered and sheltered are rejected. Of course, Shrek Academy also has a rule that if you can reach level 25 before the age of 13, you can skip the 2 intermediate stages. Because your soul power far surpasses others, it's enough to make up for other gaps, and you even have an extra ring, allowing you to overcome all other challenges with sheer force. Clearly, Tang San and the others fully meet the conditions for exemption from the second and third tests. After the 3 followed Daimyubei to the testing point for the second stage, Daimyubei went to negotiate with the teacher in charge. During this time, Tang San still had his eye on Oscar's sausages and asked him for some. Oscar, you actually dare to sell your sausages here? Are you looking for death? Just as Tang San was enjoying his sausage, Daimyubei's voice rang out as he grabbed Oscar's long beard and tucked him under his arm. Brother Dai, spare me. Ignoring Oscar's cries, Daimyubei turned to Zhu Xiuqing and questioned him, his tone laced with danger. You didn't give them any, did you? No. They didn't want any. Oscar's face turned slightly purple, struggling to breathe under Daimyubei's grip. Brother Dai? What's wrong? Tang San looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. This senior's sausage is quite delicious, isn't it, Tang San? You? Daimyubei looked at the remaining half sausage and a few bamboo skewers in his hand, a hint of amazement on his face, followed by a mischievous grin. The 2 girls, Xiao Wu and Tang San, nearby also frowned as they watched this scene. Little Oscar, quickly share your sausage-making process with Tang San. Boss Dai, that's unnecessary. I'll just refund this junior's money, don't force me to do it. No, I'll tell you, okay. Under Daimyubei's intimidating presence, Oscar had no choice but to extend his left hand and, in his somewhat lewd voice, softly utter his soul incantation. I have a big sausage. As soon as he finished speaking, a fragrant roasted sausage appeared in his hand, the only difference from Tang San's being the absence of a bamboo skewer. The pure and innocent Tang San's face darkened upon hearing the soul incantation, clearly associating it with something unpleasant. The remaining sausage slipped from his hand to the ground, and he suddenly felt nauseous. His eyes, looking at Oscar, revealed a hint of anger. Alright, you brat, get lost now, and you'd better not let me find you selling your sausages in the academy again. Noticing Tang San's dark face, Daimyubei promptly sent Oscar away. Ha, Tang San. It's alright, he's a food-type soul master, it's just that his soul incantation is a bit strange. Haha, Daimyubei said it was alright, but the mocking expression on his face and his unrestrained laughter said it all. Disgusting, filthy. Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing watched this scene coldly, taking small steps to move away from Tang San and the others. Alright, I've made all the arrangements, I can take you directly to the 4th level now. Wait, teacher. Why can they not take the test? Daimyubei's laughter had already attracted the attention of the students still in line. Seeing that they could leave directly, they immediately protested. Mubei, explain yourself. The teacher conducting the test tossed over a milky white crystal ball. This is really troublesome. Daimyubei took the crystal ball, went to Tang San's side, and gestured for him to take a soul power test. Open your eyes and watch carefully. If your soul power reaches level 25, you can also skip the intermediate steps and directly enter the 4th level. As Daimyubei finished speaking, Tang San also poured soul power into the crystal ball. Suddenly, the crystal ball became as dazzling as a diamond, its brilliance almost filling it completely. Level 29. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Let me reiterate, Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. Daimyubei took the crystal ball from Tang San and tossed it to Xiao Wu. Its dazzling light was even more radiant than Tang San's. Soul Master, seeing Xiao Wu's cultivation level, even the testing teacher became somewhat unsettled. In that case, I can also go directly to the 4th level. The girl in the blue dress, like a butterfly fluttering in the air, quickly took the crystal ball from Xiao Wu's hand. The crystal ball shone brightly in her hand, though slightly less so than Tang San's. It's her. Tang San's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected her to be a genius soul master as well. Level 27. That's certainly acceptable, the testing teacher nodded. Before Ningrongrong could react, Zhu Xiuqing snatched a crystal ball from her hand. Ningrongrong felt something blinding her, staring blankly at the fiery scene. Crack! Without warning, the crystal ball shattered in Zhu Xiuqing's hand. Another soul master? Where did these people come from? My salary's going to be docked. The testing teacher's eyes twitched, and he gave a helpless bitter smile. It was fortunate to have such an excellent student join them. Alright, Mu Bai. Take them all over there. She's already a soul master. Dai Mu Bai's evil eyes glanced at Zhu Xiuqing with some complexity, and a sudden thought of retaliation welled up in his mind. Yes, without thinking much, Dai Mu Bai respectfully responded and led the group deeper into the academy. Along the way, he also introduced the history of Shrek Academy to the group. They only accept the exceptionally talented, not the useless. Those who haven't reached the Soul Master level by 20 cannot graduate. In 20 years, they've admitted 62 students, 14 of whom have graduated. All graduates have become prominent figures, the most outstanding even holding positions in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope. Ningrongrong, who was secretly observing Zhu Xiuqing's large breasts, suddenly frowned upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's introduction. As the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she didn't even know such a person existed. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming. Grandmaster hadn't lied to him, he'd come to the right place. Alright, we're here. Dai Mu Bai stopped. Tang San and the others had arrived at an open space, about 200 square meters, with a rocking chair in the middle, upon which lay a middle-aged man of about 50. Mu Bai, so many people have actually made it to the 4th level this time, a rough voice rang out, making the group's ears ring. Teacher Zhao, it's not just that, their soul power has exceeded level 25, and there are even 2 soul masters, there are even soul masters. Haha, perfect, I was just about to stretch my muscles. A figure as imposing as a city wall suddenly stood up. He wasn't tall, but he looked incredibly strong. His clothes couldn't hide the bulging muscles on his body, and his amiable expression, combined with his muscular physique, still created an unimaginable pressure on Tang San and the others. I plan to personally take action in this 4th level, Teacher Zhao, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Dai Mu Bai frowned, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. This should be my job, HMPH. Can you handle this, kid? You got beaten up outside yesterday. Besides, with a ding gun, I, Xiao Wuji, am the biggest boss in the academy. What I say goes, Xiao Wuji glared, finalizing the matter. He then took out an incense stick, flicked it between 2 fingers, and lit it instantly. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to formulate your tactics. You just need to survive the time. Thud, with a seemingly effortless toss, the incense stick landed firmly in the ground without the slightest wobbling. If you need my information, you can ask that kid Mu Bai. After saying that, Xiao Wuji lay back in his chair, leisurely and carefree. Dai Mu Bai chuckled wryly and slowly approached Tang San and the others. I didn't expect Teacher Zhao to take action personally. Well, you're on your own now, Brother Dai. What level of expert is this Teacher Zhao? Tang San also felt a sense of pressure, looking at him with a serious expression. Teacher Zhao, he's the vice dean of our academy, his martial soul is the mighty Vajra Bear, and he's a level 76 soul saint. He's the immovable King Xiao Wuji? Ningrongrong asked in surprise. You actually know Teacher Zhao's name? I heard from my elders that he was hunted down in his early years and disappeared for more than 10 years. I never expected him to be teaching here. Ningrongrong looked strangely at Xiao Wuji, who was still resting with his eyes closed on the recliner. She never thought that someone with such a bad reputation in the Soul Master world would actually reform and become a teacher. After a short pause, Dai Mu Bai continued to tell them about Xiao Wuji's martial soul power, and the soul skills he knew. That's all I know. Since things have come to this, you should all introduce yourselves and get to know each other. Tang San looked around at the others and, seeing that none of them moved, spoke first. Tang San, Weapon Spirit Blue Silver Grass, Level 29 Controlled Type Battle Spirit Master. Zhu Xiuqing, Beast Spirit Netherworld Cat, Level 32 Agility Type Battle Spirit Master. Zhu Xiuqing? You're Zhu Xiuqing, Before her cool voice could finish, Ningrongrong exclaimed in surprise. She looked Zhu Xiuqing up and down, especially at her impressive figure. You know me? Zhu Xiuqing looked at her strangely. She shouldn't have ever seen her before. Yes, I've heard of you. Ningrongrong looked down at her fried egg, then glanced at Zhu Xiuqing's ample bosom. Her originally blue eyes suddenly glowed red with envy and jealousy at Zhu Xiuqing's figure, and she muttered involuntarily, HMPH. That's too unfair. No wonder that guy can't forget you. Zhu Xiuqing, who had felt very uncomfortable under Ningrongrong's burning gaze, felt a jolt of shock when she heard Ningrongrong's words. Zhu Xiuqing now understood how Xiao Wu felt when she approached her. You know him too, right? Is he alright? Hearing their conversation, Xiao Wu perked up, quickly walking to Ningrongrong's side and grabbing her arm, startling her. I'm Xiao Wu. Noticing Ningrongrong's struggle, Xiao Wu gave her name, her eyes filled with expectation and trepidation. Hearing the familiar name, Ningrongrong calmed down. Looking at the tall girl with rabbit ears in front of her, she felt a little strange. How did you know they were all here? She then pouted unhappily. She remembered her first kiss with Yichu, when he mistook her for Xiao Wu. What's wrong? Is he not doing well? Seeing her suddenly distressed expression, Xiao Wu became worried. Seeing Xiao Wu's anxious look, Ningrongrong quickly suppressed her initial resentment. Don't worry. He's fine now, and he even wrote you a letter. A letter? Xiao Wu was stunned, her eyes already slightly misty, with tears welling in the corners. Zhu Xiuqing, hearing this, quickly joined them. Although she didn't speak, her eyes were also filled with anticipation. Had Yichu written her a letter too? Daimyo Bei and Tang San stared blankly at the three of them, somewhat confused about what they were talking about. Tang San frowned as he watched this scene. Xiao Wu, let's discuss this first. Shut up, Xiao Wu shouted at Tang San. She didn't care about any of that bullshit entrance exam, she just wanted to see the letter Xiao Chu had written to her. Give me the letter now. 2 chapters combined, 4,000 words total. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 148. Don't blame me for being heartless. Daimyo Bei, standing to the side, also looked at the three women with a strange expression, his heart filled with doubt and uncertainty. As a seasoned player in the world of romance, he had some understanding of their current state. Ever since the girl in green mentioned him, they had all changed. Even though Zhu Xiuqing's expression didn't change much, her usually icy gaze had softened. Could it be that they've all fallen for the same man? How could that be? Daimyo Bei quickly dismissed his own guess. He knew Zhu Xiuqing's background very well. She should understand her destiny, she should belong to him. Thinking about it, his expression turned somewhat grim. Who exactly was him? Tang San's expression also darkened, a few guesses forming in his mind. In the past few years, Xiao Wu had been within his sight, rarely leaving the academy. He knew exactly who she had been in contact with. Besides that blindfolded good-for-nothing who had followed Xiao Wu back then, he couldn't think of anyone else who could provoke such a reaction from her. Thinking of this, a bitter smile crept onto his lips. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He never imagined that all his years of companionship would be less valuable than a letter suddenly sent by the person who had left without a word. If that good-for-nothing dared to appear before him again and disturb him and Xiao Wu, then he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. The incense burning on the ground was already half burned. Just as Daimyo Bei was about to interrupt the girl's tug-of-war, Xiao Wuji noticed the situation. Little monsters. What are you doing? Half the time has already passed, a rough voice rang out in the open space. Xiao Wu seemed not to hear, holding Ningrongrong's small hand, her eyes blurry with tears. Hurry up and give it to me, okay, I said. Can't you guys talk about whatever you want after you pass the test? Daimyo Bei frowned, his voice filled with suppressed frustration and anger. That's right, Xiao Wu. Let's get into school first. Tang San also tried to persuade Xiao Wu again. This time, before Xiao Wu could even react, Ningrongrong told her to calm down. Holding one of them in each arm, she nestled her head between Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing's heads and whispered something. The two girls' expressions differed. Is what you said true? Xiao Wu's tears stopped, her pretty face showing a mixture of doubt and panic. Of course it's true, Ningrongrong chuckled, tilting her head slightly, her gaze fixed on the direction of Yongdao City on the horizon, as if anticipating something. He promised me that himself. Zhu Xiuqing's purple eyes gleamed faintly, her heartbeat quickening. Finally, we'll meet again, so let's pass the test first, okay? Receiving confirmation, Xiao Wu nodded, wiping away a few tears. Her voice was still a little hoarse. Xiao Wu, Beast Soul, Softbone Charming Rabbit, Level 31 Power Attack Type Battle Soul Master. Tang San and Daimyu Bei exchanged a glance, curious about what they had discussed. Ningrongrong followed closely behind, looking at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking, her hands cupped in front of her. A seven-tiered, seven-colored pagoda suddenly appeared in her palms, spinning rapidly. Let's get acquainted. Ningrongrong, your weapon spirit is the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, a level 27 support type weapon spirit master. Your weapon spirit is actually the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Tang San looked at Ningrongrong in shock, never expecting that the girl before him would be from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, one of the 3 upper sects. He still remembered Grandmaster's evaluation of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, the most powerful support type weapon spirit across the entire continent. That's right, I'm also the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ningrongrong didn't feign modesty, generously admitting her background and identity. Her eyes, looking at Xiao Wu and the other two, already held a hint of pride and boastfulness, like a white swan holding its snow-white neck high. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu didn't understand the significance of being the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Zhu Zhuking remained expressionless as always, making it impossible for Ningrongrong to discern anything. Not seeing the surprise in their eyes, Ningrongrong felt a little discouraged. Tang San, upon learning her identity, immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost killed her. Daimyu Bei, however, remained much calmer, taking a deep breath. I didn't expect you all to have no overlapping systems. This should make teamwork much easier. Yes, Brother Dai's right. In that case, Ningrongrong will assist the 3 of us. I'll restrict Teacher Zhao's movements, Zhu Zhuking will handle interference and restraint, and Xiao Wu will be the main attacker. How about that? Tang San was silent for a moment before offering his suggestion. The 3 women nodded indifferently. It wasn't exactly a brilliant plan. Time was too short, and their teamwork couldn't be perfect. Each fulfilling their role was enough. Due to Yichu's appearance, compared to the original development, all 3 women except Tang San had improved to varying degrees. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking broke through to Soul Master, and Ningrongrong, under Yichu's supervision, also improved by 1 level compared to the original story. Xiao Wu, it's dangerous to be the main attacker, but I'll do my best to protect you. Tang San walked to Xiao Wu's side, his eyes full of concern. No need, just do your own thing. Zhu Zhuking will protect me, Xiao Wu replied stiffly, rejecting his kindness. Hey, have you two decided yet? Zhao Wuji stood up from the recliner, his loud voice echoing throughout the open space. Teacher Zhao, we're ready. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu again with concern and answered loudly. Then let's begin. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily, stretching his body, his joints cracking like firecrackers. Hearing this, Daimyu Bei took a step back. As a fellow power attack type soul master, he wouldn't miss this learning opportunity. Moreover, Zhu Zhuking, with whom he had a close relationship, was still in the arena, and injury was inevitable. He had to seize the opportunity to make his presence felt. Zhao Wuji performed again, rubbing his fingers together to light incense, the incense stick just inserted into the ground. A dazzling light shimmered across the entire arena. A crystalline, 7-colored radiance flashed, and a voice as melodious as a nightingale's song filled the valley. Ningrongrong spun around, her first and second spirit rings lighting up almost simultaneously. 7 treasures turn out with glazed tile, first strength, second speed, 6 streams of light spilled out, landing on Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Tang San respectively, increasing their strength and speed by 30%. Such powerful support ability, feeling his body become much lighter and his strength suddenly increased, Tang San couldn't help but exclaim. Truly worthy of being the number 1 support type spirit in the world. His spirit power now exceeded level 30. Haha. I didn't expect that among the students recruited this time, there would be someone who possesses the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Flander must be overjoyed. Zhao Wuji, who had been smiling just a moment ago, hadn't even finished speaking when a powerful surge of spirit power erupted from his body. He raised his enormous fists, not attacking anyone, but slamming them straight into the ground. Not good, Tang San was startled. The master once said that in team battles, The first target should be a support-type soul master, especially one with the 7 treasure-glazed tile pagoda martial soul. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as the ground beneath Xiao Wuji's feet collapsed, the shockwave from the impact spreading outwards. The force contained within was not to be underestimated. Quick, dodge, Tang San shouted, alerting Xiao Wu and the others. He flung out his blue-silver grass, wrapping it around Ning Rongrong's wrist and launching her into the air. Xiao Wu leaped high, completing her martial soul possession mid-air. A fluffy little tail appeared at her lower back, and her body became incredibly flexible. She twisted her body in the air, approaching the enemy. With a twist of her waist, her slender jade feet transformed into whips, kicking towards Xiao Wuji's neck. Meow! A meow escaped Zhu Zhuking's lips as she also underwent martial soul possession, her figure becoming even more voluptuous, a pair of cat ears appearing on her head, and her cat tail standing upright. Her eyes also changed color simultaneously, her left eye dark green and her right eye clear blue, making it impossible to discern her emotions. How is this possible? How can her second ring be purple? Dai Mubei was shocked, he had never heard of such a thing before. Even Ning Rongrong on the field was slightly surprised, her little mouth pouting unhappily. She complained inwardly that someone was really biased. Ha ha ha. She really is a monster, she's truly opened my eyes. Xiao Wuji put away his astonished expression, his loud, rough laughter enough to show his satisfaction with the group. As an agility-based attacker, Zhu Zhuking had perfect control over her body and her timing was exquisite. Ignoring the gazes of others, she lowered her upper body slightly into prone position, and with a light leap, she dodged the surging impact and approached Xiao Wuji. With after images, she circled behind the enemy and attacked Xiao Wuji's back. Her attack was sharp. Facing a Soul Saint level expert, she had no intention of testing him. The first spirit ring beneath his feet lit up, and the cat paws on his hands shimmered with an eerie light. First spirit skill, Netherworld Thrust. The one who attacks first arrives before the one who attacks last. Zhu Zhuking's attack and Xiao Wu's attack arrived almost simultaneously. First spirit skill, Entanglement. Tang San, not far away, quickly coordinated with the others. Poof, dozens of arm-thick blue-silver grasses sprouted from the ground, completely enveloping Xiao Wuji except for the area where he was about to attack. Good. You guys are very good. Xiao Wuji praised them generously, quite satisfied with their performance. A sharp pain shot through his back. Xiao Wu's kick was about to land. Roar! A howl of a bear seemed to echo around him. Xiao Wuji directly activated his martial soul possession, 7 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, surrounding his feet, exuding an oppressive aura. His size suddenly increased dramatically. What was originally a thick wall of just over 1.6 meters suddenly rose from the ground, instantly exceeding 2.5 meters. His muscles bulged, his body covered in a thick layer of brown fur, and his brownish-yellow eyes radiated a powerful aura. His large hands, in particular, became exceptionally large and heavy. Without any movement, simply by channeling his spirit, he directly broke through Tang San's blue-silver entanglement. The blue-silver grass crumbled inch by inch, and Tang San's face paled instantly. Although freed from the restraints, Xiao Wuji still didn't make any move to dodge. Bang! Xiao Wu kicked out, and Xiao Wuji didn't even flinch. Instead, he was the one who felt a tightness in his chest from the recoil. Haha, little brat, not much strength. Xiao Wuji crossed his arms in front of him, not forgetting to comment. Swoosh, your attack power is not bad. Unfortunately, still lacking. Zhu Zhuking's attack only pierced his clothes, with no possibility of further progress. My turn, Xiao Wuji grinned, his first spirit ring suddenly lit up, and a burst of yellow light erupted from his body. A powerful repulsive force surged towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking within a 3-meter radius around their bodies. First soul skill, Immovable King Body. First soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. She left just as she had come, using her soul skills to increase her speed, quickly turning and creating distance. Although she was inevitably hit by the aftershocks, she could tolerate this level of attack. HMPH. Dare to say I'm weak. Xiao Wu, however, was somewhat unconvinced. Being rather combative, her third soul ring flashed. Third soul skill, Teleportation. Her body vanished rapidly, dodging Xiao Wuji's attack. When she reappeared, she was already several meters above Xiao Wuji's head. Tang San's eyes lit up, and his second soul ring glowed. Second soul ring, Parasitism. Many blue-silver grasses suddenly sprouted from Xiao Wuji's body, but unfortunately, their sharp barbs couldn't penetrate his defenses, and the poison they carried was now useless. Bang! Xiao Wu spun around, delivering a powerful downward kick, her heel slamming into Xiao Wuji's scalp. The head is always one of the weakest points in a person's defense. The force of the kick made Xiao Wuji involuntarily lower his head, feeling slightly dizzy. How is that? How is that power now? Xiao Wu was quite satisfied with the effect she had created. Seizing this opportunity, she pressed her advantage. First soul skill, waist bow. She clamped Xiao Wuji's head between her legs, about to pull him off the ground. Bang! Xiao Wuji regained his senses, and the blue-silver grass on his body shattered again. He shook his head, and his hands suddenly transformed into bear paws, covered with a layer of golden light. Second soul skill, mighty Vajra palm. Bang! He exerted a little force with his legs, his body sinking, about to reach upwards and grab Xiao Wu's ankles. Unexpectedly, Tang San had already arrived in front of Xiao Wuji, raising his fist to smash into his chest. How? Xiao Wuji chuckled strangely and charged straight at Tang San. But upon contacting Tang San's fist, his expression turned odd. Tang San's fist contained absolutely no force. Suddenly, Xiao Wuji felt a tremendous force strike him, and his feet left the ground. Xiao Wu, Tang San called out happily. This was merely a clever use of leverage in his controlling crane and capturing dragon technique. With Tang San's voice, Xiao Wuji's body soared high into the air, leaving him with nowhere to brace himself. Xiao Wu continued to use her first soul skill, but she was somewhat displeased. She hated being bossed around. Thump! Xiao Wuji's body slammed into the ground, shaking the entire open space. In a shallow, human-shaped crater, a disheveled Xiao Wuji was about to get up. Tang San and Xiao Wu continued their attack. What a disgrace! A movable king body, Xiao Wuji roared angrily, using his first soul skill once more. A burst of golden light flashed, followed by two muffled groans as Tang San and Xiao Wu were both knocked back. Tang San clutched his chest, blood even trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Wu, however, secretly used her remnant body, which, with its defensive power, absorbed much of the force, leaving her only with a slight chest tightness. Before Xiao Wu could even regain her footing, Xiao Wuji, like a raging beast, shattered the ground with every step, leaping down behind Xiao Wu, a bear paw poised to strike her head-on. Xiao Wu, Tang San cried out in alarm, but his thrown blue-silver grass was too late. Third soul skill, Netherworld Slash. A cold voice accompanied a crescent-shaped attack, slashing towards the back of Xiao Wuji's head. A single target slash imbued with immense power, this was Zhu Zhuking's third soul skill. If struck by this attack, bleeding was inevitable. Xiao Wuji paused his bare paw aimed at Xiao Wu, turning his body to shatter the Netherworld Slash. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to quickly create distance. Zhu Zhuking, however, charged forward, her dazzling purple second ring beneath her feet bursting with brilliant light. Second soul skill, Shadow 100 Kills. The murderous words, though spoken with a gentle tone, held special significance for her. Shadow 100 Kills, high poison, armor penetration, increased damage, and combo attacks. Xiao Wuji had just shattered the Netherworld Slash when a series of afterimages filled his vision. His knee joint was being relentlessly targeted by Zhu Zhuking. In just a few breaths, the number of attacks had far exceeded 100. His clothes were pierced, then his skin, the insidious poison continuously destroying his body tissues. Xiao Wuji felt an excruciating pain, like a leech clinging to his bone, impossible to dispel. Get out of my way, Xiao Wuji roared, his yellow eyes blazing with barely suppressed rage. With an immovable king body, he directly repelled Zhu Zhuking, causing her face to turn pale. Daimyo Bei, if you dare keep grinning like that, I'll make you practice in real combat tomorrow. Seeing Daimyo Bei smirking in the distance, Xiao Wuji was even angrier. Upon hearing this, Daimyo Bei immediately straightened his expression. He didn't want to be violently trained by this bear. He also looked at Zhu Zhuking in surprise. Her soul skill could actually break through Teacher Zhao's defense. Putting himself in her shoes, he suddenly realized that if he were to face her, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. HMPH. I'll have to get a little more serious. Xiao Wuji surveyed his surroundings, his eyes once again locking onto Ning Rongrong, who was hovering at the edge of the battlefield. Fourth soul skill, positioning and tracking, the purple fourth ring. Under everyone's watchful eyes, suddenly left his body and aimed at Ning Rongrong. What is this thing? Ning Rongrong dodged left and right, but couldn't escape at all. Noticing Xiao Wuji's sinister expression, she suddenly felt a chill. Not good. Quick, Tang San hadn't even finished uttering the words. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were already rushing towards Ning Rongrong's rescue. Bang! Xiao Wuji sneered, the ground beneath his feet shattered, and his muscular body leaped into the air. In an instant, he was already in front of Ning Rongrong. This was his fourth soul skill. Once an opponent was locked on, he could instantly close the distance within 100 meters using his leaping power. A bright yellow bear paw slammed towards Ning Rongrong. The resulting gust of wind whipped her hair wildly. All she could see was the ever-growing bear paw. 2 chapters combined, 5,200 words. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 149, A Real Troublemaker. July 17, 2024. Author, Fallen Leak. Chapter 149, A True Troublemaker. Seeing the bear paw slamming towards her, Ning Rongrong forced herself to calm down. She retreated continuously. At the same time, a fist-sized ball of soul power appeared in her hand. It split in two, becoming the size of an egg, and began to spin wildly. Just looking at it in her palm gave one an uncontrollable sense of escape. With a flick of her small hand, 2 rapidly spinning Rasengans passed by the bear paw and shot towards Xiao Wuji's eyes. What is this? The Rasengans magnified in Xiao Wuji's eyes. The ripples created by the egg-sized object in the air made his eyelids twitch. Not daring to be careless, Xiao Wuji had no choice but to stop his attack, pick up the bear paw, and cover his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also took this opportunity to rush over and protect Ning Rongrong behind them. Bang! 2 sounds rang out one after the other, and the Rasengan struck the back of his hand. The fur on his hand twisted. Xiao Wuji, feeling the pain, had just furrowed his brow when, caught off guard, the force of the high-speed spin slammed his bear paw hard into his face. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. A stream of bright red blood flowed down his flushed face. Good, 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 you're all very good. Xiao Wuji stared at the crimson stain on his hand, his pupils dilating in shock, and shouted good 3 times. Though it was praise, it was filled with rage. He, a soul saint, known as the Immovable King, had actually been beaten to pulp by a support type. How could he ever face anyone again? Daimyo Bei, at the edge of the open space, tightly covered his mouth, afraid to laugh out loud. He could sense that teacher Zhao was angry. If Zhao caught him laughing at him, he'd be lucky to escape with his life. Tang San also looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise. According to the Grandmaster, the 7 treasure glazed tile school's support type should have no offensive capabilities. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, though also curious, didn't hesitate. After Ning Rongrong retreated a short distance, the 2 women exchanged a glance and, before Xiao Wuji could directly attack, launched their attack. Xiao Wu leaped high, her supple and resilient waist allowing her to fully utilize her strength. Her toes aimed directly at Xiao Wuji's vitals, aiming for his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing's second spirit ring flashed. An eerie purple light permeated the air, her claws turned black, and her speed increased dramatically. Her target was the knee of the leg she had just breached. Xiao Wuji's eyes sharpened. Standing still, he surveyed the surrounding monsters, his chest heaving. He watched helplessly as Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing attacked his vitals. Tang San's blue-silver grass also sprouted rapidly from beneath his feet. Even that little girl, Ning Rongrong, dared to use that little ball to join the fun. Since that's how it is, then let's fight. First spirit skill, Immovable King Body. Xiao Wuji's angry roar made everyone's ears ring. His first spirit ring flashed rapidly, followed by a burst of golden light emanating from his powerful body. All attacks within a 3-meter radius were deflected. Tang San's blue-silver grass shattered. Xiao Wu used her third spirit skill, teleportation, in time, while Zhu Zhuqing was sent flying backward, her face deathly pale. The Rasengan struck the ground, leaving a crater the size of a soccer ball. Again, Xiao Wuji roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he rapidly searched for his target. His gaze locked onto Ning Rongrong once more. Fourth spirit skill, location tracking. Before Xiao Wuji's words even finished, Xiao Wu and the others immediately rushed to Ning Rongrong's aid. He, along with Xiao Wuji's cold laugh, Xiao Wu's angry voice rang out. You actually cheated, not good. Tang San was also taken aback. Xiao Wuji's purple fourth spirit ring had actually been placed on Zhu Zhuqing. Bang! With a leap, he was already behind Zhu Zhuqing, enveloping her in shadow. Two bear paws were raised high. If they landed with full force, it would be like a Rao GMO, Chinese hamburger, sprinkled with ketchup. Third soul skill, teleportation. Xiao Wu's figure instantly appeared above Xiao Wuji, and once again used the same trick, swinging her toe towards his eyes. Tang San's blue silver grass was about to follow up in time. HMPH. I'll wipe you all out in one fell swoop. In order to regain face, Xiao Wuji was already planning to finish the battle quickly. Third soul skill, gravity enhancement, buzz. The purple third soul ring on Xiao Wuji's body actually sank into the ground, and invisible ripples spread out. The entire open space was covered with a layer of golden light. Zhu's Huking, who wanted to escape, suddenly slowed down. Tang San, who was about to rush over, had his blue-silver grass restricted. The most dangerous one was Xiao Wu. While she was still in midair, she suddenly felt her weight more than double, and her body was involuntarily pressed down. Even the circulation of her soul power seemed to be slowed down by gravity. Second soul skill, Mighty Vajra Palm. Xiao Wuji seized the opportunity and slammed his bare paw towards Xiao Wu. Thud. Xiao Wu, a muffled sound, accompanied by Tang San's howl. Drops of blood splattered on the ground as Xiao Wu's body plummeted downwards. Tang San's eyes immediately changed, filled with killing intent and ruthlessness. He held nothing back, using ghost shadow steps to catch Xiao Wu in his arms. Swish! A black shadow flashed through the air. Zhu's Huking intercepted her halfway and held Xiao Wu in her arms. Xiao Wu, are you alright? Her eyes were filled with deep worry. She had promised Yichu to protect her. I'm alright, Xiao Wu stammered, blood still on her lips, her breathing erratic. Zhu's Huking, get out of the way, Tang San shouted from a distance. Zhu's Huking's heart tightened, and she immediately tried to take Xiao Wu away. Hell, you should worry about yourself first. A body over 2 meters tall slammed down in front of Zhu's Huking, its bare paw reaching out to strike them both. Whoosh! Zhu's Huking's first spirit ring lit up, and she was about to escape its attack range. But then, a booming voice rang in her ears again. Fifth spirit skill, gravity compression. As Xiao Wuji's first black spirit ring emitted bursts of dark light, an irresistible pressure suddenly emanated from all directions. Zhu's Huking and Xiao Wuji's breath caught in their throats for a moment, their bodies frozen in place. No, Tang San's shouts and the fragile blue-silver grass did not stop Xiao Wuji's attack. He had used restraint, holding back considerable force as he struck. The bear paw landed, and Zhu's Huking frowned, the shadow spider spears on her back stirring restlessly. Run! Xiao Wu in her arms acted first, reminding Zhu's Huking before using her spirit skill. Second spirit skill, charm. Pink light shone in her eyes as she met Xiao Wuji's gaze. In just a few breaths, Xiao Wuji reacted instantly, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. The pink light in Xiao Wu's eyes vanished instantly, and she fainted. Xiao Wuji's movements also slowed down considerably. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhu's Huking immediately took Xiao Wu and left the spot. Xiao Wu, Tang San rushed over anxiously, looking at Xiao Wu and Zhu's Huking's arms with blood flowing from her mouth and nose, his heart filled with resentment. Zhu's Huking, is Xiao Wu alright? Ningrongrong also quickly ran over from the edge, looking at her worriedly. I didn't expect her to have a bewitching soul skill. Xiao Wuji stretched his neck and patted his head. Don't worry, it's just a backlash of mental energy, she'll be fine after a nap. Put her aside for now. At this moment, the incense stick on the ground had already burned 2/3 of its way down. Zhu's Huking quietly looked at Xiao Wu in her arms, Yichu's instructions still vivid in her mind. After a moment of silence, she was about to transfer Xiao Wu to Ningrongrong. Ningrongrong, take care of her for a bit, okay? Be careful too. Ningrongrong, holding Xiao Wu, retreated. Zhu's Huking turned around, about to release the shadow spider spear, when Tang San interrupted her. Leave the rest to me. He was now looking down, his eyes gloomy, his voice cold. What do you mean? Zhu's Huking looked at him strangely. I mean, I'll handle everything alone from now on. Tang San's voice was icy. He felt his face burning, his heart filled with bitterness. He had clearly said he would protect Xiao Wu, but now he could only watch helplessly as she was hurt. Alright, Zhu's Huking thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Tang San then looked at Ningrongrong, only to see her nodding repeatedly, seemingly very agreeable. In fact, Ningrongrong just wanted to see him make a fool of himself, and even Zhu's Huking thought the same thing. They knew very well that with their talent, the current test was practically meaningless. No academy would turn them away. Therefore, let him take the beating if he wanted. After all, he was their enemy. Teacher Xiao, I'll be your opponent alone from now on. How about it? Tang San cupped his hands, asking respectfully. I heard everything. Since you're confident, then come on. Let me see what gives you the right to say that. Xiao Wuji grinned, scratching his head. He thought it was good for young people to have spirit, but excessive arrogance needed to be tempered. Then Teacher Xiao, you'd better be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San suddenly looked up, the fierce glint in his eyes concealed by a purple light. Purple demon eye. Mysterious jade hand. Before Xiao Wuji could react, he no longer held back, going all out. His hands had already transformed into the color of mysterious jade, tracing a line on the 24 bridges under the moon at his waist, then quickly flicking his wrists. Xiao Wuji was startled by the 10 streaks of light hurtling towards him. Such speed. 10 bone-piercing nails aimed at Xiao Wuji's vital points, carotid artery, ears, eyes, groin. No two spots overlapped. Having learned his lesson from Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wuji dared not underestimate the attacks these little monsters threw. His beast spirit, the mighty Vajra bear, possessed extremely strong defense, virtually without weaknesses, but its speed was relatively slow. Xiao Wuji was used to wide-open, head-on clashes, and had no talent for dodging. Moreover, his knee had been injured by Zuzhuking, further reducing his speed. He took a deep breath. Focusing his energy in his Danshan, Xiao Wuji fully activated his first spirit skill, a faint golden light coating his body. Clang. 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 Such force, Xiao Wuji frowned. Tang San's attack had actually caused him pain. He felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't underestimated him, or he would have embarrassed himself again. Undeterred by his initial failure, Tang San had amassed enough hidden weapons over the years to keep Xiao Wuji busy. Willow leaf daggers, flying locust stones, money darts, bone-piercing nails, all sorts of hidden weapons were rained down on Xiao Wuji as if they were free. Watching this, Daimyo Bei, watching from afar, couldn't help but swallow hard. He was thankful Tang San hadn't used such a tactic during their earlier conflict, or he would have been riddled with thorns. He also silently reminded himself that he absolutely couldn't harbor any ill intentions towards the girl named Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuking, on the other hand, watched coldly, their attention primarily focused on caring for Xiao Wu. Kid, are you a hedgehog? Third soul skill, gravity enhancement. As Xiao Wuji used his soul skill, an invisible gravity field enveloped him. The hidden weapons thrown by Tang San were affected, their speed drastically reduced, and the power greatly diminished. To maintain their original power, Tang San threw them, expending more strength and soul power. Kid, let's see how long you can keep throwing, Xiao Wuji sneered, maintaining his immovable king form as he lunged at Tang San. Second soul skill, parasitism. Tang San's second soul skill caused blue-silver grass to sprout directly from his body, without needing to break through the protective aura of his immovable king form. Unfortunately, this only slowed down Xiao Wuji's advance. However, Tang San used ghost shadow steps, combined with the restraint of the blue-silver grass, leaving Xiao Wuji helpless for the time being. Fourth and fifth soul skills, positioning and tracking. Gravity compression, with the immovable king form protecting him, gravity amplified and suppressed the thrown weapons. Gravity compression restricted Tang San's movements, while positioning and tracking quickly closed the distance. After a series of attacks, Tang San felt his whole body ache from the pressure of gravity. Xiao Wuji had already raised his mighty Vajra palm to strike him. How? Tang San chuckled coldly, his specialty was mechanical hidden weapons. His mechanical hidden weapons could be activated with just a muscle movement. Even though he couldn't move, the hidden sand projectile hidden in his chest was still activated. 64 steel needles shot towards Xiao Wuji's chest, accompanied by a wisp of tea-scented smoke. Hiss, poison. Xiao Wuji inhaled a little of the smell and immediately held his breath, circulating his soul power to suppress the poison in his body. A sharp pain shot through his chest. The hidden sand projectile was one of the few hidden weapons Tang San could use to break through protective ki. The immovable king body's defense was too strong. The 60 steel needles only pierced Xiao Wuji's skin. Good lad, Xiao Wuji's face darkened. These kids truly lived up to their reputation as little monsters. They reached for him again. Tang San simply lowered his head slightly, and an arrow shot out from behind his collar, aiming straight for Xiao Wuji's face. A crossbow with a floral pattern on its back. Xiao Wuji caught the crossbow bolt in his teeth, and some emerald green liquid suddenly flowed from the tip into his mouth, instantly numbing his tongue. Tui, he immediately spat out the bolt and the remaining poison. Xiao Wuji looked at the burning incense stick on the ground, almost burned to the bottom. Nothing could wash away the shame more than his victory. Xiao Wuji disregarded everything and truly used his full strength. The immovable king body technique was operating wildly, the gravity compressing and pressing down on Tang San. Not good, Tang San exclaimed. Xiao Wuji actually crushed him with his massive body, sending Tang San flying a great distance. Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood. Without the dragon beard needles, Tang San had nothing that could completely break through Xiao Wuji's defense. At this moment, he could only become a punching bag for Xiao Wuji to rebuild his majesty. Silent sleeve darts, huge repeating crossbows, and other weapons, Tang San used every trick in the book to deal with Xiao Wuji's charge. While Xiao Wuji was easily defeating the weaker students, Ning Rongrong was feeding Xiao Wu some herbs and pills from her soul tool. Just as the incense stick burned out, a figure, covered in soot and bruises, resembling a sandbag, crashed to the ground. It was Tang San. At the last moment, he was sent flying by Xiao Wuji's mighty Vajra palm. He landed unconscious. Dai Mubei quickly went over and checked him over. Thankfully, it was all minor injuries. Teacher Zhao, you went too far. I just wanted to temper this real troublemaker's arrogance. Xiao Wuji had also deactivated his martial soul possession, his lips were swollen, and his body felt sore and numb. Oscar, a voice, carrying his powerful soul force, spread throughout the academy. Coming, a moment later, a limp figure responded. A stubble-faced man with slightly lewd peach blossom eyes came running over. Teacher Zhao. You were looking for me? Huh? Why do you look so disheveled? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Hurry up and make me some sausages. Xiao Wuji limped over to his side, his speech slightly slurred. Oh, okay, Oscar chanted his soul incantation without a word. I have a small sausage. I have a big sausage, 2 sausages, one large and one small, appeared in his hand, which he then handed to Xiao Wuji. Oscar, give Tang San one too. Okay, boss Dai. By the way, does that junior sister need any? Oscar's gaze suddenly fell on Xiao Wu, or rather, Ning Rongrong, who was holding Xiao Wu. If you want to die, I can grant your wish. A chill appeared in Zhu Zhuking's eyes, making Oscar shiver involuntarily. Haha. No need for you to trouble your junior, alright. You've passed the test. Xiao Mubai, take them to the dorm. Don't touch those things on the ground, they're poisonous. Let this little hedgehog clean them up himself when he wakes up. After instructing the group, Xiao Wuji slowly left. Xiao. Here, Dai Mubei tossed Tang San to Oscar. Boss Dai, this isn't fair, I should be the one leading the junior. Oscar swallowed his words when Dai Mubei looked over and clenched his fist in warning. It doesn't matter who leads the way, it's the same. Oscar chuckled dryly and quickly carried Tang San towards his dorm. Dai Mubei, on the other hand, was going to lead Zhu Zhuking and the others to the girls' dorm. Along the way, Dai Mubei did all the talking, but received no response. When they left, they all had sour faces. Evening, in the dorm. Shrek Academy's dorm was far from luxurious, it could only be described as having fairly complete infrastructure. At this moment, Xiao Wu was still unconscious in bed, being cared for by Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuking had dismantled her own dormitory bed, she planned to stay with Ning Rongrong and the others. Zhuking, Xiao Wu's awake. Zhu Zhuking, who was still packing her things, suddenly heard Ning Rongrong calling. Zhu Zhuking immediately went over, 2 chapters combined, 5,200 words. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 150 Curiosity. The herbs Ning Rongrong gave Xiao Wu were specially picked by Yichu from the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well secret realm, just in case. Among them was a superior herb called Yuanzi Lily Flower, which had a calming and soothing effect. It was because of it that Xiao Wu was able to wake up early. Zhu Zhuking and Ning Rongrong moved closer to the bedside, watching Xiao Wu slowly open her eyes. Her crimson eyes trembled, and the surrounding environment came into view. Xiao Wu, how are you feeling? Ning Rongrong looked down at her with concern. Zhu Zhuking had already sat down and slowly helped her up, letting her lean against her warm and exceptionally soft embrace. Zhuking, you don't need to do this, I'm fine. I can do it myself. Xiao Wu's originally pale face had a slight blush, because the back crest was too soft, she wasn't used to it. Zhu Xiuqing nodded and released her, her face also feeling a little hot. Ningrongrong stood blankly by the bed. Looking at the two of them pressed together in a bouncy embrace, Ningrongrong glanced down at her own still developing body, feeling a pang of disappointment. Xiao Wu, you still haven't answered me. Ningrongrong glared at them again, her tone suddenly tinged with resentment. Ningrongrong, thank you, I'm fine. Xiao Wu sat up straight, as if remembering something, her eyes fixed on Ningrongrong. Phew, that's good. Hearing her response, Ningrongrong breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the edge of the bed. A moment of silence fell. Two pairs of eyes were fixed on Ningrongrong, unmoving. Why are you looking at me like that? Ningrongrong looked at them curiously. Xiao Wu stopped mid-sentence, reorganizing her thoughts. Wrong, can I call you that? Of course. Zuqing calls me that now too. Ningrongrong nodded. During Xiao Wu's unconsciousness, she and Zhu Zuqing had become quite familiar with each other. When she was taking care of Xiao Wu, Zhu Xiuqing always made a bed. Xiao Wu's eyes were full of anticipation, her gaze towards Ningrongrong somewhat unfocused, glancing occasionally at the soul tool in her hand. Has Rongrong finished her practical test? It's over. We all passed. That Tang San was beaten to pulp. Haha. Ningrongrong nodded happily, the thought of Tang San's comical, bruised face making her want to laugh. Xiao Wu showed no interest in Tang San's condition. She simply took Ningrongrong's small hand carefully, looking at the soul tool on her wrist. Then shouldn't you give me the letter, huh? Ningrongrong was stunned for a moment, then quickly pulled her hand back, covering her soul tool. Looking at Xiao Wu's expectant eyes, she lowered her head somewhat reluctantly and nodded gently. Alright. A stream of light emanated from her hand, and a thick letter appeared, which she slowly handed to Xiao Wu. The exchange between the two women was like some important ceremony. Xiao Wu, her face beaming, reached out her small hands and pinched the corners of the letter. She gently tugged at it twice, but there was no reaction. She looked up at Ningrongrong in surprise. Ningrongrong was currently looking down, pouting, clutching the letter tightly. Rongrong, let go. Don't ruin it. I'm sorry. Hearing Xiao Wu's anxious voice, Ningrongrong finally let go. Suddenly having two more rivals, even those who had known Yichu before her, made her feel a little awkward. It's okay. I know. Xiao Wu held the letter gently, smoothing out the wrinkles as she murmured. Xiao Wu already knew about Ningrongrong's relationship with Yichu from the change in her eyes when Ningrongrong mentioned him. She understood Ningrongrong's feelings and her actions. But she too felt a pang of bitterness. Clearly, in the beginning, Xiao Qiu only had her. Tears welled in her eyes, and she sniffed before carefully opening the envelope. The letter inside was thick. As soon as she took it out, Ningrongrong quickly leaned forward, her eyes fixed on the letter Ningrongrong was about to unfold. Zhu Xiuqing, sitting behind Xiao Wu, also straightened her back, her gaze fixed on the letter in Xiao Wu's hand. Rongrong, Xiao Wu quickly covered the letter, looking displeased at Ningrongrong who had already turned her head away. Ningrongrong didn't speak, turning her head away as if nothing had happened. Whoosh, Xiao Wu quickly turned back. Zhu Xiuqing behind her remained motionless, sitting upright, expressionless, her eyes fixed on Ningrongrong's direction. Like a guard on watch? Xiao Wu looked at her suspiciously, clutching the letter to her chest, her brows slightly furrowed. Suddenly, she threw back the covers and got out of bed. Xiao Wu, where are you going? Ningrongrong and Zhu Xiuqing both looked at her curiously. Snap. Xiao Wu didn't speak. She went into the bathroom and closed the door without looking back. Watching Xiao Wu disappear from her sight, Ningrongrong, her curiosity unsatisfied, felt a little discouraged. She really wanted to know what Yichu and Xiao Wu would say. She had considered peeking, but she didn't dare. What if Yichu and Xiao Wu found out? That would be terrible. Zhu Xiuqing, standing to the side, didn't show much emotion. She just felt a pang of regret. After seeing Xiao Wu go in, she kept staring at Ningrongrong, her eyes filled with expectation. Ningrongrong noticed her gaze and looked at her strangely. Xiuqing, why are you staring at me like that? Zhu Xiuqing still didn't speak, continuing to meet her gaze. After a long period of staring, there was still no movement. Zhu Xiuqing's eyebrows slowly rose, her eyes seemingly filled with disappointment and coldness. Xiuqing? Are you alright? Ning Rongrong felt uncomfortable under her gaze and cautiously probed. Nothing. Her voice was icy as she turned her head away, ignoring her. She got up and returned to her bedside, continuing to pack her things. The chill she felt was even stronger now. Her movements were somewhat absent-minded. Her throat ached, as if something was stuck inside, and a sense of unease settled in her heart. Why? Why didn't that guy write to her? Had he forgotten her? But Ning Rongrong clearly said he still thought of her. Damn you two. If you dare forget me, I'll never forgive you. Zhu Zhuking's eyes welled up, her delicate fist slowly clenching, her heart filled with resentment. In the bathroom, Xiao Wu slowly unfolded the letter in her hand. It was quite thick, filled with many words, a long story. Usually impatient with everything, she read it slowly, word by word. The handwriting was a mix of new and old. Yi Chu added a few new entries almost every month, sharing interesting things with her. Xiao Wu looked at this diary-like letter, finding it not at all tedious. Occasionally, she could see a few lines of love notes written by Yi Chu. Although they were just simple words like "I miss you," they still made her very content. Her face, a mixture of tears and laughter, carried sweetness and bitterness. A few pages seemed to be missing. Xiao Wu knew they were related to Zhu Zhuking and Ning Rongrong. Yi Chu said he had to tell her these things in person. The handwriting at the end of the letter was fresh. Those 2 short words were enough to haunt her dreams. Yes, Xiao Wu will always wait for you. Outside, Ning Rongrong was listening intently at the bathroom door, but unfortunately, she couldn't hear anything, so she gave up. She wandered around aimlessly. Seeing Zhu Zhuking by the bed, absent-mindedly fiddling with a piece of clothing, Ning Rongrong, feeling a little bored, jumped next to her. Zhuking, aren't you curious about what's written in the letter? Not curious, Zhu Zhuking replied indifferently, but her eyes unconsciously looked towards the bathroom. No. You must be curious. I saw you just now, and you wanted to steal my attention too. Ning Rongrong's voice trailed off under Zhu Zhuking's cold gaze. After a moment of silence, Zhu Zhuking still inquired about Yi Chu. Rongrong, do you know what his cultivation level is now? Of course I know. Mentioning this, Ning Rongrong happily twirled around, her long blue dress spreading out like a blooming flower. I even helped him with his 3rd soul ring. He should be breaking through to level 32 soon, right? Her words carried a hint of sweetness, because that evening, Yi Chu had kissed her for a long, long time. Thinking of this, a slight blush crept onto her face. Level 32, huh? Zhu Zhuking murmured, then looked at the still smiling Ning Rongrong. Having not received the letter, she could only feel a pang of bitterness, finding Ning Rongrong's current state somewhat irritating. In an instant, a wicked thought arose in her heart, and her lips parted slightly. It's nothing, I even helped him with his 2nd spirit ring. Ning Rongrong's smile suddenly froze, and she looked at her blankly. Zhu Qing, what do you mean by that? Nothing, just saying, Zhu Zhuking replied indifferently, turning back to tidy up the things on the bed. Are you eating? Ning Rongrong was about to speak when Zhu Zhuking didn't give her a chance, turning back to look at her again. Oh. By the way, my 2nd spirit ring was also hunted for me by Yi Chu, 1,000 years old. She added a few more characters, gave Ning Rongrong a calm look, and then fell silent. But Ning Rongrong's expression changed. This wasn't just a casual remark, it was so obvious. She finally understood, this girl was showing off, deliberately provoking her. Zhu Zhuking. What do you mean? Ning Rongrong glared. She had kindly told her about Yi Chu's situation, and she still dared to provoke her. That was too much? You think you're so great just because you have a 2nd ring that's 1,000 years old. HMPH. That stinky woman who came after me has a 4th ring that's 10,000 years old. Yi Chu will definitely give me something better in the future. Ning Rongrong's angry shout had just ended when the bathroom door opened. Xiao Wu came out, her face streaked with tears and her eyes red. She looked at Zhu Zhuking and the other girl strangely. Rongrong, what's wrong with you two? As soon as she came out, she heard Ning Rongrong seemingly cursing, saying something about a stinky woman. HMPH. Nothing, Ning Rongrong snorted coldly. Not wanting to make things too awkward with them, she went to her bed and sat down, no longer speaking. Zhu Zhuking looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise, somewhat curious about who the stinky woman she was talking about was. But she didn't dwell on it for long before she started thinking about her own affairs. Since Yi Chu was only at level 32, could she confess again? If he still dared to refuse and not take responsibility for her, then she would force herself on him. As she thought about it, a layer of shyness covered Zhu Zhuking's face. Xiao Wu, let me make your bed. Seeing Xiao Wu still standing at the bathroom door, confused, Zhu Zhuking got up and went over. Yi Qiu had asked her to protect Xiao Wu, so naturally she would do her best. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing her words, immediately gritted her teeth. She was just angry with her, and now she was being asked to make Xiao Wu's bed. This was blatant discrimination. Ah! Zhu Zhuking. Do you think I'm easy to bully? When did I bully you? You just bullied me, deliberately trying to annoy me. Ning Rongrong stood on the bed, her face flushed with anger. Zhuking, Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zhuking strangely. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Zhu Zhuking, under Xiao Wu's gaze, blushed deeply. She immediately apologized to Ning Rongrong. If they investigated further and found out that she was jealous of Ning Rongrong because she hadn't received a letter, it would be even more embarrassing for her. Sorry? What good is just an apology? Hearing her apology, Ning Rongrong was also stunned. Then her eyes darted around, a hint of cunning flashing in them. She bent her knees and jumped directly in front of Zhu Zhuking, staring straight at her. Rongrong, maybe we should just let it go. Xiao Wu quickly stepped between the two. What do you want? Zhu Zhuking frowned. It was indeed a momentary impulse, and as long as Ning Rongrong wasn't too outrageous, she could satisfy her. I want you to tell me in Xiao Wu. What did you eat to grow up like this? Ning Rongrong. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Rongrong bypassed Xiao Wu, extended her luscious claws, and attacked Zhu Zhuking. She was not only curious about the contents of Xiao Wu's letter, but also very curious about Zhu Zhuking's growth. Now that she had the opportunity, she had to seize it. Hearing Ning Rongrong's request, Xiao Wu also froze on the spot, letting her pounce on Zhu Zhuking. Rongrong, I don't want to. Xiao Wu's face turned red. Despite saying no, her eyes were already fixed on Zhu Zhuking, a hint of envy in them. Ouch! Ning Rongrong. Let go of me, you're hurting me. Zhu Zhuking's embarrassed and indignant voice rang out. The city of Xiandao was shrouded in a twilight atmosphere. At this moment, Yi Qiu was leading Xiaolan through various mineral shops, acquiring one of the raw materials for making gunpowder, saltpeter. As for sulfur, it was readily available in the ice and fire yin-yang well. Charcoal was even more readily available. Brother, why are you buying so many stones, as gifts for others? Yi Qiu, holding Xiaolan's hand, weaved through the crowd. Gifts? Xiaolan clung to Yi Qiu's arm, looking at him curiously. Alright, you should just eat your candied hawthorns. Yi Qiu didn't want to explain further. He pulled her towards the crown prince's residence. Brother, we're going the wrong way. We should be picking up Sister Yan Yan. That's right, I'll take you out for a big meal first. To deliver this grand gift, he still needed some cannon barrels and needed Zhu King's help. 2 chapters combined, 4,200 words long. Wishing everyone a happy life. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.